Look here now, you did here. You say, the way when you did yeah, you take, you go to sleep.
My friend.
Okay, you go pray,
You want to have 3-0.
the 3 0 one.
We do you like Barcelona.
Yeah, but you take so that
Yes. Okay. So we promise to have the VC opening remark.
Yes.
Okay. I'm on live. Okay. Good morning, all. It's 10:01 by my time. You are welcome to today's MTUIC Conference 2020. And thank you for those who are with us yesterday. And we also welcome you again today for the second day of the conference. I believe yesterday we had a wonderful time. And today, I'm sure it's going to be a wonderful time together here. And please give us like 2 to 3 minutes, then we kick off the conference. Thank you. So good morning, everyone. Once again, we welcome you to today, the second day of MTU International Conference on Entrepreneurship 2020. I welcome you all. And then without wasting much time, we kick off today's conference. On my agenda here, the first we have is for us to start with prayers. I will call on Pastor Tani Mowo to lead us in the opening prayer. Pastor, you have the floor, sir.
Praise the Lord.
Hallelujah.
Good morning, everybody. Please let us pray. Father, in the name of Jesus.
Amen.
Father, in the mighty name of Jesus.
Amen.
Divine Lord, we thank you for your love and your care over our lives. Blessed be thy name, Lord, in Jesus' name. We thank you, Lord, for the successful conclusion of yesterday's conference. We glorify your mighty name in the name of Jesus. Heavenly Father, we come.
Amen.
Holy Ghost, take control in Jesus' name.
Amen.
All the people that are speaking unto your Holy Spirit, give them utterance in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Commit
Amen.
to your hands. Holy Spirit, take preeminence. At the
Amen.
end of the day of God,
Amen.
all glory and honor shall be yours in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Amen.
Father, in Jesus' mighty name, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate you. Thank you, sir. So I will call on the Department of Music of the Mountaintop University for national anthem and thereafter Mountaintop University anthem. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. So first and foremost, please, you permit me to recognize our principal officers, the principal officers of the university that were here with us this morning, as well as our invited guest speakers and keynote speakers that we have here with us online this morning. First and foremost, I will recognize the presence of my Vice Chancellor, Professor Elijah Adeboale Ayolabi, who has been with us since yesterday. We appreciate creating time for this, sir. Thank you for being online with us. I also recognize the presence of the University Registrar, Mr. Olufemi Oyewole. Thank you, sir, for being with us since yesterday. Also, Bossa, Mr. Shola Olagundoye. We also appreciate your presence with us since yesterday, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for creating time to be here. I also recognize the presence of Eli Jayola Akinade. Thank you, ma, for being here. We appreciate your presence. Also with us this morning is the Dean of College of Basic and Applied Sciences, Professor Amos Akinwande. We appreciate your presence, sir. And also the Dean, College of Humanities and Management Sciences, Dr. John Akinyomi. Thank you, sir, for being here. Permit me also to recognize the presence of the Acting Director, the woman that pulled us together here since yesterday. I recognize the presence of Dr. Mrs. Patience Eriwe. Thank you for putting this together. We appreciate you sincerely. I also recognize the presence of the Chairman LOC of this conference, Dr. Olanipepo Ojo. Thank you, sir, for being here. Also online, I can see my Director, Center for Research, Innovation and Collaboration, Professor Ayola Olalusi. Thank you, sir, for being here. Also, I recognize the presence of the Dean of Postgraduate Studies, Dr. Ibidapo Akinyemi. Thank you also, sir, for being with us since yesterday. Let me recognize the presence of our invited guest speakers and keynote speakers. And we have great people with us this morning. People that have really honored us. We never believe you can be here, but we are glad you are here. Permit me to recognize the presence of Chief Otumba Femi Pedro, Chairman of SMEDN. Thank you, sir. We appreciate you being here. You've been here for quite a long time this morning. You joined us very early. We appreciate you for putting us in your diary. Thank you so much, sir. And I also recognize the presence of Professor Mrs. Ayotola Aremu from the University of Ibadan, Department of Science and Technology Education. Thank you, ma. You have also been here for a very long time. You'll be with us this morning. Thank you so much for being here. And then you allow me, ma. Yesterday you were online with us, but I have to tell them my apologies. Maybe I did not recognize you yesterday. But thank you, ma, for being with us since yesterday. We appreciate your presence, ma. I also recognize the presence of Otumba's Seni Adetu, founder of Aloridim Media Limited. Sir, we appreciate your presence. Thank you for being here with us, sir. And thank you for creating time to join us this morning. I also recognize the presence of Mr. Emeka Undru, founder and vice chairman, C&I Listen. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate you for being here with us, sir. And then please, as we go on, I will recognize presence of other dignitaries. We are all important that may be joining us along the way in this conference. And please, our simple house rules, they are still the same. Please, we will mute you throughout the entire time of the conference. On no occasion will you allow you, except if it's very, very important. So please, we'll mute you throughout the entire period of the conference for us to have a high level of serenity and quietness for all of us to enjoy the conference. And of course, during the presentation, please, you will just send your questions before the end of the presentation. I will be expecting your questions. Either you probably shout me or you shout for everyone to see. And then we will bring up your question or questions to the speaker to attend to them. Thank you so much. I'm sure it's going to be a wonderful morning together. We will be here together till around 1 o'clock before we go to our parallel session of the conference. I'm sure it's going to be a wonderful time together. First and foremost, please will allow me to, the next thing on my agenda now is to call my Vice Chancellor, Professor Elijah Ayolabi, for his opening remarks. My VC, sir, you have the floor, sir.
Okay, good morning all.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you very much. I must commend the effort of every one of you since yesterday. It's our prayer that the good Lord will continue to renew your strength.
Amen.
I want to stand on the protocol already established so as not to waste time. But most importantly, I want to welcome all our guest speakers for today, as well as our keynote speakers. You are welcome to the Mountaintop University, the only university on top of the mountain. Now you are connected online. We hope that one day we have you here physically. Yesterday we had a grand opening ceremony. The Chancellor was around too to grace the occasion, and we had presentation from eminent professionals during the opening session. And I believe that today, with the people already connected, it's going to be a great day. And I want to sincerely welcome Otumba Femi Pedro. We sincerely appreciate your support. I've seen that before, you've been online for some time now. The good Lord will continue to strengthen you. I also want to welcome Professor Mrs. Ayotola Aremu. Similarly, Otumba Sini Adetu and Mr. Emeka Hadu. So you are all welcome to this presentation. As you can see from the theme of this conference, definitely at this period, everybody have to be innovative in his or her approach to issues. And the main thing now is for everyone to develop the entrepreneurial mindset in order to weather through the storm of COVID-19 pandemic. And with the area of people already present, I believe that today is going to be a great day. We are all going to go home with our brain ready to act and work, and then begin to operate in such a way as to bring transformation to our environment and to our nation. So on behalf of the university management, I sincerely welcome all of you to this session, and I wish you successful deliberations. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, my Vice Chancellor. We appreciate you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. And we appreciate your effort and what you are doing for the university. We sincerely appreciate you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. So I will go to the first speaker. Our first note speaker is Mr. Otumba Femi Pedro, chairman of. So chairman, Smidan. Okay, if I call it that way, please, sir. So you just pardon me if that's not how I should call it. So I will call on Dr. Umbaka of the Department of Mass Communication for the citation of Mr. Otumba Femi Pedro. Dr. Umbaka, you have the floor, please. Your mic is muted. You need to unmute yourself. Okay, you are on now.
Good morning, everyone. All protocols duly observed. I will read the citation of Otumba Femi Pedro. Otumba Femi Pedro is an economist, banker, entrepreneur, investor, and a political leader. He is also a mentor of young and aspiring entrepreneurs. He is currently the chairman of the Small and Medium Enterprise Development Agency of Nigeria, SMEDAN, and the pioneer chairman of the Lagos State Sports Trust Fund. Femi Pedro began his professional banking career at the Central Bank of Nigeria before becoming one of the co-founders and seed investors at one of Africa's pioneer banks, which is Guaranty Trust Bank, at the age of 32. Within 10 years, he became the managing director of First Atlantic Bank, after acquiring the bank with a consortium of investors in 1998. He served as managing director of the bank until 2003, when he was elected to serve as deputy governor of Lagos State, Nigeria's commercial capital and Africa's largest city-state. In his years as the deputy governor of Lagos State, Femi Pedro worked alongside Governor Bola Tinubu to embark on an unprecedented and aggressive revenue drive by restructuring, reorganizing, and re-engineering the entire revenue-generating mechanism of Lagos State.
Please, you are offline now. Just come back, you are offline now, please. We can't hear you. No, not at all. Please pardon us, the internet is a bit unstable.
Okay, sorry about that brief interruption.
Yes, you're online now.
Thank you very much. I will go again from the third paragraph in my speech, the citation. In his years as the deputy governor of Lagos State, Femi Pedro worked alongside Governor Bola Ahmed Tinubu to embark on an unprecedented and aggressive revenue drive by restructuring, reorganizing, and re-engineering the entire revenue-generating mechanism of Lagos State. In his time in office, the foundation was laid for the ongoing economic revolution being witnessed in Lagos today. Femi Pedro serves on the boards of various business ventures and has substantial investments in banking sector, real estate, information technology, manufacturing, and hotel and hospitality sectors. An avid and passionate golfer, he is happily married to Honorable Justice Jumoke Pedro. Their union is blessed with children and grandchildren. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Otumba Femi Pedro. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Otumba, you have the floor, sir. You have 25 minutes for your presentation, sir. You need to unmute yourself, sir. So I'm trying to unmute you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Sure, sir. You are on now, sir.
Can you hear me clear and loud?
Yes, clear and loud, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, all. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
May I humbly recognize the members of the Governing Council of the University, the Vice Chancellor, and other members of management, very many distinguished guest speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted and I feel highly honored to be among the keynote speakers at this second international conference. My sincere appreciation to the organizers for this honor. Thank you very much. The theme of the conference is very contemporary and timely. I commend the organizers for choosing this theme at this period We all have a lot to learn in this period of COVID-19, and this conference will undoubtedly add to our knowledge. The pandemic itself has led to unprecedented economic consequences, which has caused serious dislocations in the Nigerian economy. The extended lockdown and containment measures, though very necessary, has caused serious economic shock and has led to sharp contraction of the Nigerian economy, which has now lapsed into a second recession within the last 6 years. The contraction has lasting adverse effects on the various sectors of the economy and has resulted in sharp decline in government revenue, increase in the unemployment rate, particularly among young people, and has further aggravated poverty and social dislocation. The business sector in particular has been badly hit by the economic recession. Many businesses have either completely shut down or are operating at very low capacity. Consequently, entrepreneurs are faced with myriads of challenges. Some of the challenges include sharp decline in sales. If you're an entrepreneur, you know what I'm talking about. Illiquidity, deterioration in working capital, inability to pay wages, inability to pay rent and other creditors, and general loss of revenue. Some of the entrepreneurs are experiencing serious financial and operational risk, which may eventually lead to business failure. In order to avert this deep and lasting recession, the government is implementing a myriad of fiscal, monetary, and sectorial intervention, including a 2.3 trillion naira stimulus package. The impact of these measures is yet to be fully felt, and only time will tell if they are adequate enough to rejuvenate the economy back to full recovery. I will later on touch a bit on some of these stimulus packages. Let me go into entrepreneurship itself. This is the art of creating and owning a business for profit. So an entrepreneur is simply a person who creates and runs a business to make profits. In the process of creating and running a business, an entrepreneur creates jobs and ultimately creates wealth. So, in my own view, entrepreneurship is the surest link to wealth creation. By taking risk in starting a business, you are investing in a venture, and if nurtured successfully, this venture could create enormous wealth for you and empower you and your dependents. Entrepreneurship, particularly this micro, small, and medium segments, is the fastest growing segment of the Nigerian economy. There are presently over 42 million micro and small businesses in Nigeria today, and they are contributing over 40% of the national GDP and employing over 70% of the national workforce. Many of these businesses are informal. They are run and managed by young people and women. Many are artisans, petty traders, and sole proprietors. Unfortunately, majority of these businesses have been performing suboptimally, even in the pre-COVID era. And their conditions are now even worse in the COVID era, COVID-19 era. They are facing serious challenges. Some of these challenges I highlighted in my recently published book. The book is titled The Formula for Wealth. The book is a must read for anyone who desires to create wealth. I wrote the book based on 40 years of experience, both in the private and public sector. And I humbly say today that I've been hugely successful. And some of the reasons are enumerated in the book, which I share with everybody who can obtain a copy of the book. Permit me also to seize this opportunity to donate 5 copies of my book to the university.
Thank you so much, sir.
And I encourage students, young entrepreneurs, even adults who desire to create wealth to buy and read the book. It's not too late. To obtain copies of the book, you can log on to www.formulaforwealth.ng/buy/. Let me repeat again, www.formulaforwealth.ng/buy/. You can buy as many copies as you wish. In view of these challenges faced by entrepreneurs, I highlighted in the book certain foundational and fundamental principles which I believe anybody who wishes to succeed in entrepreneurship needs to imbibe. And more so during this period of COVID-19 pandemic and economic recession. The critical success factors for a successful business, in my own view, are a set of these foundational principles. And I'm convinced that no matter how hard you work and how determined you are, if you lack these principles and the fundamentals, you will struggle as an entrepreneur. And the chances of you succeeding is slim to nil. I strongly suggest that for the long-term survival of your business, if you're an entrepreneur or you are intending to be one, and for you to have sustainable growth, you must go back to the basics and imbibe these principles and practices. They are time-tested and universal. And I put them together based on my own personal experience. Let me just quickly summarize some of this and explain them in a very simple terms because I don't have too much time. But the full details are contained in the book. I outline 10 foundational principles, which I believe are the foundational basis for you to erect and succeed as an entrepreneur. And I want you to read and digest these principles or these rules. I mentioned that for you to succeed as an entrepreneur, you must have a positive wealth mindset. A lot of people just go into business without having a mindset of creating wealth. Unfortunately, I don't have time to explain what that mindset is, but for some of you who understand what I'm talking about, you will know that there are some people who have the flair for entrepreneurship, who have the passion for entrepreneurship, who imbibe that spirit even right from when they were young and growing up. The rest of us, our mindset have been conditioned to prepare us for either a life in academics or in the public service or to work for somebody. Let me tell you that there's nothing wrong in being in academics and there's nothing wrong in being in public service. But if you don't have a wealth mindset, you will work and work and work and retire into penury. But if you have a wealth mindset, even right from the beginning, you can be in academics for all your years and still accumulate wealth without having to steal a kobo. But you need to imbibe that mindset right from the beginning and follow the path which I highlighted in my book. So even if today you are a professor or you're a lecturer, you are in your 40s or your 50s, it's not too late for you. Otherwise, you will retire without a roof over your head, relying on pension that will not carry you anywhere, and then waiting for your children to come and save you. God forbid. Other parts of the rules I mentioned is that for you to be a successful entrepreneur, you must have character and integrity. A lot of us take it for granted. Some people even believe that to be successful in entrepreneurship, you must cut corners. You are wasting your time. If you don't have character and integrity, it will catch up with you. And at the end of the day, you will not succeed. Another aspect is what I call personal and financial discipline. Most of us are not disciplined. We are not disciplined personally. We are not disciplined financially. If you are not disciplined, poverty will discipline you. So it's part of the rules of wealth. To be successful as an entrepreneur, you have to be disciplined. And I also mentioned that you must have a culture of savings and investment. So you don't eat with all your 10 fingers. You put things aside for the rainy day. You must discipline yourself to set aside 10, 15, 20% of your salary, no matter how small. If you cannot save when you are earning 100,000 naira a month, you will not save even if your salary is increased to 1 million naira a month. You will spend all you earn. And that is why some people, no matter how much they earn, they will continue to struggle financially, month in, month out, waiting for their salaries. Your salary alone cannot sustain you. It will make you poor forever. So when you set aside part of your salary and you invest it in other ventures, that gives you that momentum and you begin to build up on your wealth over your years while you are working, even if you are not an entrepreneur. And in my book, I also mentioned that to be successful, you must have passion for what you do. You must get a mentor, somebody to stand on his shoulder and so that you can see far ahead, who will teach you the rudiments of the business you are into. You can learn from him. You must choose a mentor and learn from that mentor. You must keep the right company. You must keep the company of the people who are in your own line of business so that you can learn a lot from them. Or people who have been successful, you must rub shoulder with them. You must become an apprentice to be a successful entrepreneur. You just don't jump into a business because somebody else is doing it. You must go and learn. People take entrepreneurship for granted. They just think it's something you put together, borrow money from your auntie, your brother. I want to start a business because I've just lost my job or I'm going into retirement. And then they just pump money there. If you don't have knowledge, that is why your university have these entrepreneurial studies. And I hope you are teaching your students some of the practical aspects of entrepreneurship. You require even a degree or a certificate to understand how to manage and run a business. So some of these are the foundational principles which I mentioned in my book. And most of us lack this principle because we are not committed to them or we don't understand them. We end up blaming other factors for the failures in our business. When I conducted a survey at the time I was writing my book, and I interviewed a lot of entrepreneurs, many of them are not successful, they are struggling. And they gave many reasons, particularly tight government regulation, double taxation, lack of power, market issues, environmental factors, which I understand and I appreciate. But I realized that when you dig deeper, most of them lack the fundamentals. And this is the second leg of the issues I raised in my book, fundamentals of entrepreneurship. If you don't have those fundamentals, you will struggle. Your business will struggle because they are the foundation in which a business must be built upon in order to stand firm and strong. And if that foundation is weak, the house may collapse. First of all, ask yourself, if you want to start a business or you're already in business, do you have a business plan? A business plan is your roadmap, is your compass. It spells out everything. And I don't mean cut and paste business plan. I mean those that are professionally done with your input in it. Anybody who runs a business who does not have a business plan is wasting his time. Because that business plan is also your budget. It's also your plan for next year. It shows you the way. It tells you how much capital you require to run your business. It tells you how many employees and the type of employees that you need. It tells you the markets you are coming into. Who are your competitors? What are your best pricing strategies? All these things people take for granted. They just jump into business and they do not pay enough attention to some of these issues. Some of them I raised in my book and I explain them very clearly. Many of us are operating unregistered business, either out of ignorance or in order to dodge paying taxes. Have you registered your business with the Corporate Affairs Commission, whether as a limited liability company or as a business enterprise? Luckily, the CAC 2020 has just been promulgated into law, which allows a person to start a business as a single shareholder. So you don't need too many people. The authorized share capital has also been merged with issue share capital. You can start a business with any amount of money that you have. But many of us run unregistered business. Do you have a business bank account? A lot of people operate their business with their personal bank account. This breeds indiscipline. They mix business funds with personal money. Do you keep financial records of your transactions? A lot of people don't do that. Are you aware that you are supposed to file annual returns every year in your business with the Federal Inland Revenue Services? Are you registered? Do you have a tax ID? It doesn't mean you must pay taxes. If your annual revenue is less than 20 million naira, you are exempt from paying taxes. A lot of people don't understand that. They just run away. They don't even bother to file returns at all. All the law requires is that you prepare a financial statement and you submit it to the tax authority, who will see it and know that your annual revenue is less than 20 million naira. You are tax exempt. But if you don't file returns, you don't have financial statements, you don't keep bank accounts, then when there are opportunities like all the stimulus packages being provided by government or your banks want to support you, you cannot take advantage of these opportunities because you lack some of these things. So many of us personalize our business, and some of us don't even have little or no experience or knowledge in the business in which we own and we run. In addition to the above, entrepreneurs must understand that for a business to thrive, there must be a quality product or service to sell. And there must be customers willing to buy this product or services at a price. So this factor is very important and germane, because if there are no sales, there is no cash. And if there is no cash, the business will not survive. So this and all these other factors are what enable successful entrepreneurs to create wealth. And I want to emphasize this for many of us who are entrepreneurs or who are running businesses. Before we start complaining about lack of inadequate capital, lack of power, double taxation, yeah, these are environmental issues that are being worked on, and they are beyond our own capacity to change overnight. But we must take care of issues that are germane to us, that are internal to us. And when we do that, when we do all these things, we have at least laid a solid foundation for ourselves. Now, let me return back to the ongoing stimulus package being implemented by the federal government through its various agencies, like my agency, SMEDAN, that is Small Medium Enterprise Development Agency of Nigeria, which I'm chairman, is the apex agency for small businesses in Nigeria, Bank of Industry, the Central Bank of Nigeria, and others. Let me focus on the one that is very recent and is ongoing for the benefit of some of us listening who may wish to benefit from them. Let me start with the 75 billion naira survival fund program, which is targeted at about 1.7 million beneficiaries as part of the Economic Sustainability Plan, which was put together by the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, and is being managed by SMEDAN and the Bank of Industry. There are 4 elements to this program, and they are designed to help small businesses and micro businesses to cushion the adverse economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. The 4th element is what is called the payroll support program. It's a conditional grant, which means that it's free money. It's not loan. And it's meant to support businesses in meeting their payroll obligation and protect jobs from the shock of COVID-19. Like I said earlier on, most businesses find it difficult to pay salaries. And if you fall into this category, you can tap into this program. You are entitled as a business to a maximum of 500,000 naira a month for 3 months, which is a maximum of 1.5 million naira. The program is ongoing as I'm speaking to you. It started in September and is ending this October. And it's going to run for 3 months. There is another one for micro businesses. These are very, very small businesses. The mama and papa shops, the one-man business. They are entitled to a 50,000 naira grant, free money. Again, to alleviate the impact of COVID-19. And then there's another one for artisans. These are drivers, electrician, bricklayer, and all that. They also make provision for them for a grant, a one-off grant of 30,000 naira. And we also have a business formalization support program. That is, for those of you who have not registered your business, this program will help you to register free of charge. You don't need to pay any money at all. All you need to do is go online and apply. And it will migrate you from an informal business to a formal business. And we also have what we call the guaranteed offtake for SMEs. This is for a program designed for companies who are producing certain products like PPE, sanitizers, liquid soap, face masks, disinfectants, gloves, pharmaceuticals from across the 36 states of Nigeria for a guaranteed offtake of their product. That is, whatever they produce during this period, government will buy them off them. So you don't even have to worry about markets. All these schemes are being implemented as I'm speaking to you. And the portal is opened for application. If you are interested, you need to first of all register your business with SMEDAN. It's 5 minutes registration process online, does not cost you a dime. You just go to www.smedanregister.ng. www.smedanregister.ng. Once you register your business, then you go online to another site, that is www.survivorfund.ng. survivorfund.ng. That is where you now apply for these programs. There is still room for you to go there. This is the month of October. It's closing any moment from now, and it's first come, first serve. It's only 75 billion naira for the entire nation, and Nigeria is big. I told you we have over 40 million MSMEs. So the money will not go around, but for those who apply first, and I can tell you, because it's managed by my agency, there is no man, no man. There is no office you will visit anybody. You don't even know who to call. Everything is done online. Put in your information, put in your application. The application is assessed by a committee without seeing you, without knowing you. And if you meet their requirements, you download all the information they ask you to download, you will be approved. So this and many other, which I don't have time to go through, these are many other programs of federal government stimulus packages are available. Let me quickly round up. by acknowledging the challenges we all face in navigating this difficult business terrain. However, your survival and your business future is in your hands. Much of these challenges could be overcome if you imbibe the right habits, you start with a solid foundation, and adopt the fundamentals of successful entrepreneurship. All this will position you to properly weather the storm that is caused by COVID-19 pandemic and prepare you adequately to face any other storm now or into the future. I thank you for listening, and I'm willing to answer questions and comments. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Otumba. Thank you so much, sir. We really appreciate your time here. We appreciate the time you have spent with us this morning, sir. We sincerely appreciate you. We can see you online. You are with us online. But we believe if we call you next year, when we'll be meeting face to face, I'm sure, sir, that you will honor our invitation and you'll be here in our campus.
Thank you, I will.
Yes, thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate that. There's so many. Please send in your questions now. I'll send a chat. Send in your questions at chat for Otumba to answer your question. But sir, while we wait for one or two questions, sir, can I just engage you in one or two things, sir?
Please.
Now, you know, this is a university, and
Yes.
then we deal with students.
Yes.
Now, if I will ask you, sir, during your presentation, you talk about passion. And then this has been the point of discussion yesterday. So it cut across the entire speakers yesterday, and you are also mentioning the same thing this morning. So virtually all our speakers yesterday, they talk about there must be a passion. And then you mentioned it this morning, for you to go into, to be an entrepreneur or successful one, you must have passion for whatever you want to do. Now, sir, what do you say to students? I think some of them are online with us this morning. What do you say to students? Because I remember I've had a encounter with one or two, and then you see them, they say, no, this is not my passion. I remember a student who was almost graduating but not doing well academically, and then I have to engage him, and it's like, I don't have passion for that course. My passion is in music. And then I said, your passion is in music at this level. And then they are not performing very well academically. And then some of them, there is another one who told me my passion is to be DJ. So, and then my passion is not here. I know some of them are here online with us this morning, sir. So how will you match, or how will you present, is there any disconnect between passion for something or for entrepreneur and academics?
Thank you very much. First of all, let me say that students are my favorite group. I would love to have an opportunity to address your students.
And we will give you the opportunity, sir.
I will do it for you free of charge.
Thank you, sir.
I will be able to listen to them and answer their question. But let me answer your question. There's a difference between passion for something and passion for business. Okay? You can be a medical doctor and you have passion for medicine. You are a very good medical doctor, but you may turn out to be a terrible businessman. That even if you open your clinic, it will just collapse. You can be a professor and you have passion for consultancy, but you may not be able to manage a consultancy outfit because your passion is for professorship or professorial. So there's a difference between having passion for music, having passion for whatever, and being able to turn that passion into a business opportunity. That is the missing link. So it's just a waste of time to say, I don't want to study because I have passion for music. You will end up in penury. You will destroy your life. Education gives you that basic foundation of knowledge. And it allows you, while you are in university, to explore. You don't know at this point, you may not know where your passion lies. you have opportunity to explore different areas. By the time you are graduating and you are searching for job, that's when you are settling into a line. Although there are some people, let me mention a good example. There's a company called Jobaman. Jobaman was created, and it's a multi-billion naira company, a Nigerian company, was created by 3 undergraduates at the University of Ife while they were on campus. They were just discussing how are we going to find job when we leave school. And one of them said, do you even know that there is not even a platform where you can go and search for job? And that's how the idea of Jobaman came to them. And they started building the platform while they were in the university. So they found their passion, and they were already converting that passion into business opportunity. So to answer your question, passion for something is slightly different from having passion for a business, where you convert what you have passion for into a viable business enterprise.
Thank you so much, Otumba. Thank you, sir. I have to read some questions now, streaming in to Asha. I will go through them and read some of them to you. Those as far as time will allow us. That will permit me to go through one or two at once. Okay, sir. So my first question there, this person is asking that he or she wants to know if it is possible to sustain a business that does not start with a plan.
I've just said that if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. You can't. It's like groping in the dark or driving without the windscreen. Driving covering your windscreen. You can't see forward. That is what a plan does. But let me explain something. Why people run away from plans is because they feel that anybody who they approach to prepare the plan for them will charge them a lot of money and they can't afford it. That's one of the reasons why. But we've made that a lot easier now. If you approach Smedan, we prepare plan for prospective entrepreneurs. Bank of Industry also help you to prepare your plan. And there are consultants who are not very expensive you can approach, but you have to sit and work with them. So it's very difficult to start and run a business without a plan. Certainly you need a plan.
So there is another question there, sir, I got from a senior colleague. He's asking that I will give you the two together, sir, so that you can answer. One is asking, what business model can you recommend for a university system to generate funds? Secondly, there's another question asking that how possible is it for somebody to combine teaching with entrepreneurship?
To combine what?
Teaching.
Teaching. Oh, okay.
As a university teacher.
Okay.
So
all right. Okay. Let me answer the second one first.
Yeah.
Teaching is a profession. Okay.
Right.
You cannot combine it with entrepreneurship. You cannot. A lot of people make the mistake while they are working on campus, they set up business on the side. That business will collapse. The people you put there will kill it because you don't give it full attention. You have to decide, do I want to be a professional teacher or do I want to be an entrepreneur? Don't forget what I said earlier on. You can become wealthy by teaching. Hear me out. You can. It's not, entrepreneurship is not the only path to wealth creation. If you want to become wealthy by teaching, you have to learn a lot about investing, which is contained in my book. That is your path to wealth creation. Do you understand? You have to learn a lot about investing, and within that teaching modicum, you can do consultancy, you can write books, you can write articles and journals, you can be on lecture circuit, you can be invited as guest speakers. It's still part of your profession. Do you understand? But every income you earn from all these areas, you plow some of them back into investments. And that investment starts to grow. You cannot believe it, how fast your investment can grow in a period of 10 years. Some of you have spent 30-something years in university and you have eaten every income you have earned. You have spent it on family, on yourself, on friends, on survivor. You don't have a single saving. That is not the right path to go. So that's the first question, the answer to the first question. The second answer is very interesting. I studied in the United States of America. And I remember my university was University of Wisconsin. And I remember that my university, apart from education, run a number of enterprises, which they use to supplement the income the university generates from tuition. And those enterprises service the university and the university community. And surprisingly, when you come here to Nigeria, most universities just rely on either government subvention or tuition from students to survive. A university must create a segment of it, which is for business enterprise. I know University of Lagos has Unilag Consults. University of Ibadan also has University of Ibadan consultancy services. You understand what I'm saying? So there's no problem for Mountain Top University to set up one, invest in it. You have to do your feasibility study and decide what venture that you want to go into. It could be one that is supporting the university environment, or it could be one that is supporting the community where you are in. Do you understand? And it can also be a source of training entrepreneurs within your university system. So that many of them who are watching the university run a venture successfully will learn from it. And you are training managers, you are training people, you are developing the economy, the environment where you operate, and you are empowering the people within that environment. So there are a lot of benefits to it, a lot. At the same time, you are plowing back some of because the most important thing to do is to do a feasibility study and determine the business venture you want to go into. It will be tragic if the university go into a business venture, lose a lot of money, and the business collapses. So a lot of thinking has to go into it. And then you have to engage people from outside who will run this venture, pari passu with the university system.
Thank you so much, Otumba. We appreciate your time, sir. And of course, I'm glad to tell you that MTU here, we are what we call global venture. So assuming you are with us physically, probably you will have gone with our wonderful bread. Maybe we are giving you some loaves for your family, our water, and other things like that that we are engaging with. We are into global venture. And that's why I said, sir, that we will make a day with you, that I'm sure you will be with us physically here. And it's going to be wonderful together, sir.
No problem.
So we have farm. We also have our farm where we sell our fishes, and then we can give you some for pepper soup and stuff. We are waiting for you to be here, October, and I'm promising you that we are going to give you a great deal. So, sir, there is another question here, which I have just while we are rounding off this session. One of our students is asking, I think 200 level. One of our students. In 200 level is asking that, is it possible to access some of the funds that you presented here for business as a student in 200 level? That's one, sir. Second question is also coming from one of our staff members. He's asking that, how will you allay Nigerian youth, how will you allay their fear that they have faced? If you have to look at the peculiarity of the business environment that we have in Nigeria.
Okay, the first question, if the students, I can't imagine how the person is a student and is running a business at the same time. Okay. That would be a conflict because he won't be able to focus on his studies. So he should first of all forget about accessing funds, concentrate on his studies, and use this period to learn a lot about his environment and understand what he wants to do after university. If he wants to be an entrepreneur, this is the time for him to learn. That's why I said I would love to have a session with them so that I can start them well. You know, we didn't have that opportunity when we were growing up, and a lot of people didn't have it. But if they do, they will avoid the mistakes that some of us made, and they can go right into pursuing their dreams, and I'm sure they will succeed. So that is That is one. The other question is very, very interesting. As you are aware, we have a protest by young people called NSAS going on now. Yeah, actually, though they are protesting against police brutality, but it's much deeper than that. I work with a lot of young people, and I know their frustrations. I also have 4 children. They are all boys, and they are young, and I talk to them. So I'm very familiar with what they go through. Unfortunately, the country has not lived up to expectation in the last 60 years of independence. We ought not to be where we are today. And that is why there is so much frustration and anger. Because, see, our population is growing at a rate of over 2.5% per annum. And our economy is not even growing at all. In fact, as I'm speaking to you now, we are negative. And so if the GDP is not growing as fast or faster than the rate of growth of population, then there will be poverty. A lot of people are entering the labor market every year. There is no new job to absorb them. Manufacturing sector has collapsed. Income level is low. Interest rate is high. Capital formation is very low. So there's so many factors militating against even starting a business by anybody. So you can imagine the frustration of young people. I remember when I finished my NYSC, that was in 1981, 3 jobs were waiting for me. I had to choose. Central Bank, they were chasing me all over the place that I should come and take a job after interviewing me. And then I had to choose between that and National Assembly in Lagos here and being a lecturer in the university where I served. But you don't have such opportunities anymore. You know, and even when the jobs are available, thousands of people are waiting to apply for these jobs. So the problems are multifaceted. And that is why if you are a young person, in the midst of all these problems, if you have the knowledge and the understanding to chart your way forward, and this is what I'm advising, if you take a copy of my book and read it, you will see that if you have the knowledge at this young age, you will break through. You will break through. In the midst of all this suffering, there are young people who are going into businesses and they are making waves. They are breaking the glass ceiling. The technology platform is available for you. There are so many opportunities. In fact, in the midst of hardship, that's when opportunities open up. But it's only when you open your eyes. You can only create your luck. Luck will not meet you in the house. So knowledge combined with understanding and exposure will create that opportunity for you. So my appeal to young people is that they should not be disillusioned. They should not be discouraged. The opportunities are there. Yes, the obstacles are enormous. But if they have the knowledge and they know how to chart their way forward, they will overcome these obstacles.
Thank you so much, Otumba. Thank you so much, sir. You know, this discussion, sir, go on and on
Yes,
and on like that. I know, sir. And I know you have promised us that you would like to stay with us today. And I'm sure that the management will be glad, and especially the organizer of this conference will be very glad to have you having time, especially with our final year students who are about to go to the labor market and see which they don't know what is waiting for them there. And I'm sure it will be a wonderful time together, I'm very sure. And then we'll be glad to have you here when COVID is over. Thank you so much, Otumba. We appreciate your time with us, sir. I know you are a very busy man, but for you to make it with all this money, we appreciate, sir.
I will send the books to Dr. Mrs. Paterigbe so that she can get them to the university. And should, in case you want more copies, I will send out the information too. Is that okay?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. It's very, very much okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So, Otumba, they placed this on my table here, and I was told that it is for you. So, okay. I just want to take your permission. Maybe I can open it and let you have a drink of what is inside.
Yes.
Can I open it, sir? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So, sir, this is what is inside.
Oh, great.
Okay, and then I will read what is on it. Mountain Top University Center for Entrepreneurship Development and General Studies, Second International Conference on Entrepreneurship, MTUIC 2020, Appreciation Award, presented to Otumba Femi Pedro, Chairman Smeda, in recognition of your contributions towards the success of the second International Conference on Entrepreneurship, MTUIC 2020, as a keynote speaker. So this is for you, sir. Expect it in your office, and I'm sure MC will get this across to you. They will place it on your table. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us this morning. We sincerely appreciate you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
So, let me just.
So I just want to say thank you also for coming. God bless you, sir. This is Dr. Pat Erigbe.
Okay. Finally see your face.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. We'll come to your office and present your gift to you, sir. God bless you.
I should thank you too, because you are very persistent. And thank you very much for continuously reminding me about this program and encouraging me. I appreciate you. Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
All right.
God bless you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so without wasting much time, we go to the next keynote speaker. We have online already Professor Mrs. Ayotola Aremu of the Department of Science, Education and Technology, Department of Science Education, yes, and Technology Education, University of Ibadan. I will call on Dr. Ajele, Promise Ajele, of the Department of Languages for the citation of Professor Aremu. Dr. Ajele, you have the floor, please. Okay, let me unmute you. Okay. Okay, you can unmute yourself, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, clear. I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. This is a citation for Professor Ayotola Aremu. Ayotola Aremu is a professor of educational technology of the University of Ibadan, Nigeria, where she's been teaching for 2 decades. She has a BSc in electrical and electronics engineering from the University of Ife, now Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, Nigeria. Her master's in education and PhD degrees in educational technology are from the University of Ibadan too. In addition, she has a diploma in higher education through the prestigious Marshall program in Israel. Professor Aremu has certificates in the following areas. 1, total project management in Nigeria, development of university-based entrepreneurship centers from A.D. King Foundation with Kennesaw State University, United States of America. 3, facilitating online from University of Cape Town, South Africa. 4, making teacher education relevant in the 21st century from TESA, the Open University of Footed Land. 5, social enterprise, growing a sustainable business from Middlesex University Business School and Gender Center for Social Innovation and Entrepreneurship and Living in Minka. She has researched extensively in innovative strategies, tools and technologies such as games and digital stories that could enhance teaching and learning, and in particular, that of mathematics, especially at the foundation level of education. Her other areas of research interest are the use of technology-based strategies for teaching and learning at the higher level of education, and empowering female and kid entrepreneurs. She has published locally and internationally in these areas of research. To her credit, she has developed learning packages in mathematics, such as games and digital storytelling packages. Along with other colleagues and students, she has developed games, video packages, digital learning modules, all at various levels of education. She's been involved in innovative projects researches, and interventions to demystify the learning science and mathematics for girls, as well as technology integration in learning at higher level of education. She was a project group leader for the Partnership in Higher Education for Africa, Education Technology Initiative in 7 universities in Africa, which was funded by a consortium of development agencies and implemented by South African Institute for Distant Education. She led a team of academics to develop digital content for their courses using the model platform. Professor Ayotola Aremu was also the program manager for the UI Step B project funded by World Bank. The latter was an initiative to strengthen science and technology teaching, interventions, and researches in post-basic education in Nigeria. Through this project, she coordinated the following: 1, science camp for girls, and 2, digital authoring of learning content by selected female academic members in the university. She has been a facilitator for the entrepreneurship education and awareness training workshops in the university for about 15 solid years. She recently completed her tenure as the director, Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation, University of Ibadan. She was engaged in developing support systems for entrepreneurship education and development, intellectual property protection, supervision of entrepreneurship researches, and the enhancement of employability skills of students within the University of Ibadan. Under her watch, the university was able to register 18 patents of university researchers, support students in local and international business plan competitions, as well as development of business enterprises and innovation solutions to social problems. Currently, she is engaged in facilitating online pedagogy and technology skills amongst lecturers at the University of Ibadan. Out of the academic world, her hobbies are reading Christian fiction, playing online games, and doing other charitable activities. She has also written books to inspire women in their walk with God. She is married to Venerable Engineer Kehinde Aremu and blessed with 3 great daughters and a son. She has a graceful granddaughter and many other children that she has mentored. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome the amiable, delectable, beautiful, erudite Professor Mrs. Ayotola Aremu. Prof, you're welcome, ma'am.
Prof, you have the floor, ma. Let me try to unmute you, ma. You can unmute yourself now, ma.
Okay.
Yes, you are welcome, ma. You have 25 minutes for your presentation, ma.
Okay. Okay, thank you so very much for this opportunity. And I want to stand on existing protocol because of time. Well, that as may be, I want to appreciate the university for inviting me for such a presentation at this critical time in the history of the world. I acknowledge Dr. Pat, who was also with us in the University of Ibadan when we had a workshop for entrepreneurial leaders in academics. So let me go straight to my presentation. I'll be sharing my screen. I hope you have been enabled to do that. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, ma, you are, ma.
Okay, thank you very much. And this presentation I titled Educational Technology, a Route to Enterprise Development and Innovation in the COVID-19 Era. And just before I start, I want to really commend Otumba Femi Pedro for that presentation, which was so stimulating and interesting. Thank you so much. And I have also learned a lot and about what to do. And definitely I'll be visiting the website to get the book. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And I thank Mountaintop University for bringing such a person to really bless us. So what is this all about? We are in an era that has been unprecedented. I actually put in quite a number of notes here, just in case internet goes off and you can't hear me speak. I'm sure you still have this somehow because I'm using two devices. Okay, so in this particular period that we're in, a lot has happened. It came so unprecedented, so it was not predicted, although maybe some people predicted it, but we were not prepared for it. And the uncertainties that it brought initially stalled all activities. But after some time, people started adjusting and trying to find solutions and all that. And because of this, we had various kinds of innovations and creativity, especially in the educational sector. So I am focusing my attention on the educational sector. Different learning systems and processes evolved and were immediately implemented. It is certainty there is a new normal, especially in the educational sector. Let me illustrate with two scenarios that happened during the lockdown. And the first one is about my granddaughter. Her name is Grace, and she was about to turn 2 when the pandemic started. Her parents had decided she'll be going to creche at least 2 times in a week before she turns 3. Actually, that was what I advised. And but then the lockdown came and they had to work from home, and they couldn't imagine what they would do with this gracious girl. So they had to start scheduling time at home and also taking time to work with her. Armed with a lot of resources, both online and offline, they started her on alphabets and numbers. In a matter of 3 months, she was reciting the numbers, alphabets, identifying some of them, identify colors, animal sounds, and the parents never knew they could have achieved such a feat. And it was all during playtime. The question now is, does she need to go to school till she's 3? Welcome to the new normal. The second one is about one of the private schools that started using digital platforms during the pandemic after some time when we started adjusting. So there was a PTA meeting, and then the proprietor was saying that they have learned a lot of things from the digital platforms that they are using. And when the lockdown is fully over, they were going to stop all the after school lessons, what we call school lessons, that after school, the students will still stay there to do lessons. And he said, from what they have learned, because they use the Telegram app, they were using Telegram bot to do quizzes, and they were sending videos to the students, short videos. They were annotating their assignments, marking them online, and they were also creating time for specific teachers around 6 to 7 p.m. every day to interact with the students. The students send voice notes to them. The teachers respond for areas of their difficulties. So the proprietor said, come post-COVID, we're going another route for lessons. There won't be any lessons. Students will go home, have the necessary rest. The teachers also would be able to have their necessary rest. But between 6 and 7 p.m., the students can also get in touch with their teachers again, and they'll be able to clarify the various things that were problematic during the day. So I say, welcome to the new normal. We'll still talk about these two scenarios later. There are many these kinds of scenarios that occurred during the pandemic with great implications for enterprise development.
Hello, man, can you hear us? Hello, man. Please bear with us. I think he's having a network challenge. It's one of the new norms. Are you back, Professor Ma? Hello, ma. Yeah. Oh, she's back. She's back. Try to unmute yourself, ma'am. We cannot hear you yet. Try to unmute yourself. There we go. Ma, you can unmute now, ma. Okay, ma.
Thank you. I was muted and I couldn't do that on this end.
Oh, sorry, ma.
I was trying to send the message.
Okay, ma.
So I was talking about the new normal, and I was saying that for effectiveness and sustainability of any of the enterprises that we're talking about, we must understand what educational technology is all about. And that's the first thing I'll do here. Educational technology is a discipline that is concerned with identifying problems in education systems and designing solutions to them in a systemic manner. You'll see a diagram there that has a laptop with a book at the back, and it seems as if you are loading the book inside the laptop. That is not educational technology. Incidentally, that's what many people feel. You stand before a video camera, record yourself teaching, and then you post it and say, students, listen. That happens not to be educational technology. So if we're talking about sustainable enterprises, we should understand what educational technology is about. And I have this definition by the Association for Educational Communications and Technology. And they say that they define it as the study and ethical practice of facilitating learning and improving performance by creating, using, and managing appropriate technology resources, processes, and resources. So what are the key terms there? Facilitate learning, improve performance, creating and or using and managing that phrase, then technology processes and resources. Okay, so when we talk about these key terms, what do they actually mean? When we talk about facilitating learning, the main goal of educational technology is to enable and enhance learning, and meaningful facilitation leads to effective learning. Well, you know, we are now talking about facilitation and not teaching. Learning is used here deliberately because the learner is being enabled to understand, apply, and use the knowledge acquired in different situations. The learner experiencing a change of attitude that will positively impact his or her life and environment, and the learner developing skills that enable her to be productive in the society. So when we're talking about facilitating learning, we're talking about enabling the learning environment in such a way that the learner can learn. In ET, in educational technology, specialists look at the various enabling factors, facilities, and processes that could enhance the nature of learning and plan a learning experience that will bring this to pass. It portends that learners should be understood. Learning content should be analyzed before any meaningful learning could occur. So and when we talk about improved performance, we're not just talking about cognition, that learners, you know, should be able to regurgitate what you have given unto them. That will not lead to the kind of graduates that we're expecting in this century. So when we talk about improving performance, we're actually talking about the cognitive that deals with the knowledge, the affective that deals with attitude, and with psychomotor that deals with skills. And in this 21st century, we're also talking about skills such as learning skills, literacy skills, and life skills. And what are these skills? Critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, communication, media literacy, technology literacy, lifelong skills such as flexibility, leadership, initiative, productivity, and social skills. The emphasis of educational technology on improving learning also implies that the process of assessment is incorporated into the learning experience. Now we're designing experiences, what we call experiences, tasks and activities that are
Prof, we can't hear you now. No, not at all. Hello, Prof, you're off now. Please, let's exercise little patience while Prof joins us. So you are back, ma. Okay, so you can unmute yourself now.
Okay, thank you.
Oh,
That's
you are welcome.
normal.
So you can share your screen again. Okay, it's coming up. There we are.
Okay, there
Thank
we
you,
are.
ma.
So I was talking about creating and using, and then managing the resources. And then the one that I really want to talk on is the technology, process, and resources. Because when people look at educational technology, they're just thinking about the resources. They are thinking about the learning management systems. They are thinking about the videos. They are thinking about the game packages. But it is more of the technology processes. And what's the technology processes that we are talking about now? If we equate it to a building, you want to make a building, or you want to develop products, engineering products in a factory, you want to manufacture, there are many things that you need, but you will start with a conceptual plan. And the same thing we do when we're designing learning. You start with a conceptual plan, and the conceptual plan is based on your clients. What do the clients want? What do they need? What will be useful for them? What are our products in the university? They are going into the industry. What are the skills that they need? What is the knowledge that they need? We just don't pick in our head and feel that, okay, this is what they should do, and this is what we're giving them. Then you draw a blueprint. Like if you're manufacturing a car, there must be a blueprint. And the same thing with our learning systems. There is a template for designing learning. And I'm not talking about lesson plans now. I'm talking about a design template where everything you feel that is necessary for a student to have acquired in terms of skills and knowledge is put there. Then you have a prototype, and the prototype could be physical or digital model, and you have a test of your prototype. And it's after you have tested the prototype that you can deploy it after you have corrected what you have found out. And you can couple together, build, do quality measures, and so on. So all these processes are applied in learning, and that is what educational technology is about. And what we have seen is that when these things are done, definitely learning will be effective. So any solutions that we are profiling, even during this COVID-19 era, it's very important that we go through some processes of defining what the problems are and of planning. And that is what I try to, the implications that I brought out. Learning is not incidental. Learning is designed to fit. Who are your clients? Are you going?
Hello, Prof. I think the internet has cut you off again now. Please let's just exercise patience to join us shortly. Okay, ma, let me ask you to unmute. Okay, you can unmute yourself, ma.
Okay, we'll get through this somehow.
Yes.
And that's
I
the
think it's
solution.
internet, ma.
Okay, yeah, it is.
Yes.
So one of the tools that we can use to be able to do the planning that I'm talking about is what we call the ADDIE model. And ADDIE just means A, analysis, D, design, the second D, development, the I, there is implementation, and E is evaluation. But the area I want to emphasize on is the analysis. identifying the problem and the learning requirement. Before you run online and begin to deploy technology solutions, you need to do some analysis. Identify the problem, conduct learning needs analysis, and finalize learning requirement. Some of the things that you'll be needing are, who is actually your learner? What can they do? What have they been able to do? What do they know? You just don't jump in and design something because you have technology skills. That's where the pedagogy skills come in. The analysis is very, very important for you to be able to design the, so in the earlier stated scenarios, you remember I talked about my granddaughter and the school, the other school, making any decisions on what happened during the COVID period, which is just based on anecdotal evidence. Like for Grace, that she learned her numbers and alphabets, she can imitate animal sounds and name colors. That does not necessarily transform to developing a homeschooling solution, because somebody may want to say, okay, let's get going. We can do some homeschooling solutions now for preschool children. And also in the other example of the proprietor who seems to have found a solution to the after-school lessons, he may be surprised that situations after the pandemic does not necessarily support the use of digital platforms for his students after school hours. The only way by which these ideas could be turned into a viable product or service that is sustainable is to critically engage in the phase of analysis. So another tool that I want to present, which is something that we try to teach our students, and we try to engage entrepreneurs that we are training, is what we call design thinking. Design thinking. Ever before you get to the stage of business plan, you have to do design thinking. Otumba Pedro was talking about having our plan and all the other things that we need and getting our customers and so on. But ever before you go there, we need the skill of design thinking for our budding entrepreneurs. And there are 5 steps there. We have empathize, define, ideate, prototype, and test. And when we talk of empathize, we say get into the problem yourself. Interview the people, get to the root of the problems that you think that they have, and you will see that that may not be actually the problem that they have. It may lead you to other problems. We can learn about this process through various learning courses, even online. So then you define the problem before you now ideate a solution. So you don't start with ideating. You start with empathizing, get into the society, into the environment. Is it about teenagers online? Get into their midst and find out, this thing that I have identified, is it actually a problem? And we talk about problem worth solving. If you have a problem that is worth solving, you will have customers that will buy into it. But as yet, what we have now, there are solutions that people are not buying, especially digital content that they are not buying. But because we feel that, oh, this is great, this is fantastic, let us push it into the society, this COVID era and so on. But that may not suffice for sustainability. So that's another tool that can be used. So what are the implications as I round off now? The implication of all this, especially in the educational space, is that for sustainable educational enterprises and educational technology solutions, a thorough analysis of issues that leads to a deeper understanding of the challenge must be the basis for defining the problem to which a solution is sought. The fact of the matter is that there are myriads of issues in the educational space that has been thrown up due to COVID-19 and for which solutions will be needed. Let us examine some. I particularly made a list of the various issues that we can think on, we can go empathize with and develop entrepreneurship solutions in the educational space because of this COVID-19 era. And that is what we will look at quickly is just a list. What are the students' issues that was thrown up during this COVID-19 pandemic era? We started seeing that students at all levels, they spend time at home and indoors. They have limited interactions. They interact with family that they have not been interacting with before. Learning opportunities became scarce. Children's nutrition was affected because parents lacked the means for proper nutrition. For those with means, obesity increased because there was no means of exercise. Children's imagination grew in different directions that cannot be imagined in our wildest level of imagination. Students preparing for exams became disillusioned because they had waited too long. The morale started dropping. Little children get so used to their parents, the independence they need for learning would have to be relearned. And each of these issues that I have raised could be points that we could brainstorm on and begin to find solutions in the educational space for. These are student issues. We have parent issues, we have technology issues. Parents were anxious about their children's learning. Parents were clueless about how to support their children's learning. And for those who could afford it, technology gadgets became their companion. Parents began discovering who their children really are. Suddenly, if you were not versed with online technology, you were cut off from the whole world. This is especially true for the elderly. And all these issues, they create opportunities for us to develop educational enterprises or solutions in the educational space. What of the technology issues? Technology became a gateway to many vices for bored students at home. Technology also became a tool for teaching, not necessarily learning, for schools who could afford it. Every sort of platform was used for disseminating any type of course content. Digital tools for interaction started gaining prominence. Videos became a very key feature for teaching and disseminating information. From the use of low-end technology to high-end technology, content developers were pushing out content. Networks were crashing and rising. Various attractive bundles were pushed out. And I say again that all this gives us opportunities for doing, using the tool of design thinking to come up with solutions that can help the society. What are the teachers' issues? Teachers and caregivers were placed on half salary or no salary. Many teachers were not prepared and skilled to use technology. Many teachers were not motivated to teach online. Many teachers had no clue about how to develop learning resources or deploy such online. They could not transfer their face-to-face pedagogy skills to remote settings. And training on delivery in every shade and design became the order of the day, whether it was effective or not, whether people took it up or not. What of content issues? The most disturbing one is that all sorts of unverifiable educational content started flying on the internet. And of course, new words and phrases came into use: remote learning, asymptomatic, contact tracing, quarantine, vaccines, social distancing, and all that. And all these are things that we can leverage on to develop educational technology solutions. Also, we have psychological and health issues. Fear gripped many hearts for themselves and their family because of the death toll as a result of pandemic. The news on the pandemic was viral, so it was creating fear. There was increase in mental distress associated with uncertainties and isolation during the pandemic. And of course, there are so many webinars on health and how to boost immunity. And, so what? The list will continue. However, the focus in this paper is not the challenges, but that each of these, if well exploited, could lead to educational technology solutions. These, however, must be carried out in a systematic manner, which is characteristic of both entrepreneurship development and educational technology solutions. Many other issues would arise as we go on in this year. Hopefully, we'll have things cleared soon. So what have I been saying? This paper is premised on the fact that educational technology, when properly applied, could lead to entrepreneurial opportunities in the educational space. An explanation of what educational technology involved was presented, and implications for developing educational solutions was articulated. The summary is that learning, which is the main goal in the educational space, had to be planned. And what we mean by planned is designed and developed as if we're developing a car in a manufacturing company, or we're building a house for effectiveness to happen and for sustainability to occur. The paper presents two tools, the ADDIE model and the design thinking tools, as tools to be explored and interrogated to achieve learning, which is the requisite for sustainable educational technology solutions and enterprises. So as I conclude, I ask some questions. Are we out of the pandemic? Will there be another round? Are we safe? Can we return to the way things are? Are those times gone forever? Can we explore the solutions that came up during the pandemic? Will they work in a non-pandemic or post-pandemic situation? Could there be situations of lockdown in future? Maybe not because of a pandemic, but other life-threatening issues like climate disasters. And do we need to prepare for such? The truth is that situations have changed and many possibilities have emerged that could be explored and exploited for entrepreneurial development. With the possibilities of such situations arising, this paper has provided routes to sustainable enterprise solutions applicable in the educational space. And I say that if principles of educational technology and design thinking as presented could be explored, then there will be better performance in the learning in the classrooms, whether we return to face-to-face fully or we are still doing remote learning. Using these principles would ensure that there is learning occurs, effective learning occurs. So as I round up, I bring up this scripture that says, but there is a spirit in man, and the breath of the Almighty gives him understanding. And to me, that is a key thing. All the issues that are thrown up, that came up during pandemic, that's not the only thing. There are so many much more. This is a faith-based institution, and I believe that there is the Spirit of God in us, and the breath of the Almighty can give us ideas and solutions that we can turn into enterprises. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you, ma. Thank you, ma. Thank you, ma. We sincerely appreciate your time. Thank you, ma, for taking us through this. Thank you, ma. Ma, while we wait for people to send in, can we just reduce the volume there, please? So while we wait for questions, ma, for people to send in their questions through chat. Prof, that's something you said, ma. If I were engaging in just a little time that we have before us, ma. There's no doubt about it. As a country, the pandemic has really challenged our educational technology system. If I'm right, ma. It has really challenged how prepared we are as a country, how effective we are in exploring technology for teaching. If I will put it in my own understanding that way. But ma, what will you say? And then you mentioned that educational technology will prepare students for the world outside the campus. And in fact, it can lead to entrepreneurs within the educational system. So, ma, what will you say in a system whereby students are not exposed to this technology? They don't know, like I said, the pandemic has really challenged our educational technology system. So what will you say to students that are not exposed to this technology? Because I know, I remember there was one time, without any offense, when ATU came up and said that the government institutions are not prepared, that they don't have the platform to engage with students. So, if we go through that, I know almost all of us, some of us, if not all, we are products of the government institution. So, what would be your advice to such students now?
Okay, thank you very much. The issues that you raised has to do with access to technology and educational technology skills. And just as you have said, this pandemic has shown us indeed that we are not prepared as a nation. But that as it may be, we have seen that we are not prepared. What then do we do is the issue. Am I?
I'm with you, ma. I'm with you, ma.
Okay. So what do we do is the main issue. As you are talking about students, about data, even with staff, all these things are quite expensive. And that is where we need what we call these design thinking tools. Even students can sit down and begin to brainstorm ideas. How do we engage network providers? How can they support the educational system? Let's say the government is not doing half or 1/4 of what they need to do. What technology solutions can we develop? I want to tell us that almost every of our students, whether in public or private institutions, they have a phone that they use for videos, whether they can't use it for any other thing or what, but they use it for videos, they use it for taking photographs. That's what we call the very low-end technology. If that is what we have, we can still use that. And during the pandemic, it actually happened. I assisted a school, and right inside my house, I was getting one of my wards at home to record me doing their lessons. And what I had was cardboard on the board. And I was applying some pedagogical principles to be able to deliver it effectively. That is only what I needed. It was just upload video, download video, take photograph of the page in their textbook that they need to work on. They also take the photograph. So we need to keep thinking about what solutions could we have. During this pandemic also, there was the issue of parents are not, skilled in helping their students, especially secondary and primary school students. They were clueless about it. And that threw up something that was very great. And some of them said, okay, we don't even have data. That's the issue. And after some time, in some places where recession was, the lockdown was being relieved a little bit, they were going to work and the children were at home. So many issues. But then we began to brainstorm, okay, what do we do? For those who don't have data, when the recession was going down, in a learning environment of the school of their children, if we could provide some form of internet access, even the lowest one the videos they were using, they were being prepared with the simplest kind of technology and the lowest kind of megabytes or whatever, so that they don't have to spend so much. So as the problems were coming, solutions, we were thinking of solutions. And that is a key thing we need to do with our students. They must become lifelong learners that keep learning. You go online, you search, you really want to know how have people resolved these issues. And if it is even in rural settings, that it is only paper and pencil and radio that they have, we can deploy so many things. But we shouldn't throw up our hands and say, oh, we don't have this, we don't have that. Yeah. So, and unless we have what the developed world has, then we won't go on. Of course, we'll be so much far back behind by the time we get ourselves together. So the issue about access, we keep talking about putting pressure on government to provide these facilities. But as we are putting the pressure on them, we are also seeking low-end technology solutions that can help our students.
Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you so much, ma. I quite agree with you, ma, that the pandemic has put us in a situation whereby we have no option. We just have to embark on the journey. And I know it's the beginning of a journey to technological advancement in our educational system. Yes. And I know with time, we'll get there as a country. But I know the discussion has started. I will know on and on and on, we'll get there. With people like you still pushing, and then we know we'll get there, ma. Thank you so much for your time, ma. We sincerely appreciate you out of your busy schedule, creating time for us. Thank you, ma. Thank you, ma. So they played this on my table here, ma, and then I was told it is for you. So I will take your permission to open it so that you can have a glimpse of what is inside. Do you have your permission, ma?
are very well permitted.
Okay, okay, ma. So this is what I have inside this, ma.
Okay.
And then here, Mountaintop University Center for Entrepreneurship Development and General Studies, Second International Conference on Entrepreneurship, MTUIC 2020 Appreciation Award, presented to Professor Mrs. Ayotola Remo, Department of Sciences and Technology Education, University of Ibadan, Oyo State, a recognition of your contributions towards the success of the Second International Conference on Entrepreneurship, MTUIC 2020, as a keynote speaker. So, ma, we'll get this across to you at the University of Ibadan. We'll place it on your table. Thank you so much for making a deal with us, ma. We sincerely appreciate you. Thank you for being here, ma. Thank you, ma.
I will send the link to my PowerPoint slides on Microsoft Drive, so anybody can access the slides there.
We will appreciate that, ma.
Okay.
Thank you so much, bro. Thank you.
Without wasting much time, we go to the next.
Okay, so without wasting much time, we go to the next. Our next guest speaker is Otumba Cheni Adetu. I think I'm right. Otumba Cheni Adetu, founder of Algorithm Media Limited. I'll call on Dr. Mrs. Mbaka of the Department of Mass Communication for the citation of our second guest speaker. Dr. Mbaka, please.
My pleasure to read the citation.
Okay, I can't hear you. Okay, go on.
Okay. The former managing director of Guinness Nigeria PLC has about 35 years of private experience, Ghana as the highest summary in the whole PLC, Coca-Cola International, and Diego Guinness PLC in various countries within and outside of Ghana. Before the PLC behind and master in business administration, specialization in marketing, both from the University of Leeds. He has served on the board of various at the time. Based in Kenya, during which time he was being runner to lead that company. In the course of his career, Adetu has had working teams and leadership programs in Hungary, the UK, and the USA, among others. Adetu is the founder and chairman group CEO of Ogilvy Nigeria Limited and Algorithm Media Limited, two leading marketing communications companies in Nigeria, affiliated to WPP, which is the world's largest advertising and media agency network. He is a leadership coach and he facilitates on the Chief Executive Program at the Lagos Business School. Adetu is a former independent non-executive director on the board of Fidelity Bank PLC, and he's currently a non-executive director at APT Pensions Limited, among others. He is a member of many reputable social clubs, including the prestigious Metropolitan Club Lagos. He's also the immediate past national vice president of the University of Lagos Alumni Association. It's my pleasure to welcome Otumba Femi Adetu to the platform. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sir, you have 25 minutes for your presentation, sir. Let me unmute you now. You can unmute yourself now, sir.
So can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear, sir.
You can hear me well?
Loud and clear.
No, I'm good for 25 minutes. That's not a problem. Thank you very much for putting this together. I think I'll just say special congratulations to Dr. Pat, only because she's been the one chasing everyone, including myself. So it's a pleasure for me to be here at this point in time. And I want to say thank you to Professor Ayotola Remu for that wonderful presentation as well. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. I've got a couple of slides just to share with you.
Okay.
Let me know if you can see the screen.
It's coming up now, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Can you see that?
Sure, sir. We can.
So for me to really talk about winning for an entrepreneur, and I didn't hear my citation well because I think the audio was not great, but it's okay. It's about my citation. I know about myself. So, but just for the benefit of others, I worked multinational companies for 30 years, all the way to being CEO for Coca-Cola and for Guinness in Nigeria, outside Nigeria. But importantly, I'm now an entrepreneur, which is why I think that this opportunity to share my experience with you sort of comes in handy. So I'm going to talk about entrepreneurship in a practical sense, the way I am seeing it. I'm going to talk about the consumers. I'm going to talk about leadership, because at the end of the day, all roads must lead to leadership. So the first thing I want to say is that I just do hope that there's no Christian here in the room that is doubting whether it's good to win or whether it's good to have wealth. Because from my perspective, wealth creation and legitimately and being prosperous is all part of Christianity, okay? So just as the Bible says, above all things, that you may prosper. So we need to prosper even as Christians. So I think I just wanted to first of all put that to bed in case there's anybody that is doubting that. But let me just start by saying that from my perspective, the world is changing, and it's changing so fast. Professor Aremu was talking about the new normal. Actually, we don't know what we don't know. If you look at the last 12 years, from the financial crisis in 2008 to the recession of 2015, 2016, to what we now know in the way economic power is being moved from the conventional power block of United States of America to Asia, and all of that, they just sort of the new world. In fact, certainly if you are in your late 40s or in your 50s, as I am, I'm in my 50s now, you begin to see that the world that you live in today is not the one you grew up in. A very common example I give is that when I was growing up, practically all of the African countries were governed by military leaders. Okay, today it's gone out of fashion. Everybody is talking, democracy. Africa used to be seen as a dodgy debtor. Today it's seen as an investment destination by many. Technology has exploded. When I was a kid, you used to go and queue up at Nitel for 6 hours to get your mom or your dad to speak to your uncle in the UK for 3 minutes. Today, practically everybody in quote, has a GSM, has a mobile phone. So the world has changed. But what we do know about the world is that it's so competitive now. To succeed as an entrepreneur, you need more than good intent. You really need to really create the interventions. You need to plan your business and execute and create interventions that brings you out of the clutter, that will make you succeed as an entrepreneur. So we don't know many things, I said, but we do know a few things. We do know that it's actually tough to do business in Nigeria. If you look at the ease of doing business ratings every year, I mean, we improve in some cases, but the numbers are still showing that we are one of the least, sort of viable for businesses. So cost of capital, you go to a bank, you want to borrow money as an entrepreneur. If you are lucky, they are giving you at 22%, some 25%, whatever the rate is. So difficult to really make good money, create value from what you get as cost of capital for doing business. Regulatory framework, the fact that even a legal framework, does not necessarily support investors coming in. Investors don't come in with big money, means that we complain that the little money that's available is expensive, so cost of capital is expensive anyway. Port admin issues, you can't get things out of the port, corruption in our fabric. I mean, we used to say that depending on maybe it has changed now. In the past, if you went to CAC and you asked them there that you wanted to register a company, you had somebody who would ask you, do you want it in 1 week or do you want it in 3 months? And depending on what you choose will determine how much you pay. So corruption is so much in our fabric, unfortunately. And then this issue about infrastructure, I think it's like a broken record now because we keep talking about it, and I don't think that much has changed in the last 2-3 decades. Right now, if you want to be a successful entrepreneur, you've got to put in your power, as in your generator. You've got to put in your borehole for water. You've got to put in your security. Otherwise, you get, so a whole lot of things. Even roads. I mean, when I was MD of Guinness Nigeria here many years ago, we had to actually construct a gas plant into the factories just to produce. So imagine the cost of that. So the cost of real operations, doing business, is so high. But here's the good news. In the same vein, consumerism is growing. Let me tell you about what we call consumerism. Consumerism is really about the consumer. So there's a growing population of consumers who are discerning, who are very choiceful, who know what they want. Because through globalization and westernization, people now can compare what exists in Nigeria with what they get everywhere else. So everybody, I was told that there was somebody the other day that was, went to a mall and was saying that a particular dress was, she saw a particular dress at $10.99 on the web. Why was the seller calling it whatever the amount was? And she was saying that even if you exchange your own dollar at 400 and you put this margin, you should still be selling at X and not Y. It's too expensive. And it's all because westernization is opening the world, opening Nigeria to the world. And so I think that is good for an entrepreneur, because then it gives you the opportunity to get into a variety of things from which you can really create value for yourself. And then also, competition is becoming more intense. Just name the sector, and you will see that there's so much competition. Is it banking? Is it telecoms? Is it just name? Is it beverages? Name the sector, and there's so much competition. And the good news about that is that it makes the consumer be the winner, because competition should hopefully drive down price or make price be reasonable, make service be of importance to the manufacturers, to the marketers, and so on and so forth. So the positive things to the toughness in doing business is the fact that there's the real consumerism. There's the consumer for the offtake of what you produce from those sort of challenging operational environments that have been created. So summarizing this part of my presentation is that for you as an entrepreneur, what I suspect you want to focus on going forward is a few things in terms of what all these changes mean. Technology has taken over, okay? So if you look at yourself, you're an entrepreneur who was into construction before, and you were building branches for banks. In those days, and like we said, I mean, I've been on the board of a bank for some time now. So in those days, directors in banks were measured by the number of banks they constructed in a year. So why have you done only 50 and not 100? Today, the reverse is the case. To put up a branch somewhere, one branch, you need to justify and explain in some cases all the way to the board, because we have realized that the branches are not that viable anymore. They don't add any significant value to your business, and therefore, you should have to think the way of technology. There's e-banking, there's i-banking, which is instant banking, all of these #77 hash this and all of that. So technology has taken over. Second thing that I know that I see already is that consumers now, unfortunately, are down trading. When we were growing up, to even some years ago, if you were serving if you were doing a party and it was not a Coca-Cola on the table, if it was another brand of soft drinks, people immediately thought that you were struggling. Okay, but now it's become okay-ish to drink other brands of soft drinks, and I'm not saying anything is wrong with them, whether it's Pepsi or Biggie Cola or whatever. And these are coming at lower prices to Coca-Cola. So there's down trading that is going on that entrepreneurs need to be aware of. And what that means is that you need to find a way to take out all the fats in your cost structure to be competitive. Media engagement. Again, when we're growing up, I keep saying that the world has changed. When we're growing up, it was all about TV, radio, out of home, and print. Now you got to go onto digital marketing, and in fact, through digital marketing, whether it's content creation, social media management, paid media, or whatever, you begin to engage the consumers. You get feedback instantly. You are tracking what they want. They tell you what they like. They tell you what they don't like. So it's also changed. I could go on and on. The passions that we have, football, music, movie, as an entrepreneur, just get ready to see that those are the areas we're going to key into even more than ever before going forward. So that's for you in terms of how I see the world. Is technology, is value, is engagement, is passion. So what does that mean? How then do you navigate this new world as an entrepreneur? I want to give you 6 things, and then I'll talk about leadership, and I'll close. The first of those 6 things is that you must absolutely do a deep dive into consumer insights, irrespective of what you are doing. You are in catering, you are in tailoring, you are in tell me what you are in. You must really understand the consumer. Don't assume you know me. Get to find out who I am, okay? And I'll give you an example of how we got it wrong. I was marketing director for Coca-Cola in 1998. And, we found that a lot of the consumers, the franchise for Coca-Cola was being driven by female consumers. And, by male consumers was male. And so we asked ourselves, why is it the male consumers that are taking Coke and not the female consumers? The female consumers were taking other things like Fanta and Chapman, ginger ale and Schweppes and all what have you. And then all of us in the room were men, and we're trying to actually understand the female consumer. And one of my direct reports then said, yeah, I know why that is so. Everything that we do is all targeted at the male consumers. Our football, we sponsor Super Eagles, under 23 male, under this male, under 20 male. What if you do something similar to our female folks? So we attract them to the fold. Everybody thought that was the wise thing to do. So we decided that we're going to sponsor the Super Falcons, which is the female arm of the Nigerian national team, right? And then I think we brought in Black Queens of Ghana. I think it was one of those African countries, the female team. Put them in the team and said, at least finally we'll be able to appeal to the female consumers of Nigeria, the female consumers. Guess what happened? On the day of the match, the stadium was full, but the only women that were there, the only females were there, were the ones that were kicking the ball. Every other person was a man. And then we went back to the female consumers after that and said, what happened to you? We sponsored this football so that you would come and watch, and then you can sell Coke to you. And they say, you don't understand us. Football is football. Whether it is men playing it or it's dogs playing it, it's football. So we got it wrong. So you need to really talk to the consumers and know who that consumer is to be able to attract him or her. Second thing, I said 6 things. Second thing is partnership. When we were growing up, we were told as entrepreneurs, my mom used to tell me, don't get into partnership with anybody. Do it yourself, okay? Because people kill themselves, Please, I want to encourage you in today's world, go into partnership. Why? Partnership brings scale. There are some businesses you cannot do without scale. When you get into some businesses as an entrepreneur, they're asking you if you don't have, I'm making it up. If you don't have $1 million, don't come and talk to us. They want to check your bank account and see that you have this amount of money. So build scale. What I think my mom should have been telling me, I think, is that Don't do a two-man partnership, because I still see that two-man partnerships are still struggling. Create a partnership of what, 5, 6 people. Create some governance around that. Put a board together. Have independent and non-independent directors, okay? And then make sure that even all of you that are in that partnership are doing other things, so that you create a really sustainable business going into the future. Partnership is good, it builds scale. Instead of going to Dubai to buy 1 container of clothes to come and sell, okay, put money together, buy 10 containers, so you save yourself 10 costs of flights and so on and so forth. So partnership actually works if you get it right. Number 3 is innovation. I cannot say enough about it. It's really about what is the new news. That's what's going to drive the future as an entrepreneur. You know, we've just been talking about, Mrs. Professor Aremu was talking about, you know, the digitization of the education platform, so technology in education. As it is in education, in the way she very, very fluently described it, so it is in every sphere of life now. In fact, what we're talking about is what you do with innovation, not how you bring innovation into your business. The business is called innovation. FinTech is about innovation. It's about, we are a financial technology in the bank. Oh, by the way, we then do banking along that side. So think innovation. Everything you think about e-banking that I talked about before is all about innovation. Number 4, I said 6 things. Regionalization. I think we all make the mistake. When I say Nigeria is not one country, by the way, get me right, I'm talking from a business standpoint, okay? So I don't want to be politically incorrect. But regionalization in business is so important as an entrepreneur. One cap does not fit all. In fact, in the business world, we do believe that there are 6 countries in the business world. I repeat, there are 6 countries in Nigeria, because what at times will work in the southeast may not work if you take it to southwest. In fact, what people don't know, I always say to people, is that because I lived 7 years in Ghana, there's so much more commonality between the northern Nigeria and northern Ghana than the northern Nigeria and southern Nigeria. Again, between the northern Nigeria and northern Ghana than the northern Nigeria and southern Nigeria. Why do I say that? Northern Nigeria, northern Ghana, same language. Mostly they all speak Hausa. You know, mostly same religion. You know, Muslims. Mostly, you know, same lifestyles, the dressing and everything. So when we create something as an entrepreneur, it's so important to understand these nuances and apply them in a way that they're relevant to the community you're trying to serve. That's the point about regionalization. The 5th is what I call BVE. There means brand value engineering. To the extent that I said before that there is now what you call down trading. People are going for cheaper things that still give them the same feeling of I still drank a soft drink. Okay, it's not Coke, but it's still a soft drink. Okay, it's not this, but still that. To that extent, as an entrepreneur, you cannot afford any further fat in your cost structure. You got to strip out all the fat in your cost structure and make your business as lean and as able to compete as possible. So that's the point about, you know, because there's price elasticity now. There's so much that the consumer can afford. So you don't give it to them. And you know what? We're very aspirational people. People still want to wear a Chelsea t-shirt. But if they can't afford it, they want to have a Gucci bag. If they can't afford the original, or they're going to go for the fake. Okay? And so where does that put you as an entrepreneur? Take out all the fat in your cost structure so that you are more competitive. And lastly, as an entrepreneur, I want to say to you that I have no doubt that the future is shared. The future is shared in the context of, I mean, very similar to the point I made about partnership. The future is shared in the sense that you really want to think about things that you don't need to own for yourself that can generate wealth for you, and it's still on a shared basis. People talk about Airbnb, okay? We talk about people who provide their platforms for house, you know, accommodation for short let, okay? And they don't even deal with the tenants at all, you know, so they put it there. Somebody uses it when the person is available. When you need it, you go in and use the same place. There's a company, you can Google it. There's a company that is called, I think it's called Grouper in Uganda, who does very well around, dry cleaning, clothes dry cleaning, but it has no single dry cleaning machine. I just created a platform, back to technology, where you can register if you need to put your clothes out for dry cleaning, and then they pick it up and give it to the guy who has the machine. They collect it back, he give it to you, all that at a premium, at some value. So for me, it's really about this. And when I think about this shared future and the partnership thing, you must understand that mathematically, at times 20% of something is bigger than 100% of another thing. So when you try to own something alone, if you own something that is zero, you own 100% of zero. Mathematics tells me that is zero. But if you own 20% of 100 million, that's 20 million. So think big, think scale, think new, think differently across the regions. That's my offer for you as an entrepreneur. If you're already working or you're thinking about going into the world as an entrepreneur. So to close, I want to talk about leadership because I believe that all roads lead to leadership. There are some things about us as entrepreneurs that we must stop immediately, in my opinion. Okay, and I'm going to take you through about 5 of them and I close. The first one is, I want to say that we as entrepreneurs should focus on what we can change. A lot of times we play and I'm going to tell stories about my experience in this area, and these 5 things. A lot of times we play the blame game. You know, if only my father was a banker, if only my mother was this, if only I came from a rich family, if only I grew up in Banana Island, if only. You can't change your father, you can't change your mother. What's the point talking about it? Okay, so focus on what you can change. Let me give you an example. In fact, a couple of examples here. When I was the CEO for East African Breweries in Kenya, there was this Kenyan that kept sending me an email that he wanted to see me. I just kept passing him to my HR director, who was another Kenyan like him. But he kept saying, no, it's you I want to see as the CEO. So eventually I told them to allow him coming. When he came into my office, he greeted me, I greeted him back. He said, sorry, sir, I can't hear you. I'm deaf, but I can speak. So I'm not dumb, but I'm deaf. So you need to speak up. Now, to greet this guy, I was shouting at the top of my voice like I was in a stadium. And we're just in a room in my office, shouting. You don't understand. But eventually, when I had the patience to listen to him, I realized I was a first-class guy, absolutely brilliant. So he didn't limit himself to, I'm deaf. He decided to focus on what he could change. As Coca-Cola then, selling Coca-Cola, I used to go to Kenya where the division office was. I used to complain when they say, why are you not selling? Oh, I'll say the weather in Nigeria, it's raining. I'm not God, I can't change weather. I used to say that until one boss of mine kicked me out of the room and said, don't you ever come here and talk to me about weather again. Can you change the weather? I said, no. Did it not rain last year? Yes. Why did you sell more last year? Is Pepsi not in that market? Yes. Why are they selling more than you? Is your product everywhere? No, sir. Why are you not getting your product everywhere? Why are you talking about rain? So let's focus as entrepreneurs on what we can change. Number 2, less is more. Less is more. A lot of times we try to do many things as entrepreneurs. Okay, when you ask somebody, can I have your card? You say he will give you 5 cards. This one is for my catering business. This one is for my fashion designing. Oh, this one is for my furniture making. Oh, you see, this one is for my barbing. What, guys? Less is more. Less is more. It doesn't matter if you choose to have 10 things doing. God is not going to create 25 hours in a day for you. So there are 24 hours in a day. You're just going to spread yourself thinly. And with the result that you begin to lose the value of supervision and attention to details. At times, it's better to go deep than to go wide. And that's what I think for business. So 2, 3 things and get the impact of that and move forward. So my example on that, my boss at the time at Coca-Cola, a Scottish man, Ireland Rind, was at the stadium with Buba Marwa, some of you know Marwa, who was then governor of Lagos State. I think this was about 1996. I share this example every time I have to talk like this. And they were talking in the stadium instead of watching football. Coca-Cola was sponsoring the event. Okay, this was the MD of Coca-Cola, sponsored and sitting beside me. Marwa had just been appointed probably about 2 weeks. And the MD of Coca-Cola, after I asked him, what were you talking to the new governor of Lagos State about? And he said, I've never seen a more brilliant person than that man, which I took offense at because, again, I'm Nigerian. And he said, I've never seen a more brilliant Nigerian. Plus, I even worked for him. And he said, and the reason I said that is that I asked Marwa one question. And that question was, now that you are the military governor of Lagos State, what should Lagos expect from you? And Marwa's answer was, Lagos has a myriad of problems. I'm not going to attempt to address all, but I'm going to deal with only 2. And I hope that Lagosians will remember me forever for that. 1, I'm going to fill all the potholes in Lagos. Now, that was huge because the governor before him said there was no bitumen anywhere. He said, I'm going to fill all the potholes in Lagos. He said, secondly, I'm going to fix security. Now, that was also huge because that was when armed robbers were going to people's houses and doing all sorts of things. What happened after that? I started seeing the potholes on my street. at Pedro Road along by Bariga, getting filled. It was as if it was me that Marwa spoke to. Then he launched Operation Sweep. Subsequently, a lot of other states launched their own Operation Ballet, Operation Storm in Anambra, whatever. But so many years after, that was 96, 97, I still remember. Less is more. It's not about doing 10 things, 5 things, and just, like I said, spreading yourself thinly. Less is more for you as an entrepreneur. What do you want us to know you for? What do you stand for? What's your niche? What's your area? That's what's going to sell you. Number 3, inspect what you expect. Like I said, there are 5, and that's the last, and I'll be done. When I say inspect what you expect, a lot of times, in fact, a fallout of what I'm saying, less is more, it's really the inability to inspect what you expect. A lot of times we create businesses. We set one up here, we move to another place. We don't set the governance. They don't have the governance around how we track what we are expecting from the businesses. So for us, it's just about creating new businesses. You have a teacher who is teaching in school and is setting up a soft drinks shop or selling soft drinks or a bar or a restaurant. And we used to have examples like that when I was at Guinness, when you see a woman that was doing well, seemingly doing well, suddenly the shop is closed and you say, why? She will say that I was not making money. Now, what was happening was that the people she put in the shop, when she went to teach, she was a teacher, the people she put in the shop, they will buy the drinks for their own and sell their own drinks and make money before they start selling the one that they report into the coffers of the shop. So inspect what you expect. My story in this area. Many years ago with Coca-Cola, we got some people coming from Atlanta. They said they wanted to come and visit the market. And I told my guys, please make sure the market is clean. And they said, yes, they got it. And I think we got the notice like 4 months or 6 months before that time. Every time I asked them, how is the market? They said, don't worry, everything is okay, Oga. How is the market? Everything is okay. Until about 3 days before the time, I realized that they were not convincing. But I still didn't do anything. I didn't expect what I expected. When the guys came in from Atlanta, we all went to the trade together to go and check the market. The moment I walked into that place, I realized I was in trouble. Everything there was red, red, red. Now, red, 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 as in Coca-Cola red, too good to be true. So I knew something was wrong. Of course, the people that came from Atlanta got that. And immediately, the first question they asked my guys was, no, they asked the woman, there was a woman, the dealer that we went to see in Mushin. They asked the woman, Madam, this ice chest, ice chest is what you put this Coca-Cola in and you put ice on top of it. So they asked the woman, this ice chest that you have here, how many crates did you sell from it last month? And the woman said in pidgin, oh no, they just bring this one yesterday. I mean, the people where they say they go come because they say we don't talk too much. Imagine that. So I was embarrassed because I did not inspect what I expected. And it was a failing on my part as a leader at that point in time. I corrected that and I moved on. Entrepreneurs, inspect what you expect. Finally, last but one, intuition is as important as insight. I said before, I spent a lot of time talking about the fact that you need to generate insight. But the flip side of that also is that there are times you need to use your intuition. Okay? Let me just go straight to my example of that. I was in Atlanta and they were showing me some commercials for a Coca-Cola brand, not Coca-Cola itself, one of the brands. And they asked me whether it will work in Nigeria. And I said, no, it will not work. And the boss that was talking to me said, what do you mean that's not going to work in Nigeria? We have asked the Kenyans, they said it will work in Kenya. We have asked the South Africans, they said it will work in South Africa. Why would it not work in Kenya, in Nigeria? And I said, no, sir, it will not work in Nigeria. And he said, why again? And here's the commercial where I used my intuition. That campaign says, image is nothing. Thirst is everything. Obey your thirst, drink Sprite. It says, image is nothing. Thirst is everything. Obey your thirst, drink Sprite. Now, Sprite was a fantastic brand and it did very well in Nigeria. But in my country, image is everything. Image is the reason that somebody, if you see somebody who lives in Mushin and you ask him, where do you live? He will say, near Surulere. Ask somebody who lives in Isaleko, where do you live? You say, island. He's not lying. Isaleko is on the island, but he knows why he's telling you his island. Image is the reason that your nephew wants to get married. He comes to knock on your door to borrow your biggest car in the garage because he wants to take it to the bride's house. So why would you say image is nothing in Nigeria? Image is everything. But anyway, the point I'm making is that there are times as an entrepreneur, you will not have all the insights you need, That's when your intuition needs to kick in. Lastly, take calculated risks. I beg your pardon, take calculated risks. Let me tell you, no pain, no gain. Some of the people that you've seen that are fantastic CEOs, they become CEOs because they've taken risks in their life. If I start talking about that, I'm not going to give an example here. You'll be shocked how many risks I've taken in my life. And in fact, it was one of the risks that I took that worked well for me that led to my being awarded a runner-up of Forbes CEO of the Year in East Africa at that time. So the point is that you can't decide to be a CEO just because you are the tallest or the shortest, the most handsome, the ugliest, and all of that. No, it's because you're going to cause an intervention that borders on a risk that's very, very close to the borderline, close to the cliff. And when you're successful in that, then you earn your license, your permit to say that you really want to be a CEO. So on the last note is to say to you that as you go along your journey as an entrepreneur, you're going to make mistakes. You're going to make mistakes. I made a lot of mistakes, but I'm so grateful to God for what he made me be in spite of those mistakes. Because somebody said, if you're not making a mistake, that's a mistake in itself. So on that note, I just want to say congratulations to all of you. Anyone that is there as an entrepreneur that's thinking that is always complaining, I'm stuck in traffic, I'm stuck in traffic, I'm stuck in traffic. I think it's high time you check yourself whether you are the traffic yourself. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Otumba. Thank you, sir. That has been a very, very, very insightful presentation. We sincerely appreciate you. We appreciate your time, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Indeed, you are a mentor that I think many of us should look up to. And maybe someday, yes, sir, to look up to for the youth of Nigeria nowadays. So please, if you have questions for Otumba, kindly send me your question as a chat, and then I will read your question to him. Sir,
anyway, the audio clear throughout. Was the audio clear?
That it was fantastically clear.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, sir, while we wait for if there will be anyone that will have questions for if we are audience, maybe there are questions for you. Can I engage you, sir, on some of the points that you raised here? You talked about there are some ways we can think outside the box. Please, can I have the audio in this down? So, where we can think outside the box, you talk about corruption. It's where we can invest into. Okay.
It's where you can do what?
I think in one of your slides, one of
yes,
the areas it's covering the corruption, in my own perception.
Yes.
Yes, that covering the corruption in Nigeria is like a fertile land where you can invest into and curb corruption. Am I right?
Yes, to curb corruption. That we need to curb corruption. That's what you're saying. Yes, absolutely. Yes.
It's like where we can think outside the box. Now, if you look at the corruption, the way it is in Nigeria nowadays, I see even the youth. You know, sir, there are some things we can't say on the air. When you see, there are some things that happens that in my own personal perception, is not an encouragement to the youth. So we see people who are not educated, who doesn't go to school, doesn't have certificate, they're riding big cars outside there. And then you are sending your children in the classroom and tell them, okay, sit down there and make the best out of it. And then the question that one of them asked me one day is that, we're not even sure of getting a job when we leave this place. So, sir, you see, you also sigh now. So,
can I tell you something about that?
Yes, sir.
By the way, that's a great question. Let me just say one or two things. First and foremost, there is no such thing like when I hear, I think Governor Fashola, ex-Governor Fashola said it, that when we say Nigeria has changed, Nigeria has changed. Nigeria has not moved from where it was located to another continent, okay? So when you say Nigeria has changed, it is the people that make up Nigeria, point number one, okay? So Nigeria is just a geographical place, okay? It's the people. So if we are very corrupt, it's the people that are corrupt. But let me now say one thing. Okay, if you want to grow, if you want to go fast, okay, you can do you can cut the corners. In my own industry, for instance, now, and I'm the wrong person to say that, we have tried to create a niche for ourselves, whereby we don't give money to people to win businesses from them. Guess what is happening as a result of that? Multinational companies get to know that there is one agency, by the way, that will not want to give money to our people to do business with them. So for that reason, you see them actually coming towards you and wanting to talk to you, because there's some news in the market that these ones don't give. So I've lost a couple of businesses on account of the fact that I told my guys, if that's what it entails, let's let it go. But bigger businesses are coming because people are hearing that you are making that sacrifice to say, no, I won't give money to get a business. And so some people that are serious, that are credible, that are scalable as well, are bringing businesses to us to say, take our business because we trust that you will not go and bribe our people. So it goes both ways.
Thank you, sir. My second engagement, which I want to engage you, is that we have many of our students online listening to you. And then the Nigerian youth. We see them now on the streets for the past 2 days, making their demands known to the government. Yes. So, sir, you talk about the next imaging. That is part of is one of the major factors that affect us as people. So you talk about your own imaging for you to rebrand your product. You have to put into the consideration that Nigeria pay a significant attention to imaging. So, and I quite agree with you, sir, to some extent. But if you see our youth today, I'm not talking about those who are protesting on the street. That's not what I'm addressing now. Is that you see a student coming out of the university and then they want to ride the latest car next year. They want to go and wear the most expensive designer. They want to do, last week I engaged my student in the class and I told them that for you, if you are getting out of those who are for a year now, some of you to get your career, it may take 15 years. And they said, God forbid. And then I told them, look, it's not that within the 15 years, you are going to be poor. It doesn't mean you won't be able to feed yourself. And you now, Otumba, like you've been in this business for a long time. It's a career. You'll be building it step by step, one the other.
But do you know why? Yeah.
Yes, sir. You are ready to do that nowadays. What do you say to them? We have many of them online.
No, they have to do that. They have to do that because you want success that is sustainable. If you do the Yahoo beat and all of that, you'll be the celebrity for a while, okay? But this is not sustainable. To the glory of God, I did 30 years plus with multinational companies. I came out of that in my own way the last 5 years. I'm doing well as an entrepreneur. So it depends on how long-lasting you want your success to be. You don't want to be a yesteryear or yesterday person. But let me tell you the truth. The reality is that, in fairness to them, the world has changed in a way that we are celebrating the wrong people and the wrong things. The people we are calling role models are the wrong people. A short story. A CEO friend of mine told me, a very senior CEO of a big company told me he was celebrating, was sponsoring an event and he invited one of these big musicians. I think it was Two-Face, one of them. And he was giving the awards after 2 football teams played, and he was now giving awards to them. Okay. So when he had given 1 or 2, he called, I think it was Two-Face or whoever that person was, to say, come and join me to help me to give some of the medals as well to the players. He was putting medals on their head. The moment Two-Face came up, all of them left the front of the CEO and went to queue on the side where they'll get the medal from Two-Face. Now, I like Two-Face. I don't have any problem with Two-Face. Number one, this is a CEO of a multinational company. Number two, he was the one that invited. He was going to pay Two-Face for that event anyway. He said even the one that was going to put it on, if it was possible for him to take his neck off and go and join, they all just moved. Two-Face. Here's a standing Two-Face side by side with a global CEO. There's someone our youth preferred to go and get their medal from Two-Face. So the orientation is already destroyed, unfortunately. We have to recreate it.
Yes, sir. I quite agree with you, sir. We need reorientation. I agree that we need to reorientate our youth. And sir, this discussion can go on and on. You talk about westernization, but we don't have much time to talk about it. I, as a person, I also believe that westernization has its own positive impact. It also has negative impact on us as people and even on our youth. Sir, there is a question for you here. Let me quickly go through it, sir. Are you with us, sir? Okay, I think the internet is unstable now. Okay, then October, I think when you get back to us, sir, we'll just have a brief time to say thank you to you for being with us today. As the internet is unstable now, so that we can go quickly to our next speaker. The time, we are running behind the time. So, without wasting much time, when October is back, please, we'll make presentation of his gift, just shortly. We'll go quickly to our last guest speaker for this year conference, and we have Mr. Emeka Undu, founder and vice chairman of C&I Business. So I will call on Dr. Promise Adele of the Department of Languages for the citation of our guest speaker. Dr. Adele, you have the floor, please. Okay, then I will mute you. So you can unmute yourself.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. I can hear you. Thank you once again for giving me another opportunity to read the citation of a distinguished Nigerian, Mr. Emeka Undu. Emeka Undu trained as a chartered accountant at Price Waterhouse. He worked briefly as group finance manager of Apapa Trawlers, part of the Hebrew group, before joining Ventures and Trusts, one of the pioneer venture capital firms in Nigeria. At Ventures and Trusts, he worked on various assignments, which included raising capital for startups and existing businesses. One of these assignments resulted in the establishment of the then pioneer finance leasing firm in Nigeria, VT Leasing, in 1989. As a result of research that he did for that expansion, he felt that there was a yearning need for a leasing business focused on meeting the requirement, focused on meeting the equipment needs of Nigerian corporates. This resulted in the establishment of C&I Leasing in December 1990. C&I Leasing has since grown to be listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, with operations in Nigeria, Ghana, and UAE, employing over 6,000 people. Mr. Emeka Undu retired from day-to-day management of C&I Leasing in 2017. After he retired, he focused on mentoring the younger generation through a more active role in Networks, a Christian business club set up under the auspices of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, where he's an ordained pastor. Apart from acting as vice chairman of C&I Leasing, Mr. Emeka Undu sits on the board of various companies, such as Codros Capital, Imperial Home, Petra Services, and BW Offshore, Nigerian Limited. He was recently appointed to the Global Advisory Board of Interlink Capital, Washington, D.C. in USA. Interlink Capital is a global development company focused on advisory firm. Mr. Emekando has been blessed with 2 older sons, aged 30 and 25 respectively, and a daughter aged 13, all from his loving wife. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Emekando, founder and vice chairman, C&I Leasing Nigeria Limited. Mr. Emekando, you are welcome, sir.
Mr. Emeka, thank you, sir. Just give me like a minute or two to present the gift we have for Otumba Adetu, and then we come back to you shortly, sir. Thank you, sir. Otumba, you can unmute yourself, sir.
Okay, I have.
Thank you, sir. So they place this on my table here, sir, and it is for you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
So,
my pleasure.
If you have your permission, I will quickly open it, and you have a glimpse of what is inside.
Yeah, please do that.
Okay. So, sir, this is what we have there for you. This is what we have there for you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So, this is for you, sir. So, in appreciation of your, in recognition of your contributions towards the success of the second International Conference on Entrepreneurship, MTUIC 2020, as our guest speaker. So this is presented to you. So, sir, we'll get this across to you and place it on your table. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My pleasure. All right, then. Okay, bye-bye then.
Thank you, sir. So I come back to you, sir, Mr. Emeka Undu. You can unmute yourself, sir. Then you have the floor, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
I can hear you loud and clear, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. It's indeed a pleasure to be with you. And I'd like to thank, like Otumba said, Dr. Erigbe tracked me down, chased me down, and ensured that I accepted the offer and reminded me many times. I'd like to thank her and the entire team for inviting me to this occasion. I'd also like to thank Otumba Adetu, who is my brother, and we're in the same church. So when he was talking about some of the things he was talking about, I could relate to them because I've heard him give some of the testimonies, and it's indeed a pleasure to speak on the same platform with him. And
thank you, sir. If I may interrupt you, sir, you have 15 minutes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. So that you'll be
okay. Okay, fine. In that case, I will have to move faster.
Thank
but
you,
I mean,
sir.
okay, so I'll share my screen and we'll talk. Basically, I'm speaking on navigating post-COVID-19, a new normal for entrepreneurs, essentially because we all have to rethink some of the things we've done in the past. I've broken this up into an introduction. It says, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, as the Chinese say. So it's important for us to understand that if we want to take a journey into entrepreneurship, that we do need to start the journey at some point. And I think that something that is important is for us to look at our attitude. An entrepreneur, the way an entrepreneur thinks is different from the way a lot of people think. I say to people that you must be willing to give up some bit of yourself, and you must be willing to sacrifice to get to where you want to get to. Because in trying to be an entrepreneur, they're going to make a lot of sacrifices. People sometimes look at the end product and they think this is something that I want to do, but it's not as easy because sometimes the values are very deep and you can't really afford to say that you're defeated. You need to be able to somehow find it from somewhere to pick yourself up and continue striding along. When I'm talking about entrepreneurship, I'm not just talking about business enterprises, because recent thinking has expanded entrepreneurship to include social enterprises where people are actually setting up businesses, not for the purpose of simply just generating a profit, but also for impacting social change. And even the Bible, because actually talks about entrepreneurship. And I'll give you 3 scriptures which I think are relevant, that for all entrepreneurs and for you to succeed as an entrepreneur in business. The first one is remember the Lord your God. He's the one who gives you the power to be successful. It's important for us to understand that no matter what you do, at the end of the day, it's God who grants success. So it may not be a very popular thing in business schools, but the fact of the matter is that at the end of the day, there's always the God factor in success. So don't think that it's just a matter of effort. It's important for you to work as hard as you can, but you should also pray as hard as you can, because it's really God that determines success. And then he says, the second one that I want you to look at is, if you are not faithful with other people's things, why would you be trusted with things of your own? Otumba said something about the importance of collaborating with people in trying to grow your vision. Everybody does need a network. So it's important for you, for people within your network to know that you are trustworthy, for people to know that they can entrust you with their ideas, their resources, and they won't tell stories about it. When I tried to start CNI Listen, I had no capital of my own. I eventually assembled 8 million naira from 36 people who had known me in different spheres of life and who felt comfortable enough to entrust me with their resources. Some of them as little as 10,000 and some as much as 1 million naira. And that's how we assembled that money. So it was important that for people to understand that, and a lot of the shareholders who were with us at the beginning are still shareholders even today, that CNI has 18,000, 20,000 shareholders, because they believe that over the years we have kept faith with them. The third scripture that I'll refer you to is Proverbs 21:15. It says 21:5. It says, good planning and hard work lead to prosperity, but hasty shortcuts lead to poverty. Because this is important in a country like ours where people essentially have glorified, we've emphasized the wrong set of values. So we are looking at fast ways to make money, but it doesn't always work like that. So what are the principles for successful entrepreneurs? I would say that there's no elevator to success if you are an entrepreneur. You have to be ready to take the stairs, one at a time. Sometimes you'll slip and you'll come down and you start again. It's not whether you fail or not that matters. You have to have the ability when you fail to be able to get up and try again. In my years of I've done different things from when I was in university that I couldn't afford to go on summer holidays like some of my friends. So I would buy shirts that they brought from summer holidays and sell them to other people. And that I made a bit of money. And so it's important for you to understand that it's a long, slow journey that you have to take. Hardly do people have elevators that take them to success. Praise the Lord. What are the basics of entrepreneurship? Especially in a changing environment. COVID has really magnified the pace of change and all the new dynamics that we have to take into account. Some of the things are changing and keep changing, hopefully, but some of the basics remain even in this new dynamic. And I'll go through some of what I consider the basics of entrepreneurship. I've just basically looked at a number of principles that I think are important. First, I think is important in no particular order. We'll go through them one by one very quickly. You have to study to show yourself approved of the Lord, even as the Bible says. You have to acquire knowledge in whatever endeavor you choose to get involved in. A lot of people come in, and when in 5 minutes of talking to them, you realize that they know little to next to nothing about the business that they want to go into. And of course, you're never going to invest with them. So it's important for you to acquire knowledge, and you must then understand that every business is about meeting the customer's need. So you must find a niche and meet the needs of a customer, and find how do you meet the needs of that customer, because that essentially is what will make the business succeed. then you must be passionate about what you believe in, because your passion must drive you.
Sir,
Yes,
are you willing to share your screen?
Oh, I thought I was sharing my screen. Ah, sorry.
Not at all, sir.
Okay. Let me. Okay, I thought I was. Sorry about that.
That's all right, sir.
You know, some of us are still learning about these things. Okay, share screen. Share screen. Okay. I think I've got that. Let's share that. Then
It's coming up now.
Okay, fine.
Yeah,
sorry about that. Okay, and so back to, so I said, next something I'd say is think big, but also be willing to start small, and then build a team, build a network, and optimize capex. It's not necessarily you can dream as much as you can, but you can't always afford to sign the checks that you need. And lastly, cut your OPEX, cut your running costs. So I'll go very quickly go through some of these concepts. Like I said, the first thing is acquire knowledge. It's important for you. A good entrepreneur is a lifelong student. You must be willing to learn. You must be willing to appropriate ideas and run with them as if they're yours. Because sometimes we get wedded to our own ideas and our ego stands in our path. You must be willing to listen to people and take what is good of the ideas and implement them. So you must always be willing to learn. You must be ready to bridge skills gaps that you have. And as much as possible, surround yourself with people who have complementary skills. So for instance, I recognize that, yes, I'm an accountant, but I'm not a very patient analyst. So in every business that I've done, I've tried to surround myself with people who can be a check on me, who will provide rationality. Because I tend to, like one of my associates says, I tend to see the dollar signs and I run with it. But sometimes you need people who will ground you. So you must understand what your skills are and then build on them. The next thing that is important is chase the vision, not the money, and the money will end up following you. It's important for you to have a clear vision of what you want to do and where you're going. Otherwise, you're going to find that if you don't have a vision, that vision, you'll flounder along the way. Because if you're chasing money, money is not a satisfier, but a vision is important. The person who said this is a guy called Tony Sieng. He started Zappos with essentially $2 million, and if about 10 years after, he sold that same business for $1.2 billion to Amazon, because their vision was to sell affordable footwear and clothes to people, and better quality, and that was their vision. And they started that. Even today, Zappos still exists as a standalone brand, even though it's owned by Amazon, because Amazon sees the value of exploiting the customer base that they have. Because invariably, once you meet a customer's need, the customer will throw his money at you. So it's important for you to understand that the key to increasing revenues is being able to meet your customers' needs at the right price point. Because personal favors will not always be, is not a sustainable basis for growing business. I remember many years ago, I went to a friend's, they were opening a shop, and when I got in there, it was a luxury goods shop, and the prices were too high. I looked at it, I bought one thing, but I knew I wasn't going back there to buy more in future in a hurry. And I said to my wife, I hope these people understand that their business will flounder because they will struggle to make sales at the prices where they've pitched their products. So it's important for you to understand that you have to meet your customers' needs. Of course, there are lots of businesses that pander to people's egos, but you must then have the packaging right and have the structure to pander to that. And like I said, let your passion drive you. Entrepreneurship does require a lot of focus. Otumba touched on this a bit when he talked about focus. So you must be focused and must be devoted to your business. I'll put a sign here where it says, it's hard to do a good job on anything that you don't think about in the shower. Basically, because what you want is you must think the ideas. sometimes those ideas will consume you. There are lots of personal relationships that I have lost because I haven't had the inclination, they haven't had the timing to build on those relationships. Because essentially, those relationships, yes, they're important, but most entrepreneurs are consumed by the passion to grow their business, that they essentially sacrifice a lot of things. My wife was suffered for this for many years. And one of the reasons why I've taken early retirement, relatively, is because I feel a deep need to try and rebuild some of my personal relationships which have been sacrificed in the drive to build a business. So it's important but you must let your passion and try and get the balance right. Don't do like I did. It's important for you to get your relationships in focus. And then strategy. How do I start? I think Otumba has talked about thinking big. Yes, it's important for you to think big, but also you must be willing to start small if need be and make the necessary compromises, because you can't start with resources that you don't have. A young man came to me many years ago. He had a brilliant idea. And I said to him, yes, this idea is good. How much do you need to start it? He said to me, 50 million naira. I said, fine. I may not have 50 million, but I may get friends of mine who are willing to put 50 million into your business because I think that I can get people to co-invest with me. So we'll put 50 million into your business. But what is that going to get us? He said to me, oh, that will get you 5% of the business. I said to him, do you realize what you're saying? What you're saying to me is that your idea is worth 1 billion naira, because 5% of 1 billion naira is 50 million. I said, he hadn't quite thought about it that way. All he was looking at was he wanted control of the business, and he needed 50 million naira. I said to him, he said, oh, make me an offer. I said, I'm not going to make you an offer, because whatever I say to you after this, you'll think I've come to steal your business. Your thinking must be such that you are willing to make whatever compromises are necessary to achieve your vision. Like I said, I had no money. So when I started CNI, I didn't own it all, and I never had. And all through the existence of CNI, I've never owned more than 5 to 10% of CNI, and I never found a need to own it all. I ran the business on the basis of understanding that anybody who gives you, even if it's 1 naira, is a key customer, and you must have a framework for transparency, that he's comfortable that whatever his money is put with you is safe with you, because that's what he's going to do. So you must always be resourceful in trying to run the business that we were doing. For instance, Nigeria is a place where people will tell you, oh, short-term money is what is available. So we had to find innovative ways. We issued lease notes that essentially raise money from insurance companies for long-term needs, because I realized that insurance companies, especially life insurance companies, have a need for long-term returns that are guaranteed. So we had to think out of the box to look at ways we could raise money for long-term needs to meet, even though most of the money that we found was short-term from short-term sources. So even as you take those decisions, you must recognize that sometimes the best decision is not the best decision that you take late. So you must be willing to take a decision that is not so perfect, but which serves your purpose. And something that is critical is build a team. And when I'm talking about a team, I'm not just talking about internally in your organization. I'm talking about your team includes your customers, includes the government, includes everybody who has a stake in your business. Because if you don't build a team, you can't succeed. You can't do, and if you have the most brilliant idea and you can't sell it to people, then you are going to fail. And reduce your running costs. It's important for you as a businessman to recognize that, as an employer, to recognize that you don't spend money you don't have. So don't go with this attitude of my Mercedes is bigger than yours, so because your neighbor does this, you follow him and do it. Work on reducing your costs. Even till today, when I take official trips for short-term trips to Abuja, I still fly economy because I believe that it's common funds, it's shared funds. When I then choose to go on private trips, for instance, to my village, I fly whichever class I can afford, because that is my money to spend how I choose. But when I spend money that is owned by 18, 20,000 people for a 1 hour flight, I don't see a need to fly business class. On one occasion, for instance, one of my managers, I was going to Ghana, one of my managers was in business class as on economy. And he was very uncomfortable all through that flight. He came a number of times to explain to me why he was flying economy, why his MD was flying economy. But that's neither here nor there. But that's just a joke. I mean, that's it. That's just a story that tells you. And you then need to, like I said, optimize your capex, because really, what you do, you won't always have a blank check and willing and able to write checks as you like. And what is the impact of COVID on pandemic that has had on entrepreneurship? You're going to find that a number of things have happened along the line. Some of these things, COVID has affected aggregate demand. You find that consumption has declined. People's ability and willingness to invest in anything has declined significantly. So in effect, you can't go to people and say to them, oh, come in and invest, and they have checks. A lot of people are really struggling. Governments, yes, are having to spend increasing amounts of money, but they have less money. Exports are declining. So in effect, we have a challenging macroeconomic environment. But even through those challenges, there are economies there are sectors of the economy that I expect to lose. People like automotives, airlines, hospitality industry, because those industries are floundering and people are not going anywhere. So anybody who is in hospitality is suffering. But people like the e-commerce people are enjoying a boom. The agri people are enjoying a boom. So you have to, even through all that, you know that those are industries, some of those industries, ICT is enjoying a boom, because the ICT people, you need them to communicate even in this. I was talking to the speaker before, Otumba Adesu, and she was talking about the impact that the pandemic has had on educational technology. That is critical, because ICT is booming. So there are sectors and segments that are indeed going to boom out of that. So you then have to look at what areas you will invest in if you want to go into business at this point in time. And it's important for you to understand that Nigeria, being an oil-dependent economy, is in for rough times. So we have to look at, yes, we're in for rough times, but what are you going to do? We have to look at ways to survive as entrepreneurs. We have to look at ways to organize our business to ensure that we prosper even in those times. Banks, central banks all over the world are spending stupendous amounts of money trying to reflate the economies in different things that they're doing. It's important for you to understand that through all that, what do I put money into? How do I organize it for it to work? It's important for us to understand those things and go with it, because it's important what you do. So what does it all mean with the pandemic on this? What are the areas that you may look at doing? Things like accommodation, leverage accommodation. A lot of people are going to start to work from home. So you have to start to look at what do you need to do. For instance, just before the pandemic, I mean, I got a loan from a bank, and they were willing to finance an expansion of an office project next to the one that I have. But once this started, I realized, hey, why am I building another office? How am I sure that demand will exist for additional office accommodation? Because a lot of people are having to redimension their accommodation needs. Some people are starting to are saying to their staff, okay, well, you're going to work from home. I'll pay for a desk for you. I'll pay for a workstation for you. I'll pay for your internet so you can work from home. And then you come in when you need to come in. So it's important for you to understand that. So the importance of this is that we have to be wise in what kind of things we invest money into. The bank was still chasing me, oh, come and take the money, come and take the money, but I had to run. The second thing that we have to look at is that it's likely going to be in boom is actually skills upgrades and retooling. A lot of people are going to have to rethink the way they do business. A lot of people are going to have to be retrained in how they engage in the new economy. I mean, one of my friends who I sit on her board was making high-end hats. And all of a sudden she looked at it and said, oh, no parties in Lagos, so how will people buy hats? She's gone into starting to run an academy where people can do online tutorials and online education. And when I asked her, she said to me, oh, that nobody is going anywhere, so nobody is buying any hats. I can't wait until I die of hunger before I start to look at something. So you're looking at different things that will happen. People are going to have to start looking at how IT, the geeks have taken over the world. So you must recognize that in the present dynamic, investing in these areas or equipping yourself to work in this area, in these areas are going to be vital if you're going to survive. So entrepreneurs who are able to work in areas where they help people upgrade their skills and increase their career possibilities are going to prosper. So what is the impact of technology? Most people use technology to build their business. But I think that what is going to happen with artificial intelligence driving business solutions, that you're going to find that the technology is actually your business now. And your business is now subsumed in technology and how it works. So we have to look at how the impact that big data, the user interface, how do we ensure that technology works optimally? You're going to find that, for instance, people like McDonald's are starting to look at use AI to design drive-through kiosks where people come in and instead of having one set menu that you order from, you come in and you can tweak the menu based on times of the day and regional sensibilities and customer preferences. Just so, because they've recognized that in the new economy, personalization is everything. Personalized experience. People are demanding personalized experience before they can do business with you. So technology is going to have a significant impact on our businesses, no matter whether we like it or not. And that's going to drive a lot of change in what we're going to do. What's going to happen? Online marketing is going to be, so people like Jumia and product delivery are going to become key. So some of the things that we may look at doing is not just investing in Jumia, but Jumia operates, and Konga and people like that operate an ecosystem that is all their own. There are people who are doing last mile deliveries for them. There are people who are doing fulfillment centers for them. All kinds of things that people are doing to support that ecosystem. So if at different price points and different capex levels, we can invest in some of those areas because those are the areas that will be booming. There's no need in this case where people are not going out to eat to go and set up a new restaurant and say, oh, I'm going to this thing. So you may look into, rather than look into a restaurant, you may look into food deliveries because that's something that's going to be critical because people want to stay safe in their homes and get the food. So looking at those things, we have to look at online marketing and product delivery are going to be areas that we look at investing in. So what does that mean? Logistics is a big trend. Getting boxes in to be there where you want them, when you want them, and how it's going to be, is critical. So it's important. So those are areas where you can look at. I mean, for instance, Okadas were banned, but you find that a lot of people who were operating Okadas for carrying passengers have turned into using Okada to deliver food and so on. I mean, I have a friend who runs a restaurant not too far away, and he does delivery. So you order fish, he will deliver you, charges you a delivery fee, and the food comes to you as it is. So it's important for us to recognize where the economy is going and go accordingly. Because remote working is the new reality. Size will not be measured by number of staff, size of buildings, or number of branches you have. Because you find that even the banks are starting to realize that, hey, we don't need as many branches as we had. I mean, one of the banks top actually was going to go aggressively to downsizing but social pressure forced them to slow down on that. But that is the reality. If you walk into a bank in the UK, you probably find 4 or 5 people in that entire branch. So the era of Nigerian banks having 50 people, 40 people in a branch is over. So if you don't get on that treadmill and say, look, I can do these things remotely, so why am I going to be doing that? So you only do the face-to-face when you do need to. That's the trend that is going to go. Thank you very much. And may God grant us all the wisdom for the changing times in Jesus' mighty name. Amen.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. We appreciate you, sir. And we sincerely appreciate your time. You are a very busy man with a very tight schedule. But for making time with us, sir, we sincerely appreciate you. Thank you so much for being with us, sir. Thank you, sir. So on the chat now, I can't see any questions. Thank you. I can't see any questions here, sir. But if there are other questions, of course, we will get back to you. And there are some select points that I think myself and possibly all our listeners have taken from your presentation this morning, sir. We can work alone. We need to assemble a team. That's a key point that I got from your presentation. It's not something we can do alone. We need a team to go ahead to do that. Okay. Okay, sir. So, sir, thank you so much. Without wasting more time, we are running behind the schedule. If there are more questions, if you see questions, sir, before the end of our conference, should we forward them to your email? Okay, let me unmute you now, sir. Sir, you can unmute yourself now.
Yes, you can forward them to the emails. I can respond by email.
Yes,
or
sir. Yes,
if
sir.
we're still here, I can respond face to face as you please.
Okay, sir. We'll surely do that, sir. And I'm sure, sir, when we invite you next time, surely you will honor our invitation. COVID will go, and then we would like to have face-to-face interaction with you. And I'm sure when we invite you, you will definitely honor our invitation, sir. So, sir, this is for you from the organizer, from the Mountain Top University. They asked me to show you this so that you can have a glimpse of it. So, can I open it, sir?
It's okay. It's okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation from Mountain Top University.
Yes, this is for you, sir.
It's a lovely plaque.
So, in a recognition of your contribution towards the success of our second international conference on entrepreneurship, MTURC 2020, as our guest speaker. So we are presenting this to you. Please, sir, expect this on your table. It will get
Thank
to
you very much, and God bless you.
Thank
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for making it with us. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Yes,
thank you. Bye-bye.
So with that, we've come to the end of, please wait before you go, please. I would like to call on the chairman, the acting director, Center for Entrepreneurship, Dr. Patience Erigbe, for our conference remarks. Dr. Erigbe.
Okay. Thank you very much, our honorable moderator. Thank you so much for a brilliant job well done. I want to thank all of you who have been present since the past 2 days. We started this conference yesterday, so we've already established a protocol, so all protocol duly observed. I want to thank all the keynote speakers, all our guest speakers for a very good presentations that they have all displayed. They have all given us and shared their wealth of experiences with us. We really appreciate them. God will bless you all. God bless you, Mr. Emeka Ndu. You have been awesome. We've always been chatting, and you have shown us that you are ready to always be there and give your experience. God bless you. We thank Professor Mrs. Aremu also for the wonderful presentation she made, and Otumba Sheni Adetu. He has also done so well. God bless you, sir. And most importantly, we thank Otumba Femi Pedro for coming. He was really very early. We appreciate that. God bless you, sir, for that wonderful presentation that you also gave us. We want to also thank Professor Mrs. Aremu. She came since yesterday. She was there yesterday, even though her presentation was supposed to have been today. And we truly, truly appreciate that. Thanking all that spoke yesterday, our Chancellor for coming and giving the opening speech. We really thank him and his goodwill messages. May God Almighty continue to bless him for us in the mighty name of Jesus. He has always been interested in entrepreneurship for us here and has done so much to ensure that that dream will keep it going. God bless you, sir. And for our Vice Chancellor and the management team, we say, God bless you. Kudos to you for ensuring this conference took place. We really thank you for that. And our Lord will continue to empower you with all that you need to make this success, this a good success. We thank all participants. In fact, without you all, this will not be possible. You made it possible. We are so grateful to you all for joining since yesterday for 2 days now. God bless you. And all those that actually sent their abstracts and that are still going to be presenting their papers, they have been so patient. They were patient even yesterday. We finished at about 4 p.m. yesterday, analyzing and what we do as academians. God bless you all. And I know some of you are still going to be here till 4 p.m. today. With all the committee, the organizing committee, we say a big thank you for the good job well done. You have all been there for us. The chairman of the organizing committee, we say thank you so much because you really work so hard to ensure that this international conference, second international conference, was made possible. Thank you so much, my great team. You have all made us proud as one. So we are saying that this conference, we want to declare it closed though, but even though we are going to have the second plenary session today, but we are saying that next year, by the grace of God, it shall be a better one. By the grace of God, there will not be COVID, and so it shall be a physical, conference. And by the grace of God, it shall be bigger and better than this in Jesus' name. So I hope to see all of you next year. Everyone who has participated this year, we shall all meet next year also. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my acting director. We thank everyone, like she rightly said, but please, we still have a parallel session, which is we have track 3 and track 4. And then please, those who are supposed to be there, please, you still have to stay with us. And then thank you for coming. Thank you for being part of this conference. And for my humble self, I say we thank you so much. We appreciate you for being with us. And then I will hand over the parallel session to Dr. Okude Eze. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Mr. Abadon. You've done a very good job yesterday. We really appreciate your efforts. God bless you so much, sir.
Okay.
Right now, we are now going to the parallel section for the continuation of where we stopped yesterday. We have 2 main tracks. Track 1 and track 2. Sorry, track 4.
All right.
We have track three.
That's
That's
economy.
economy.
And we have
And we
track
have
4.
track 4.
Track 4 has to do with media and language. However, we have some people that were not able to send yesterday.
Please,
Network with the
echo. The echo.
Oh, Professor. She's still there.
Yeah, so please, if you are online and you are ready for your presentation, kindly send in your article ID. You are online and you are ready for your presentation, send in your article ID. Today's parallel section will be shared by Dr. Mrs. Jamila Shuaran. I hope I'm correct, ma'am. She's from the Department of Marketing, based University Abuja, and will be co-chaired by Dr. Mrs. Mbaka. However, if the number of presenters are so many, we are going to divide ourselves into 2 different rooms. For now, we want you to let us know if you are ready for your presentation. Just drop in your article ID. Dr. Mrs. Mbaka, 005 is ready. 005 is ready. 004 is ready. Dr. Mrs. Jamilu, are you online, ma'am? Can you unmute yourself? Why is it? Can you see them? Okay. 010 is ready. 038 is ready. 034 is ready. 005, 010, 038, 034. Please kindly do us a favor. We want you to please write us the way you want your name to be written on the certificate. Just go through the program that has been sent to you. If there are mistakes on the name, kindly let us know. Write us on our official email, mtui@ice.edu.hu, so that we can make necessary corrections. 05 is also ready. 09 is ready. 04 is also ready. Dr. Mrs. Jamilu, are you online, ma'am? Dr. Mbaka, right? Yes. It's typing Mbaka. Type Mbaka. Let's click on her. Okay. So, actually, please you can unmute yourself now. Stop.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm unmuted now. Okay, I don't know.
You're online now. I can hear you now.
Good afternoon, participants. I'm not sure whether the doctor from Base University is online. Okay. We are going to be doing this together. Okay, so I will list out, thank you. I will list out the numbers that have sent, people that have sent their numbers already. Then as we proceed, I know others will also send in their numbers. So these are the ones I will read them out according to the first person to the last person that sent his or her own. The very first number I got is 009. So 009, can you raise your hand so that you'll be unmuted?
Noma, can you read the numbers you have already with you?
Sorry? 009, 035, 034, 005, 010, 038, 032. These are the numbers I have now. So can 009 raise his or her hand up so that we can unmute? Can you see the person? Is there any hand raised?
That is a Kogi, okay, Kogi. It's our friend.
Okay, the person could not present yesterday. Okay, let him now take the floor if he's ready today. That's the first person. Kogi chat lot, I guess.
I can see him.
Please unmute him.
He's unmuted.
We can't hear you. Having the Kogi chat lot 009 number. What is happening? Can he?
Okay, talk to him now.
Hello, you can unmute yourself now. Chat up. I think it's having an audio problem. You need to move to the next person.
Okay, he's still having audio problem. Okay, let's move to the next person because of time. Let's leave 035. That's my paper. 034, are you ready? 034.
Not ready yet. Give me 10 minutes to be ready.
10 minutes. Oh,
I need to change,
okay.
I need to change the system I'm using. Give me some time.
That's not chat. Okay, the next person, 005. Are you ready? 005, are you ready? Zero 1-0, are you ready? .005 is who? Can the person raise up his hand so that we can identify you?
We have Richard Living House Race, Akela Living House Race.
I don't even have the. Sec, do you have a list of the numbers against their names so that it will be easy? So that I can mark. It's too far removed. No, they are grouped in different places. I've muted myself. Kabiru Adediji, are you ready for your paper? Okay, maybe we go straight to 03004. Okay, Adediji has said yes, he's ready. Please, can you unmute him? 004, hold on. Please, the host should allow him to unmute himself.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
I am Ibrahim Kabir. Hello.
Go ahead, please. We can hear you.
Okay, I'm Ibrahim Kabir. Yes, I'll be presenting the paper titled Financial Risk and Performance of Listed Insurance Companies in Nigeria. As we all know, the essence of insurance company is to insure organizations, businesses, individuals against loss. And they are one of the backbone of any economic development. If insurance companies are well taken care of and their financial, economics, and their macro variables are well taken care of, their activities can lead to development in any organization, in any country. So the essence of this paper is to look at the type of risk that they themselves faces. So we'll be talking about 3 types of risk in this paper. The first one is, the first one is the underwriting risk, followed by the capital adequacy risk, then the liquidity risk. The underwriting risk has to do with the type of risk that they take. You know, life is uncertain. They also believe that future occurrences are not certain. So they take risks based on probability and based on maybe figures, calculated figures before taking a risk. So there are some times whereby they will take risks that are beyond their capacity, which may at the end of the day affect their financial risk. So I'll be sharing the slide with others so that we'll be able to have, okay, the slide is there already. Okay, how can I control the slide, please? Okay. Okay, the presentation outline as displayed on the screen is I'll be having the introduction, which I've just had. the hypothesis I've mentioned that, okay, we'll be talking about 3 risks, that is capital adequacy risk, the underwriting risk, and the liquidity risk. These risks are regressed against the financial performance of listed insurance companies. So the hypotheses were designed in line with the objectives of this study. The first hypothesis is to see the impact that I designed the hypothesis in a null form. The first one is saying that capital adequacy has no direct relationship with financial performance of listed insurance companies. While the second hypothesis is saying that underwriting risk has no relationship with financial performance of listed insurance company. Then the last one, which is liquidity risk, has no direct relationship with the financial performance of listed insurance companies in Nigeria. Okay. The introduction that is being displayed, the insurance company's ability to continue to cover risk in the economy hinges on their capacity to create profit or value for their shareholders. The insurance business also face risk, which, if not given adequate attention, can affect their strategy, operation, finances, technology, and environment negatively. According to Obalola, Akifan, and Olufemi 2014, argued that the essence of periodic reform of insurance sector has to do with continuous check on the peculiar risk of insurance company. You know what we mean by peculiar risk? If we look at other literatures in finance, we have what we call the macroeconomic variables and the microeconomic variables. The peculiar risks are categorized under the microeconomic variables, so such as the capital adequacy, the market risk, and the underwriting risks, so that these sectors can perform to the expectation of the shareholders and contribute to the economy at large. I've mentioned that we have 3 hypotheses, which I've stated earlier on. So we'll be going to the methodology. Under the methodology, the research design, we are using the ex post facto research design because events for these studies has happened. Most of my the data used for this report, which has been audited by certified auditors, both internally and externally. So the population of this study is 13 composite. What we mean by composite insurance companies, they are those that engage in both life assurance businesses, property and pecuniary insurance businesses, then reinsurance businesses. So this study adopts convenience and a filter to select the sample of the study. Some of these criteria for the filter are: 1, the insurance company that will be considered must be composite insurance company that are among the top 5 as of 2018. Composite insurance companies are among the top 5 based on the total asset that they have in 2018. Also, the composite insurance company should be among the top 5 based on their profit and gross profit index as of 2018. So we'll be having 5 insurance companies as our sample at the end of the day. The first one is AIICO, Mutual, AXA Mansard, NEM, and Custodian serve as a sample of this study. So I have the way in which we measured our variables. The first one is the financial performance, which is our dependent variable. It is measured as net profit after tax, all of our total assets, while the liquidity ratio or liquidity risk is measured as current assets, all of our current liability. Underwriting risk is also measured by benefit paid, all of our net premium. Capital adequacy is measured as total liability, all of our total assets. Okay. So I'll be moving straight to the regression results. Here we have the beta value of 0.97 for the constant, while the underwriting risk we have minus. For the beta, there's no the negative or positive sign is insignificant because we are going to use it to judge our p-value. So based on what we have to judge the insurance, our hypothesis, the regression results indicate that underwriting risk was negatively related to financial performance and statistically significant at 5% level of significance. The beta value shows 0.069 with a significant value of 0.026. With a p-value of 0.6026, the null hypothesis was rejected at 5% level of significance. Thus, the null hypothesis that states that underwriting risk has no significant effect on financial performance of insurance company in Nigeria was rejected. Also, for the second hypothesis, which says that the capital adequacy has no relationship with financial performance, the regression results indicates that capital adequacy and sample insurance company was inversely related to financial performance and significantly insignificant at 5% level of significance. The beta value shows minus 0.511 with a significant value of 0.045. With a p-value of 0.045, the null hypothesis was rejected at 5% level of significance. Thus, the null hypothesis that states that capital adequacy has no significant effect on financial performance of listed insurance companies was rejected. Lastly, the regression result indicates that liquidity was positively related to financial performance and statistically significant at 5% level of significance. The beta value shows 0.427 with a significant value of 0.038. This p-value states
Mr. Kabiru, you have 1
that
minute
the
left.
was rejected at 5% level of significance. Thus, the null hypothesis that states the liquidity has no significant effect on financial performance of insurance company was rejected. In conclusion, we can see that all listed hypotheses were rejected, which shows that both capital adequacy, liquidity, underwriting risk are all having impact directly on the financial performance of insurance companies. So the recommendations are that 1, Nigerian insurance companies should consider minimizing their costs and claims through proper estimations, pricing, and valuation techniques. Also, therefore, insurance companies should also strive to attract more customers and boost their income through provision of enhanced estimation techniques. Lastly, the insurance companies in Nigeria should maintain their liquidity profile and standard while diversifying their assets in a way to remain profitable and sustainable. Thank you very much. I'm Adedeji.
Thank you very much, Kabiru. That's a good, wonderful presentation, if I must say that. You can send your questions to the chat, or you indicate by raising up your hand, and then I will unmute you so that you can ask your question quickly. We have just 2 questions for each participant so that we can move on quickly. Does anybody have a question for him? Chuks DG and Diola Adeleke, I can see your hands raised. Do you have questions?
No, it was raised to present. My only question to him is this. In terms of his methodology, can I go ahead?
Please go ahead.
Yes. I think his conclusions are rather too broad. Is it with all the sectors of insurance or with a particular location is sampled? And we also want to know, where did he do his sampling? Is it in Lagos or in other parts of the country? Is his results representative of the whole country or just a part of the country?
Okay. Adedeji, yes, are you generalizing the results?
Yes, the research of this nature, the data used for the analysis are secondary in nature. So we got the financial report of these insurance companies that are used as our sample through the Nigerian Stock Exchange. So this financial report is a general financial report that is published at the end of every year. So it is generalized and it is what we use as our data for analysis.
Okay, I would think you have to incorporate that so that anybody reading your paper will exactly get the picture of what your population actually is. And then, like we said yesterday, papers that are presented in this conference will be reworked because we have the intention in the Scopus Index Journal. So it should meet that standard. That's why I will even encourage us to make more contributions so that every speaker will be able to, every presenter rather, will be able to rework the paper and then bring it, better than it is presently. So thank you very much for that beautiful presentation. Let's quickly go to the next person. Okay, you have a question for him. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for that beautiful presentation. Let's move ahead to the next paper. Paper 042. Am I right? Paper number 042. Okay, 032. Ologundudu. Please go ahead. The floor is yours. Please unmute him so that he can present.
This one is the Uganda professor.
You cannot be presenting alone. Let the guests speak. I have my paper too. You're part of the paper and you're asking to present.
Are you on side?
Already. Okay, Dr. Ologundudu is having issue 0232. So let's move on to Chuck's issue. Are you ready now, sir?
Let me quickly, give me time to download my file and then I'll get back to you people.
Okay, we'll move again to his.
I thought you are itching to present.
Okay.
Can I send my file to you quickly so that you share the screen for me?
Okay, do so quickly, sir.
I will do that now. Is it MCU at ICU?
Okay, so let's move on to another person. 042. Oluyomi. There is the paper. Please, can you unmute him? Adeyemi Babasanya and Oluwatosin Oluyomi. If he's ready, please go ahead. We don't want to waste too much time. Have you unmuted him? She's ready.
Where is she?
Can you check your mail? I've sent my presentation to you so that you can share for me.
Oluyomi.
What's your unmuted? All unmuted. They should.
Oluyomi, can you hear us? Please go ahead. Oluwatosin. You have been unmuted.
005. Oluwatosin, you are unmuted. Yes, yes.
You can't find him.
Okay. Oluwatosin.
Okay. Yes, I'm just unmuted now.
Okay, good. Please go ahead.
We can hear you, sir. Okay. Go ahead.
Let me share my screen. Sorry, please, can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can see your screen. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oluwatosin Olatunji Oluyomi.
Good afternoon, please.
And my co-authors are Dr. Babasanya Adeyemi and Dr. Ologududu Majid. I'm here to present the paper titled Innovative Entrepreneurship and Economic Sustainability in the Selected Private Universities in Nigeria. The pre and post COVID-19 comparative analysis. Before I proceed, I would like to tell you the structure of this paper. This paper is divided into 6 sections. Section 1, we have the introduction. Section 2, the literature review. Section 3 talks about the overview of private universities in Nigeria. Section 4, methodology. 5, results and discussion. Section 6, conclusion and recommendation. I will start off with the introduction. Industrial revolution in the 18th century gave birth to innovative entrepreneurship. Hence, innovative entrepreneurship is not a new concept. For instance, email was first discovered at MIT Computer in 1965 and later innovated by Yahoo Mail and Gmail. As of January 2020, Yahoo and Gmail has 225 million users and 1.5 billion users respectively. While the pioneer EchoMail just has over 2.4 million users. With that scenario, it tells us that innovative entrepreneurship is not the same as entrepreneurship. To this end, this paper is motivated to and move to literature. Paper consists of two reviews. We have the conceptual review and the theoretical review. I'll start with the conceptual review 2.1. First, what is the concept of innovative entrepreneurship? According to Schumpeter, 1934, defined innovative entrepreneurship as a creative destruction driven by knowledge or technology. Concept of economic sustainability. Economic sustainability is one of the three pillars of sustainable development. To put differently, economic sustainability is simply defined as organizational practices that support steady growth in business and economy indicators without negatively impacting on economy, environment, and cultural aspect of review. The theoretical review, we have two theories. We have the endogenous growth theory and the evolutionary growth theory. Endogenous growth theory talks about the nexus relationship between innovative entrepreneurship and economic growth. However, there is a limitation to the growth theory. The theory like Lucas was able to look at the relationship between human capital and economic growth. We have Baron 1990, talks about the nexus relationship between public infrastructure and economic growth. But less importance was placed on innovative entrepreneurship and sustainable economic sustainability. Evolutionary theory, evolutionary growth theory, discovered by Winter and Nelson in 1982, extended and pioneered the nexus relationship between innovative entrepreneurship and sustainable development, economic sustainability. The three of private investors in Nigeria. The table
Hello. Oluwatosin. Oluyomi, we can't hear you again. Meanwhile, you have overshot your time. Okay, maybe we proceed to the next paper. if he joins us again, he might just face questions if there are any.
Let's go ahead.
Are you ready? Okay, let's go to paper number 042. 032, sorry. Ologundudu.
Okay. Okay, are you hearing me? I am ready in my house.
Can't hear you.
Hello, I've unmuted myself and you should be hearing me by now. I am, as I'm talking to the hearing because I'm looking at it.
We can't hear you, sir.
Hello, hello, hello.
That guy is still there.
Hello. Is anybody hearing me?
Is he a problem?
Hello. Hello.
Chooks DG, I've not forgotten you. We are trying to sort out or you have sorted it out?
I've sent it to you and I think I sorted it out also. You can share and I can share now.
You have sorted it out yourself now?
Yes, I think I can share from here.
Okay. So please go ahead.
You share from your own end, please.
We can't share. We can't. I say we are still trying to sort it out. So if you are ready, just go ahead, sir.
Okay.
We are waiting for you, sir.
Your time is counting. You can't hear you, sir.
I know, that's why I asked you to help me share.
I thought you said you are ready to share.
No, you share from your end. I'm having difficulty with my
we have not sorted it out. You just sent a mail that we should help you. So the mail has not been sorted out. So if you are not ready with your slides from your end to share, then we proceed to another person until we sort your own out from here.
Let me find out where this thing is hiding. I don't know where the document is hiding.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
I didn't know where the document is hiding on my system.
Okay, now this.
I'm sorry. I can see a lot of people are having network problem. Yeah, sorry about that.
Permission to share my screen now.
So, Oluwatosi, conclude with your
Permit
presentation.
me to share my screen. Can I continue my presentation, please?
Please, you have just 2 minutes to round off. Just go straight to your findings.
Okay. Now, let's go to the findings. My findings Sorry, a minute. So I have the results and discussion. My findings is in this. The innovative entrepreneurship is measured from the 5 selected private universities site, and we use the innovative entrepreneurship stability. At the end of this, we discovered that Mountaintop University and Anchor University is more stable in innovative entrepreneurship, unlike other selected private universities. Innovative entrepreneurship efficiency. Efficiency was measured by the number of programs developed, by the number of years of existence. And from the findings, the results revealed that Anchor University is able to produce 7.7 programs per section, followed by Mountaintop University with 3 sections, 3 programs per section. Next is Backup University and Covenant with 2 programs per section. And the least university is Igbinedion University with 1 section per section. So that means Anchor University and Mountaintop University are more efficient in their innovative entrepreneurship. Results from the economic sustainability. Under the economic sustainability, you can see the chart displayed. Here we look at economic sustainability prior COVID-19 result, and this revealed that of all the 5 private universities selected, Covenant University has a consistent rising webometric ranking performance, implying that Covenant University before COVID-19 has economic sustainability. Next, revealed that all the private universities are consistent, have a consistent rising webinar recording performance, implying except Covenant University, which has a decline from position of 2 in 2018 to 2020 to drop to 2 position.
Thank you very much, sir.
That all the private universities are consistent. The conclusion is, this is the conclusion here, which has been drawn. We have the conclusion in telling us that innovative entrepreneurship has a positive impact on economic sustainability. Recommendation, they need to what? For us to have a consistent economic sustainability, the stakeholders must embrace evolutionary growth theory.
Okay, thank you very much.
Public.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oluyomi. Thank you. God bless you. You have really overshot your time. Okay, please, we have questions for him. That's a wonderful presentation, although the network tried to do stuffs. Questions for Oluyomi Oluwatosi.
Okay, time is up. Issues. There's a question for you.
He doesn't want to ask questions.
Your contributions.
I think Shuk's DG's hands are perpetually up, so I don't know whether whether it's a question or something else.
No, it's not a question. I think I'll raise my hand down.
Okay. Do you have any question for him or contribution? No.
I don't have any
so
questions for him.
All right. Thank you very much.
I don't know why my document is not coming on my screen. And I've
Okay,
sent
so
it to
let's
you.
move on to the next
Or do I
presentation.
stick to my presentation without sharing the screen?
You want to share the screen?
No, you share the screen for me, please.
I said we have not sorted your case because you have asked us to help you to get the mail.
Please,
So the okay, paper number 032. Please, can you go ahead? Please go ahead with your paper presentation. Go ahead, sir.
I want to thank the chairman for giving me this slot. I am here in the midst of the topic entitled The Impact of Entrepreneurial Innovation and Intention in Selected Small-Scale Food Processing Industry on Economic Development in Nigeria. I'm presenting this paper on behalf of my peer review scholar, Mr. Oluyomi, of the same department, economics, in Mountains of University. So this paper will look at Hello. 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 Oh, okay, can I do the run? Okay, just in a jiffy, let me quickly rerun what I've said earlier on. I said the great father of innovative and intention entrepreneurial tendency is known as Schumpeter. In 1934, he carried out a study of 4 Asian economies that already was depressed at that point in time. And he came up with a finding that for any economy to come out of any depression and to accelerate economic development, they must have invested substantially on entrepreneurship tendency. And for that reason, he now came up with an axiom to say that economic development is a direct function of entrepreneurial, innovative, and intention. And to that extent, I look at my objective for 2 points of view. We want to look at the extent to which innovative entrepreneurial tendency is related to economic development. We also want to look at the relationship as a whole, whether indeed in our own case, they are related. And to enable us to establish that fact, there are 3 different people that have studied the same work. And one defined innovative as being able to do what other people are doing in different way. The technical concept of innovative technology, according to Schumpeter, is disruptive technology. But from layman point of view, anytime you are doing what other people are doing in different way, you are innovative. So, and there are 3 theories that underline that. The first one is personality trait, which talk about innovativeness, risk-bearing ability, independency. The other one talk about demographic variables, which are about age, gender, origin, religion, level of studies. It has been discovered that age and technology are related. Those who are older, they are not more active in the area of technology. The younger ones have taken over the field. And also discovered that gender, as far as technology is concerned, is more of a male and not of female. The origin in our own context means that people who are from the Western or the Eastern world, they are more technologically sound than people in other parts of the country, and so on and so forth. But the recent study has, however, contributed substantially, according to Renaud 1996, Kruger 1998, and Shapiro and Skolo 2000, Guru et al. 2010. They have attributed another 3 major factors to this study. The first one is personal factors, the other one is institutional factors, the other one is exogenous factors. All those factors are very, very huge in terms of innovative tendency in Nigeria. And we also link that one to the planned behaviors of an individual. If somebody is very, very, very creative, it will have been discovered from the youth using all the conservative tools to achieve his objective. And lastly, among the recent studies under the theoretical framework, we have Argent 1996 and Kruger 2000. They also asserted that money, time, skills, talent, cooperation of other people will also help you if you want to be an innovative entrepreneur who will also declare intention. And because of those theoretical framework we have mentioned here, we will say that the methodology we have used in this study, they are as follows. Data were collected from 91 randomly selected small-scale businesses in the food processing industry using a structured questionnaire. Number 2, data were analyzed using both descriptive and inference statistics. Number 3, frequency, chart, and percentage analysis were used to describe the demographic characteristics of the respondent. And lastly, the hypotheses were formulated and tested, and through which we use binary logistic regression techniques. So for that, you can see in 1.4 result and discussion, the table where we are able to compute the standard errors of this study and the standard deviation. And that gave us a conclusion, which is our finding. According to that table, it was asserted that out of 80% small-scale businesses in food industry that have sound awareness of innovation on entrepreneurship creativity, only 30% of them were able to transform their innovation to actualization, right? They could think about it, they perceive it, they conceive it, and they play on it, but only 30% were able to transform what they have already put in mind, what they have already actualized into full reality. And why 30 out of 80? Because most of them, they have the intention based on their skills, but they were not able to do because funds were very scarce. And that is why in our conclusion, we said the recommendation for any economy that want to be development, entrepreneurship, innovation, they must do the following to enable their economy to grow. Number one, they should be able to make adequate funds available to all who have shown skills in creating new ideas. Number two, they should establish a specialized agency that will take the skill of students right from the university to know the area they could do well better than the academic before they are sent to the entire world. And as they are doing that, they should be following them with, we should be supporting them with funding, adequate funding. And that now come to a conclusion to say that if any economy is interested in sustainable growth and development, there are other areas that they can harness, but those areas they can harness may not be able to take them to where they are supposed to be, except they invest substantially on number one, innovative entrepreneurship in the food industry in particular, because nobody can do without food. And number two, that funding should not be difficult to access. One thing is for them to say there are funding for this particular set of people. Another thing is for the economy to recognize the fact that those funding can be accessed with it. So I conclude by saying that via recognition of skills from the young ones that we are building today, we go a long way to make them to be creative, to make them to also be innovative, and to make them to also contribute substantially to our economic development.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ologundudu. Thank you very much. Please, House, do you have any questions or contributions to make the paper better? Actually, it's a fully loaded paper. I can see all the paraphernalia of an academic paper are fully entrenched in that paper. So please, can we contribute or ask questions quickly? Dr. or Professor DG, Chooks DG, I sent you a chat earlier on. I hope you saw it so that we can sort out your case, sir.
Okay.
Can you kindly unmute her so that she can ask her question? Adeola Adeleke. Please, if you have a question, just send through chat. But if you want to ask verbally, just raise your hand. There is no time. Thank you. Okay, please go ahead. You have been unmuted.
Any question? I'm here to present. I'll be raising up my hand since I have not been called. That's why I raise up my hand.
Okay, go ahead and ask a question.
Okay. She's not asking a question. I think she wants to present a paper.
Okay,
We'll get to you. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go to the next person I have here. We are following a list that we tabulated right from the beginning of this presentation. So please, everybody will get to present. God bless you. Please, can we unmute Oyeniron OA 010? They can unmute themselves now. Okay, please, Oyeniron, can you unmute yourself if you're ready? You are the next person I have here in my paper.
Hello, please. I have a question for the last presenter.
Kola Wola Debisi, what did you say?
I said I have question for the last presenter. I've been raising up my hand since.
Okay, you have a question. I didn't see your hand. Sorry, sir.
I've been raising my hand since, ma. Now it's the question has to do with the topic of the paper.
The topic?
Yeah, the topic of the paper. I'm not really the topic, the impact. I think it should be impact. And in selecting selected processing, whatever it does, I think Nigerian economy should be there. They should be specific. You just write economy development. Which country economy development?
Of Nigeria. Of Nigeria.
Yes, it should be written.
In the course of my presentation, I added it. It was not in the topic, but I saw the omission while I was presenting, and I quickly fixed it up. So the development we are talking about is Nigeria economy.
So it should be included in the title, please.
It's okay. It's noted. It's noted.
Rather, it should be impact.
Hello, I'm still on seat to answer you.
Yeah.
Hello, I am still on seat to answer you. Except you are through, so that I can take my leave.
Yes, I'm done.
Maybe you send him a private message.
It's all right. It's noted. Your observation is noted. Thank you.
God bless you. Let's proceed. If
please, I've been raising my number. My paper is 038. You have not called me since, madam.
If Oyeni wrong 08, yeah, please go ahead with your paper. You can unmute yourself. If he's not here, then 009 should take the floor. 010, please go ahead. But if you don't take it up, 009, go ahead.
Okay, I'm ready.
Heart slots. You are 009.
Yes.
Okay? Yeah, go
yes,
ahead.
I am. Okay, good afternoon to you all.
Good afternoon. You have been struggling for a long time to present this.
Yes, since yesterday, the network.
So sorry. I hope it works.
I had to change the laptop so that I will be able to do that. So
all
it's
right,
a pleasure that I'm here. I'm so happy.
Go ahead quickly. You have 5 minutes.
5 minutes? Okay. The topic. Okay, sorry. Sorry, I'm coming. Okay, the topic is impact of digital marketing tool on performance of business in Nigeria. Hello, are you with me?
Can hear you.
Okay, as we all know, businesses usually aim to grow in terms of market size, assets, and they have to ensure that they attract and retain customers in order to remain profitable. As a result of that, they also, according to Digital Marketing Institute, digital marketing is the use of digital channels to promote or market product and service to target customers and businesses. And we all know that digital marketing is a new trend that is coming up. Is trying to do away with the traditional marketing, and as a result of that, as internet become intertwined with every day we do, the importance of digital marketing is becoming very crystal clear. A product will will not be successful in the market only with best product design and features. However, the performance and success of a product in the market is subject to product design, feature, how it is introduced into the market, and the type of marketing strategies deployed. Hence, the study intends to investigate the impact of digital marketing, such as content marketing, search engine optimization, social media marketing, and affiliate marketing, email marketing, and mobile marketing as such. So I'm sorry, I can't see my slide.
You are not sharing any slide, actually. So go ahead.
Okay. The objective of the study is to know the extent to which digital marketing affects organizational performance in Nigeria. While specific objectives include to evaluate the effect of email marketing on the business performance of Jumia and Kobo 360, to analyze the effect of mobile marketing on the performance of Jumia and Kobo 360, to investigate the effect of social media marketing on business performance of Jumia and Kobo 360. In the literature review, certain concepts were discussed. Concepts such as email marketing, and email marketing can be looked at as when message about a product or services is sent through email to an existing or potential customer. Then concept of mobile marketing is also discussed. And then social media marketing was also discussed, where we talked about
Please, can you remove your slide?
Where issues such as Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Pinterest, Snapchat, LinkedIn were discussed. And for the study, a theoretical framework was adopted, and network to social network theory was used for the study. The methodology used Hello?
We can hear you.
Yeah, the methodology used was a descriptive cross-sectional research design, and the study targeted the population of junior. The study targeted a population of staff of Jumia and Kobo 360, which was running according to statestar.com, and the staff of Jumia stood at 5,100, while that of Kobo 360 was approximately 3,000 staff. Primary source of data was used for gathering the data, and for the analysis, SPSS was used for the analysis, and also descriptive analysis using frequency tables and percentage was also used. I'll go to the results. Results and discussion. In the work, results in table 4.1 from 4.19 reveals that the correlation between social media and firm performance is positive and significant, which shows that 0.85 and a p-value of 0.00. Further, the study reveals that the correlation between mobile marketing and firm performance is positive and is significant, with 0 as at the R is 0.843 and the p-value is 0.000. Finally, the study established that there was a positive and this implies that all the variables had a positive and significant correlation with firm performance. In conclusion, the study concludes that web solutions affect the performance of company greatly and positively. The study deduced the corporate brand website is greatly employed in the company, that the marketing website is moderately. The study recommends that the company should mix and match various mediums such as email, social media, and mobile phones to reach the desired target audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. God bless you. Please, questions? I want to plead, I want to beg us, please, if you present, don't go. It will not be, this is an academic conference. I'm aware we are having a network problem. But please, if you present, don't go, so that we'll be able to critique other people's feedback. That is the essence of it. God bless you. If you have any question for Chat Lord Kofi, please quickly send to him. And raise your hand also if you want to, and unmute yourself. If you raise your hand, you can unmute yourself and then ask your question quickly. Any question? It's unfortunate he wasn't able to share his slide. To have made the presentation more vivid, to have been able to see some of the things that he said. But be that as it may, if you have any question for him, please send to him directly. While we move on because of time to the next speaker.
Okay, thank you.
Oyeniro, are you ready now? Paper number 010. Please go ahead, or we ask another person to take over. You can now share your screen or mute yourself. I hope you guys can hear me.
Ready.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can hear me, please. Okay, I am Oyeniro Stella. I'm Stella Oyeniro. I'm presenting to this conference on social media, a technological tool for the sustenance of pedagogy amid COVID-19 pandemic in Nigeria. I'm presenting on behalf of Oyeniro DBC. Introduction. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention in 2019 started monitoring the outbreak of the new, which causes known now as COVID. On 27 February 2020, the Federal Ministry of Health confirmed the first case of this disease in Lagos State, Nigeria. This prompted the federal government to announce the closure of all schools from Monday 23rd March 2020. The spread of virus. Only the disciplinary institutions had to shift from the traditional medium of teaching, which is classroom face-to-face teaching, to online learning within a short period of time. This lockdown changed the way institutions now operate or teach, because many people now have to relate with their lecturers or their students through this new technology, which we rely upon. This study seeks to establish the role of technology in Nigerian educational institutions amid COVID-19 pandemic, with the aim of finding out whether Nigerian institutions adopt social media platforms for academic activities amid COVID-19 pandemic. Users, lecturers, students, and teachers are accrued to the use of social media as an academic
The other
platform.
man,
Now
Shiji,
onto the
you don't get it.
research questions.
I didn't see that one.
We have 4 research questions here for this study. The first research question is, do Nigerian tertiary institutions adopt social media platforms for academic activities amid COVID-19 pandemic? 2, which social media platforms were prominently used for pedagogy amid COVID-19 pandemic in Nigeria? 3, is social media an effective and efficient technological tool for the sustenance of pedagogy amid COVID-19 pandemic lockdown in Nigeria? 4, what are the strengths and weaknesses of social media as technological tool for the sustenance of teaching and learning amid COVID-19 pandemic in Nigeria? For the methodology, the research design used was survey. The instrument used was a semi-structured questionnaire which contained both open-ended and closed-ended questions. The population were students and lecturers from public and private universities in Nigeria. The sample size was 320 staff, lecturers, and students from selected private universities and public universities across the country. Method of data collection. The online administration of questionnaire was conducted with the use of Google Form because there was a lockdown and schools were not on. Students were all over in their parents' homes. So it was the data collection method was through Google Form, through an online administration. Now onto the results. Pedagogy status and institutional ownership pattern of respondents. From this table, we would see that majority of the students and lecturers were they were involved in this research, and private institution and public institution students and lecturers were also involved. Here we see that majority of the respondents were students, while the majority of the respondents were also from private institutions. This implies that majority of government-owned tertiary institutions did not use social media for pedagogy during COVID-19 pandemic lockdown as a result of discontinuity in education from the ongoing strike actions that was embarked upon by some fractions of public tertiary institution lecturers. This happened before the break of COVID-19 pandemic in Nigeria, but this strike was upheld during the lockdown and is still ongoing as of today. This gave private tertiary institutions an advantage to continue with the academic activities through the use of various technologies, including social media. Institutions has agreed that they adopt the use of social media with the number of 86, with a percentage of 86.3% of the respondents testing that their institutions adopted social media during the course of COVID-19 for academic activities. Social media platforms that were prominently used for pedagogy. From the results here, we found that WhatsApp had 24.22%, Google Classroom had 22.6%, Zoom had 21.2%, among other social media. We found that the reasons for the choice of particular social media platform used by the selected schools were depending on the management of the institutions. The management of the institution decide on which platform they want to use, and that is best. The reasons are best known to them. These reasons are not in line with this the objective of this study. Effectiveness and efficiency of social media platforms. 49% agree that social media platforms were effective and efficient in sustaining academic activities, teaching and learning amid COVID-19 pandemic, while 20% strongly agreed. Strength of social media as a technological tool for the sustenance of teaching and learning amid COVID-19 pandemic. Some of the strengths accrued to social media use in teaching and learning amid COVID-19 pandemic in Nigeria as responded. Okay. Now, this study concludes that Nigerian tertiary institutions that are privately owned engaged their students more in pedagogy during COVID-19 lockdown through the use of social media. The prominent social media platforms used were WhatsApp, Google Classroom, Zoom, among others. Social media platforms are efficient and effective in teaching, in sustenance of teaching and learning amid COVID-19. Now onto the recommendations. This study recommends that government-owned tertiary institutions in Nigeria should also look into adopting the developmental trend in sustaining pedagogy for the purpose of national development and continuity in education. Also, all tertiary institutions be used in teaching and learning for the purpose of flexibility and affordability for both students and lecturers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Do you have any questions for her?
Let her try again. I'll send her again. Let her try again.
Put on her paper. It's an academic conference. Let's help one another to make our papers better.
You are muted. You are muted.
Who muted me?
Okay. You are on now. You can repeat that statement.
Okay. All right. Oyeniro, I want to ask, do you have I wasn't actually paying attention to when you were presenting because I was trying to sort out something for a participant.
Okay.
Did you actually anchor the study on any theory, any theoretical framework?
Yes. I'm sorry.
I didn't hear you. Did you?
Yes, we actually did. And we anchored this. Trying to.
But I didn't get that. I would suggest if you didn't, you get a theory that will suit the work, because most times academic papers, theories actually help academic papers to stand out, especially when you're talking about sending it out to good journals. Okay, some people may disagree with that, but I am talking from experience. So it will also help you to actually not reinvent the wheel, do what has already been done, so that you have a focus, and it will help define your statements of problems. So let's not belabor that. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. If nobody else is saying anything, let's move ahead to the next paper. Please don't go, just stay and listen to others. Yes. So we move ahead to 038, Adebisi Kola Wole Shitu. You have the floor, sir.
I'm not online.
Hello?
I'm online.
No, not you. Adebisi online.
He was thrown out.
He's back. He's back.
He's back. Okay. Are you ready for us, Kolawole Adebisi?
Adebisi is ready. I'm ready for you.
Please go ahead.
I think I'm presenting a paper on microcredit, women's empowerment, a case in Oyo State, Nigeria. The introduction. Microcredit is the extension of very small loans, that's micro loan, to the unemployed, poor entrepreneur, and others living in poverty that are not bankable. So microcredit is a part of microfinance, which is the provision of financial service to the very poor. Apart from the loans, it also includes savings. It also includes savings, microinsurance, microinsurance and other financial institutions. So when we are talking about empowerment, what do we actually mean by empowerment? Empowerment means the ability to make a strategic choice, which requires power, choice, option, and control in one's day-to-day affairs. So the paper has a statement of problem. The statement of problem of this paper center on focusing on the study the challenges. Women entrepreneurs often report challenges associated with financial, labor, and marketing problems. That is according to Chandra, 1991. We also have that of Das M. So lack of cash flow and working capital, lack of manufacturing experience and burden of household responsibilities pose a serious challenge to women entrepreneurs in Nigeria. So the objectives of this study: one, to evaluate the benefits and limitation of microcredit to women economy empowerment. To assess the contribution of microcredit to reduction of poverty among women. To examine the impact of microcredit on women participation in home decision-making and community development. So there are certain literatures that were reviewed in the paper. We have that of Iwela in 2005, Fashola 2008. We also have Nike 2008, Epemat, and 2010. We also talk about Alade, Amsa, and Adekunle in 2013. All these authors focus on this.
Please go ahead to the body of your work. Methodology and findings. That's what is important. Leave the references. Thank you.
Targeted in the next city, more than 80 participants in this particular study. Yeah. The questionnaires were distributed to those people that are customers or clients of microfinance banks and those ones that are not. Results and discussion. It was discovered, the results, the table presented, it was discovered that microcredit delivery influences the empowerment of women. Was the non-hypothesis that we formulated was
Network is really, really bad.
The result in line with 2001.
I don't want it to be like this. I want it to be like this. Adebisi, can you hear us? I think he has been thrown out by the network. Okay. Can we just go ahead and give another person the opportunity to continue? Okay.
The study has been able to discover that microfinance bank is a powerful tool for women empowerment. It implies provision of financial services to poor and low-income women whose economic standing excludes them from formal financial system will enhance their entrepreneurial capability. The provision of financial services to the poor help to increase household income and economic security, build assets, and reduce vulnerability. So we therefore recommend that microfinance banks should encourage the formation of cooperative so that a number of beneficiaries that are engaged in the similar business can collectively enjoy their services. Hence, a reduction in operating costs as well as a reduction in the likelihood of borrowers to default. It was also recommended, we also recommend that rural women and persons with latent capacity for entrepreneurship should be given training by the government, such as workshops, symposiums, seminars, as well as funds to be self-reliant, engage in economic activities, thus enhance household income and create.
Thank you very much.
So, thank you
for wonderful presentation. Thank you very much, Adebisi Kolawole Shitu. Do we have questions for him? Contributions? If you have any question, just unmute yourself and ask. If you have any comment to make the paper better, please unmute. And because what the essence of this is for us to rework the paper and then submit for publication. Yes, Mr. Oluwatosin, go ahead, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you for moderating. Please, let me first of all commend the presenter for a well presentation. But however, I want to suggest that I want to clarify something. Is this a thesis, a project, or an article? Because the specific objectives are just too much. And when I discovered the objectives you enumerated is quite different from your findings. You are unable to achieve all the findings. I noticed that I think you highlighted about 4 objectives, and in your findings, in your result, I have about just 2. So that means I would advise you reduce the scope of your study. The scope of the study is relatively large. Reduce it and perhaps reduce to maybe 2 objectives and extend your findings very well, and ensure that you relate your objectives with your findings. Always ensure that whatever you state as the objective must be what you report in your findings as well. I think that's that will make the paper more robust and more in line with the standard expected, because papers are going to be published in the Scopus Journal. You have to follow that standard, international standard. Your objectives must always align with your findings. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your observation is noted.
Okay. So you go home and do diligence. They don't go now. Thank you very much.
I'm still with you, madam.
Yes. Thank you.
Together.
All right. Moving on now. We invite Chukwuemeka DG. He has been on for a while. Are you ready, sir? I can't. Okay, I can see him. Please mute yourself, Adebisi.
Oh, sorry.
can unmute yourself, Chooks DG.
Mute myself. I've
Yes.
unmute myself.
Okay, go ahead. We'll share from here for you.
Or I just speak to my paper.
Sorry?
Can you unmute or I just speak to my paper?
I didn't get what you said.
I said, are you going to help me share the screen?
That's what I said. We are going to share here from you. Please start sharing.
Thank you so much.
We will share from here.
Yeah.
It's on. It's on. Let's see whether it will come up. You have started screen sharing. Go to the Zoom. Go to
No. Okay.
It's coming up.
Thank you so much for helping me out. I'm very grateful to you, Chinyere. COVID-19, like we all know, the title of my paper is The Impact of COVID-19 on Environmental and Entrepreneurial Ecosystem in Uganda. As you all know, the COVID-19 pandemic started as a health crisis, and it moved on to become a global economic crisis and has fundamentally changed society. The pandemic in the last 6 months has had both positive and negative effects. Some of the negative effects of it on entrepreneurship include the fact that more than 70% of startups have had to terminate full-time employee contracts since the pandemic started. And the pandemic has also affected the way entrepreneurial businesses models and approaches are now used. However, the positive side also is the fact that it has opened up new entrepreneurial activities by companies and individuals in response to existing and emerging needs of society, some of which have not been sufficiently and significantly addressed by government and government institutions. Background and objectives. In Uganda, for example, the pandemic was managed relatively well. Between March of 2020, less than 50 persons actually died from the pandemic. However, this was achieved at great cost. It includes the closure of schools, restriction of movement and international travel, use of hand sanitizers, improved hand washing, social distancing, and complete lockdown in several places for 6 months. So what this study tries to establish is, what is the measure, what is the impact of this pandemic on businesses during this period? And for this study, we utilize two theories: the concept of environmental entrepreneurship and the sociological theory of entrepreneurship. We try to measure what has been the impact in the last 6 months. Theoretical framework. When we say environmental ecosystem, it was first used by Moore in 1993 to describe the competitive marketplace in terms of predators and prey. It's a language used to understand the strength and weakness of firms in the economic environment. The concept has also been used to describe innovative activities in a place. In terms of, for this particular study, the concept of an entrepreneurial ecosystem is an important way of understanding the effect of the present time and in the future as a result of the coronavirus. The sociological entrepreneurial theory focuses on the social context, that is the society. And Reynolds, 1991, identified 4 social contexts that relate to entrepreneurial opportunities. The first one is social network. which is building social relationships and bonds that promote trust and not opportunism. In other words, the entrepreneurs do not take undue advantage of people to be successful. Rather, success comes as a result of keeping faith in people. The second aspect of the sociological theory is called the life course stage context, which involves analyzing the life situation and characteristics of individuals who have decided to be entrepreneurs. The third context is the ethnic identification. One sociological background is one of the decisive push factors to become an entrepreneur. For example, the social background of a person determines how far he or she can go. Marginalized people may violate all obstacles and self-effective. The fourth context, of course, is called population ecology. This refers to the idea that environmental factors play an important role in the survival of business. The political system, government legislation, customers, employees, and are some of the environmental factors that may have an impact on survival of new ventures or the success of the entrepreneur. So based on these two theories, we are able to identify three major conclusions. The first conclusion was that 3/4 of the service businesses in Uganda have laid off employees due to risks presented by COVID-19 and subsequent containment factors. Indeed, the results suggest that lockdown measures have reduced business activity by more than half. In terms of sectors, business in agriculture have experienced the largest constraints in access to both input and markets for output due to control measures such as transport, quarantine, social distancing, and ban of open market. The third conclusion we got was that micro and small businesses experience a larger decline in business activity compared to medium and large firms. This is not surprising a finding because most of the country's micro and small businesses halted operations due to their inability to implement preventive health measures, such as provision of on-site lodging for employees and sanitizers and hand-washing equipment for customers. These preventive measures have resulted in an increase in operating expenses for businesses that continue to stay open. Thank you very much.
What is his number? Thank you very much, sir, for the short, straight to the point presentation.
You said 6 slides. That was what your instruction was. 6 slides.
Much hassles. So thank God it was successfully presented. So House, please let's ask him questions. Do you have questions for Shooks DG? I'm sorry, I'm calling everybody by their names without any titles because I don't know your title. Some of us may be professors and doctors. So pardon me. We are all academics. Okay, so do we have any comments to or for Shooks DG?
Hello, my moderator.
Yes, Mr. Oluyo.
Let me also commend Mr. Chooks for the presentation. But I would like to quickly start from the topic, the impact of COVID-19 on environmental. Could you please complete that for me? Environmental work. But my take is this: while you are presenting, you did not talk about how you want to measure COVID-19. I'm more particular about how you intend to measure COVID-19, because in your paper, I also discovered you included the theoretical framework. In as much there is a theory in your paper, it is no more a positional paper, but it has become an empirical paper. And if it is an empirical paper, then you should go further in your analysis. So I would like the presenter to explain how he intends to measure COVID-19.
We can hear you. Can you unmute yourself?
We are not measuring COVID-19. Like you rightly pointed out, the paper is an empirical paper. We are trying to analyze what is the impact of COVID-19. Don't forget, every government in the world decided to take some measures to contain COVID-19. So what this paper is trying to do as an empirical analysis is to say, what is the impact of these government measures in terms of the entrepreneurial ecosystem and the environment? That is our focus. So we are not measuring COVID-19. I'm not conducting a medical activity. What we are doing is, during this period of COVID-19, unlike other countries where people were impatient, Uganda was under lockdown for 6 months. We just opened up on the 1st of October with the airport and some of the market activities. What impact has this had on the entrepreneurial ecosystem? That's the focus of the paper. So we are not measuring COVID-19. And we are using those two theories because if you look at the first theory about the ecosystem, people have done innovative things. People have reacted in different ways. So the first aspect of this paper is to say, how did entrepreneurs react? The effects were both positive and negative. The second one is to look at society. That's the sociological theory of entrepreneurship. How has the society reacted to all these measures too? And that's why we came up with those 3 major findings. That look, in terms of effect, 3/4 of the business in Uganda are down. The second impact we found was that agriculture, which is the major business of the Ugandan people, had been affected by lack of inputs due to the measures that were taken. Even though less than 50 people died, the question is, the health measurements that they have done, all the factors that were put into health, what impact does it have on the economy? Was it that the health measures were too harsh to give such results? And that's why we also discovered that micro and small businesses are also wiped out. And presently, the government is even trying to bail them out so that they can even come back to business. So that's my answer. We're not measuring anything about COVID-19. We are measuring the impact.
Thank you very much, sir. I was just informed by...
Hello, please, a minute, ma'am.
Hello, I can hear you. Tosi, let me quickly talk to Chukwuemeka DG. I was just informed that he is our participant from Uganda. Uganda with a Nigerian Igbo name.
I'm not a Ugandan, I'm a Nigerian.
So, sir, you are highly welcome. Our international participant. He's the Director of Research, Innovation, Consultancy, and Extension in Kampala International University, Uganda.
Not Director, Deputy Vice Chancellor.
Vice Chancellor.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
He's Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research, Innovation, Consultancy, and Extension. And we are currently working on an MOU with Mountaintop University. So I felt as a matter of
somebody was just talking to me, the internationalization coordinator in our university. He said he knows you. That I should send
yes, because we are working on an MOU with your university that was stopped by COVID.
Told me about it now.
Yeah.
So we are happy that you are here, sir. Sorry for the
Thank you so much.
So,
I just felt I should compliment your
Oluyomi,
conference by participating.
Thank you very much.
Okay, sir.
Yes, sir. I guess that settles it. So let's move ahead to the next presentation, and that will be paper number 005. Adeola, are you ready?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols duly observed. I'm here this afternoon to present my paper topic and overview of e-banking, COVID-19, and future of Nigerian banking system. With me is my co-author, Oluwabumi A. Falibita, PhD. So we have the introduction here. Can you please, my slide can be shared? The introduction, the literature review, the theoretical review, the empirical review, and the conclusion and recommendation. From the introduction, as you all know, that banking is a simple business where people carry out different transactions with their financial services. There are some things that have been written on it from Ethel 2020. So the creation of e-banking has empowered most consumers, whereby they access unlimited selections of products in the bank through the self. The electronic banking before the wake of COVID-19 have not been actively used by bank customers in Nigeria. Two, the non-active use of electronic banking made banking services very demanding. As the customers visit, they have to visit the branch to carry out different banking transactions. And again, the fear of hackers, customers' attitude, and knowledge gap have also been identified as one of the gaps that have identified that one that is discouraging the adoption of electronic banking in Nigeria. And with the closure of bank branches during the COVID-19 era, there are restrictions of email movement at the lockdown period, and this was on average customers to seek alternative banking operations via the comfort of their houses, probably through the phone, laptops, and the like. So it was in this regard that this paper explored an overview of e-banking, COVID-19, and future of Nigerian banking. The objective of this study is to guide banks on the effect of e-banking and COVID-19 on Nigerian banks. Also, and the specific objective is to evaluate the impact of COVID-19 and e-banking on the future of banks in Nigeria. The literature review, we are on this topic, this project talks, we're only reviewing the literature, we're not getting any data, just for us to review the literature here. So for literature review, banking is a simple business whereby people save their money with what they receive to the bank. As you all know, presently, the banking sector, they are moved to an era now of multi-driven robots that specialize on giving applications to their different customers through different means, whereby customers will sit at the comfort of their house, and get done with their banking activities. Also, the electronic banking is the use of, I've said it earlier, the use of internet facilities to connect, facilitate and effect banking transaction at the comfort of one's home. So according to the World Health Organization, has declared the COVID-19 outbreak in this March 11th, 2020 as the global pandemic by WHO 2020. The COVID-19 has a widespread impact, as you all know, as you all feel it then, even now. The impact of the world economy, as seen by Ozil and Aaron 2020, that have been carried out by these people over this COVID-19 pandemic widespread and the impact of it on the world economy at large. So the last point from here is it affected movement within the country and opening business for the bank. As you all know, that there was a restriction up through. As the last one I just said, like Uganda now, if they were shut down for like 6 months, they just opened back in October 4th. As you all know, this affected a lot of money within the country, and even the bank, even up to now, there are some banks that are still operating on, let me say, on weekly basis, monthly basis. They are just the kind of rotation on some named banks, which the names are withheld by the law of anonymity. So since the COVID-19 outbreak in December 2019, the stock market have crashed, and we all know this. Tourism sectors have been affected, and videos of panic buying across the globe have been circulating on social media platforms. It should be noted that conspiracy theory can be detrimental to social peace and harmony, as they can not only influence people's health choices, but can also instigate xenophobia in societies, triggering violence, social, and the like. The empirical review of this study talks about the reasons for non-active use of electronic banking system in Nigeria. The recent development on COVID-19, which was never envisaged, is now an issue that can be added to this. But we never plan what happened. We never planned COVID-19. It came on board, and here we are in it. According to Olakwegba et al. 2020, examined the knowledge and the perception of Nigeria about COVID-19 and found out the misconception they have about the issue on ground. In conclusion,
2 minutes more. Adeola Adeleke. 2 minutes more.
In conclusion, this review is concluded that the active use of electronic banking services during this COVID-19 lockdown was due to movement restriction, which is, we all know today, that because there was a total lockdown on movement. This is, it makes changes on the customer in the, people have the mindset of all this ancient banking, but now people are forced to use the modern banking method, probably the use of USSD, probably the application on different phones to get banking transaction done, even without visiting the bank or anything. So the number two, it is imperative for deposit money banks to capitalize on the gains of the COVID-19 period, which is imposed on use of electronic banking. Lastly, when it is done, the future of Nigerian banking system to key into modern banking system, this will be guaranteed. Otherwise, the banking system will remain what it was before COVID-19 era, as obvious now after the COVID-19 opening. So the recommendation for this study, the vigorous enlightenment about the advantage of e-banking to customers. Two, the enlightenment about care of phones, ATMs, and other gadgets. We have a lot of issues during this period, whereby customers will go to the ATM point, there will be, all the hackers are everywhere. So people will be able to, they are being enlightened how to care for their ATM cards, their phones, and the like. The active online customer service desk has no core customer. And finally, regulation from the government in this regard will also help the Nigerian banking system to achieve the smart banking system in the nearest future. Thank you for listening. Adiola Adeleke.
Adiola, for the beautiful presentation. Although you didn't share any slide, is it that you did not prepare a slide?
Since yesterday, and I said it at the call of presentation that can you please share my slide? My slide was sent since yesterday, and I said it initially that please share my slide to be able to present from it. But you're not sharing. That was why I used what I have here to present, because I've been raising up since morning.
Okay, you don't have your laptop there.
Because I've sent my slide to your group. I can share on my phone.
Okay, thank you very much, Adiola. Do we have any questions for her? Actually, her presentation was a literature review per se, like she said. But okay, let's ask questions first. I have a question too. Does anybody have a question? You can unmute yourself and ask. Question or comment or observation or something, contribution, what you want her to either remove or add to make the paper better. Okay, Adiola, I hope you are still listening. I would like to know what the objective of this study is. What's the objective? Just one objective you want to achieve with this study that you embarked on. Is she listening? Can you hear me? No, she's still.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Okay.
I think after we can take
Okay, can you respond now quickly?
The objective is to evaluate the impact of COVID-19 and especially the future of banks in Nigeria.
Okay. So at the end of the evaluation, hello? So at the end of the evaluation, what you did was not an empirical study. So I was wondering how you are going to evaluate without an empirical data. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yes.
If you are evaluating, you are supposed to get data to be able to evaluate. And the data has to be not just a literature review or probably the things people have written about that sector. It has to be the impact. Probably you have to interview, conduct content analysis or survey to be able to know what those banks or how those banks have been affected by COVID-19. That's the only time you, at the end of the day, you have evaluated. So I was not able to catch some other parts, but for the essence of this conference is that we produce papers that will actually pass through the serious, rigorous assessment that Scopus index journals usually, subject papers to. That is the essence. So please go back and then take this home and look at your paper again. Probably it will make it better. And then by the time we are asking for a submission, please, you do so. Thank you very much. Let's quickly go ahead to the next presentation. And that is paper number 033. Tanimo Olumide Michael, okay. Okay, please go ahead, you have the floor.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Please, can you hear me and can you see my
We can hear you and we
slide?
can see your screen, sir.
All right. My name is Olumide Tanimo, and presenting a paper on media entrepreneurship and economic sustainability amidst COVID-19, digitization of print media as an economic survival strategy amidst COVID-19 in Nigeria. All right, so I move to the introduction. Nigeria had a buoyant newspaper industry until 1986 when the IMF-inspired structural adjustment program was introduced. And of course, the circulation figure peaked at around 2 million, according to IGWE 2004. But according to the World Press Trend in 2018, the World Press report notes that there was a dip in the circulation of newspaper in Nigeria compared to 2018. In fact, online journalism caused a great harm to regular print media, making sales of print copies got affected, and it had an enormous consequence on the business prosperity of the media. Now, it's another problem. With the advent of digital technology, print media businesses got a hit, and that is the focus of this paper. The situation with Nigerian newspaper as a business is not different from what is obtainable globally. The threat to the survival of newspaper business and worldwide, according to Shobawale, Akini, and Emmanuel. Now, the objective. In a world that is going non-physical due to COVID-19 pandemic, this paper examines the survival strategies of selected Nigerian newspapers. That's The Nation, Guardian, This Day newspaper. The objective is therefore to determine the coping techniques put in place by Nigerian newspaper to manage the business and to ensure that it is kept alive. The system theory helps with explaining the direction of the research, which centers on digitalization of print media as an economic survival strategy amidst COVID-19 Nigeria. The methodology. For the purpose of this study, the qualitative design was employed. In-depth interview was used, and the proposed sampling technique was used also to select 16 respondents from the 3 national newspapers. And of course, thematic analysis was done to analyze the data collected from the interview. Now, the findings and discussion. Before I spoke to the objective, I had to ask the editors and managers, how has it been like? How is the business of newspaper like in Nigeria? And one thing they made very clear is the fact that Nigerian newspaper business is as vibrant as it used to be. They made reference to Guardian newspaper, they made reference to Tell magazine, to Temple newspaper, and all that. And of course, the constant reference to Tell magazine has been brain behind the discovery of the truth about Sonny Abacha's coup in 1995 and 1987 shows the importance of the Nigerian print media to the Nigerian society. So what are the coping techniques that I discovered? Maintaining loyal advertisers. So the idea is that they are able to survive by ensuring that their loyal customers are not pushed away. They stay with them, ensuring that we are with these loyal customers. Now, when they are running their hard copy, the copies of the advertisers are there, and then they have another digital one they put on the website. So that now goes to the next finding, digital advertising. And so with the advent of social media, this print organization have to get on social media. And so as they have, just as they run their ad copy, they run the digital advertising tool on the website. Then another coping technique that was discovered is the fact that human resource management had to be maintained and then restructured in a way. So there was a systemic decrease in editorial and management budget. One of the ways that is done is to reduce the staff of each department so that the members of the editorial team are encouraged to multitask. So as a writing, we are the one taking the pictures and all that, doing that together. All right, so recommendation. The Nigerian print media must recognize the fact that digitalization has come to stay and it must be used to advance newspaper business. The managers of newspaper organization, they must not see the newspaper as just a medium of expressing social vices and social ills. Rather, they must see it from the point of business and they must manage it as such. Now, apart from getting on social media, there's a need for the print organizations to get brilliant web developers to give engaging websites and apps that will ensure that the guys who will engage their content are well engaged. Because if you have a particular website that is not engaging to the current media users, there is no way you will not lose them. So I advise that they need to get good and very talented media users in order for them to get their website on, and then it can be very engaging to the users. Thank you for listening. I can hear you, please.
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. You may stop your screen, stop sharing your screen now. House, do we have questions, comments, contributions for Mr. Tanimowo, Olumide Tanimowo? I love this paper personally because it's a purely academic paper in the sense that all the sections we are duly paid attention to. I love the fact that you employed qualitative method to be able to assess the stakeholders in the print media industry, that is the newspapers. What I would also want you to do is to do because of the place where we expect this paper to get to, survey has some limitations. I believe by the time you have kind of whether it's qualitative content analysis now, to see what is actually happening on those sites that they talked about, how engaging, okay, are the sites. Are people really visiting them? They may tell you, yeah, that's where we have the traffic right now, but you need to go find out yourself, and that's part of research. That will buttress whatever findings you have, and if it's a multi-method approach is actually the new trend right now in research. So it will be a big boost to the paper. Thank you very much for that wonderful work. Yes. Okay. Somebody wants to make a contribution
Okay.
also.
Thank you, Bishop Olumide Tadimo. I must say sincerely, I've been here all the while in the back office, but this paper, I actually look forward to this paper, and I must say that I am not disappointed. I am not disappointed at all. This is one of the papers in this conference that has tickled my. Um, I mean, I got so emotional at some point. Emotional rather at some point. Now, straight to what the last speaker said, because this is a purely academic I would want you to see how you can drive this work a bit further because the entrepreneurial dimension is critical in all that we are looking at in this whole thing. And the angle from which you are coming from, sorry, I'm hearing myself. The angle from which you are coming from is such that if we can drive it a bit further, we digitalize from print to digital media. Now, there's going to be some gains and there's going to be some losses. Somebody is going to gain something, somebody is going to lose something. So you can extend this work again to get to that dimension. And then at that point, when somebody gets to look at the work, we will see whether, oh, I think I can stay with print media or I move a bit from the print to the digital, and what is in each, and the profit analysis is a very big work you have tried to, I mean, it's a lot. And so
Thank you very much.
I look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bishop Atatu, since we have two bishops around. Okay, moving on to the next presentation. Please, those of us that have not stated the number of their papers, we may not really know who is on ground and who is not on ground. I can see some names that I can't really place their numbers. Please send your number so that we can call you up. Send the number of your paper on the chat so that we can call you up for presentation. Thank you, Professor Chooks DG, for staying around. I can see you. I will call on 004 for her presentation quickly. A lot of people are not around, so we want to stick to those that are around. So if you are around, just send your number so that we can quickly call you up.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Sanana, and the paper here is the place of language in entrepreneurial sustainability of small-scale businesses during COVID-19 pandemic. The aspect of language as it affects entrepreneurship is the main concern of this paper. Now, I want to say that language is very crucial in sustaining entrepreneurship, that many people have used language practically and they have come out with results that language is very vital. Language is crucial. Without it, businesses cannot strive successfully. And that it's not just language, but the appropriate use of language as available symbols of communication. our research questions. We have 3 research questions. The place of English language in entrepreneurship or entrepreneurial sustainability. Then we have to also consider how the use of English assists the small-scale business owners in transacting their businesses. And then the third question is, does appropriate use of language help to increase patronage? We did literature review and language skills, and then we said that language skills that are very relevant to entrepreneurs are the speaking skills, listening skills, reading skills, and writing skills. And that any entrepreneur that aspires to sustain his or business should understand how to use, how to listen effectively, how to apply different types of listening skills, such as empathic listening, precision listening, and all types of listening. And that we also did literary review on features of language, such as language being dynamic, language being systematic, language being conventional, and the rest. And what are the functions of language? Language is using all aspects of human endeavor. And in Nigeria, language is used for business and other aspects. We are not. We also did literature review on entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial sustainability and small-scale business in Ikorodu. Ikorodu was used as our scope, our population, but we did sample of about 100 small-scale business owners. And what is our theoretical framework? Now, we adopt Lidé's systemic functional grammar. This theory is suitable to our work in that it considers meta-functions of language. It centers on functions and semantic deals with the study of meaning in any given language. Halliday's systemic functional grammar focuses on the meta-functions of language as ideational functions, textual functions, and interpersonal functions. Ideational functions have 2 dimensions. That it talks about the experiential and logical aspect of it. To bring it to anyone, maybe a layman, we talk about the grammatical choices that an entrepreneur needs to choose as he or he interacts. Then talking about the textual functions, of course, Halliday explains that textual functions focuses on text, the coherence of a text, and not only the text per se, but the text in situation. And apart from that, there is this issue of interpersonal functions of language. Now, everything, if you look at it, centers on functions of language and interpretation, meaning of language. Now, under the interpersonal functions, Halliday tells us that a speaker is not only concerned with what he speaks, but who is he speaking to, and with who are the people that he's also speaking to, and with who is interacting. A methodology. We gathered, we used questionnaire as our instrument for data collection. As I mentioned before, yeah, we used Odogwu and Ikorodu, and about, we use over 100 small-scale business, small-scale business owners. Then looking at side by side with our questions, we had findings based on our objectives. And one of the findings is that English language occupies a prominent and central place in sustaining entrepreneurship. Two, the small-scale business owners need to master language skills such as general speaking skills, listening skills, reading skills, writing skills, and that our greatest number of respondents actually accepted that, agreed to that. And thirdly, the appropriate application of words by small-scale business owners can increase customers' patronage. Our conclusion and recommendation. We believe that since language is the greatest weapon in achieving sustainability in all forms of human endeavor, and especially in business, we want to say that the entrepreneurs should ensure that they master the use of English language. And not only that, those that are not versatile with this need to enroll and in tutorials so as to learn how to listen, speak, read, and so as to sustain entrepreneurship during this COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nana, for that wonderful presentation also. Please, can you stop sharing your screen? Okay, so do we have any question on that paper? Do we have any comments? Do we have any suggestion on how to make it, improve it? The place of language in entrepreneurial sustainability of small-scale businesses during COVID-19 pandemic. I'm interested in the methodology. I was not here when you were mentioning the methodology you used. Please, can you enlighten me? What method?
First and foremost, I mentioned that I use questionnaire to gather my data. Okay, I first of all mentioned that I use questionnaire to gather data from the entrepreneurs, Udogunyo, Ikorodu, and that about 100 of them were actually interviewed, the 100 of them, and at the end of the day, we were able to gather complete data from 75 small-scale business owners, and having done that, we now analyze it, and then we come out with a percentage. There were 4 points of agreement: strongly agree, disagree, and strongly disagree.
Okay, so the methodology is survey. All right.
Of course, that is it. Questionnaire is under survey.
Any comments for Dr. Nana? I would also want to suggest that you do an assessment. I think sometimes English language skills, English or whatever it is that you want to use to push our entrepreneurial activities are sometimes overrated from questionnaire. That's what I suggested to the last person that presented. So sometimes it's good we also add another methodology for what we call proving beyond every reasonable doubt. Even though in research you can't prove beyond, because sometimes another research will disprove what we have already. So I would suggest you also try maybe getting these entrepreneurs and interviewing them, or conducting an on-the-spot assessment observation method to know whether it's actually English language skills that is making the entrepreneurial ventures succeed, or there are other factors, okay, that will make the paper better. Thank you very much, ma. God bless you.
Thank you.
The next person to present is 041. Are you ready? Please.
Okay, I'm ready.
The floor.
Can you hear me? Hello,
Yes, we
good
can.
afternoon.
Good
Good afternoon,
afternoon.
everyone.
Good afternoon, ma.
Yeah, I'm happy to be online on this August platform, and I'm starting on existing protocol. Let me share my slide. Okay. Can you please view my slide? Is it
Yes, we can
conspicuous?
see it.
Okay. The title of my paper is English Language Communication in Entrepreneurship as a Tool for Economic Sustainability during COVID-19. I am Oladejo Tolulope Odunayo. The outline of the paper is introduction, objectives of the study. After that, I will move over to research questions, literature review, theoretical framework, methodology, findings and discussion, and lastly, conclusion and recommendations. As we all know, through an economic study, that fluency in a dominant language is important to economic success. Any country that wants to be successful economically and that wants to increase in economic efficiency, there must be fluency in a dominant language. And that dominant language can only be achieved through an international language, a globalized language called English language. So therefore, the impact of entrepreneurship in economic growth cannot be achieved without effective communication skills, because there's no way you transact business, there's no way you communicate without language, especially through the use of a language such as English language. As we all know that we are in COVID-19 era, when there was a lockdown globally, which has affected virtually everything, relationship, economic, virtually everything. So the impact of COVID-19 affected economic buoyancy, and there was closure of small-scale businesses. Millions of workers have been relegated to the unemployment now. Therefore, language became essential as a tool of communication for economic sustainability in this period. Why? Because of all the skills that are required for success in entrepreneurship, there must be a strong command of the English language, and that is sacrosanct. Objectives of the study. The present study is English language communication in entrepreneurship as a tool for economic sustainability during COVID-19 among small and medium enterprises, SMEs. In order to achieve this aim, the following are the objectives of the study. Number one, to identify the importance of language communication in entrepreneurship, to analyze and explain the variance in language used in entrepreneurship, to describe the impact of English language communication in entrepreneurship, and lastly, to identify the challenges faced by small and medium enterprises in language variation. What are the research questions? Number one, what are the impacts of English language communication? Does English language have any impact in entrepreneurship on economic sustainability in Nigeria? That's the first research question. Does English language communication in entrepreneurship play any significant role in economic sustainability during the COVID-19 pandemic? Does the use of English language communication in entrepreneurship serve as a viable tool for economic sustainability? And lastly, what are the challenges of SMEs in language communication during COVID-19? The literature review. So many scholars have defined entrepreneurship, and it's not only entrepreneurship that we defined or that we
Dr.
analyzed.
Oladejo,
Yes.
please, would you mind moving to the to your methodology?
Let me just, yes. Okay. So I was trying to talk about literature review. We reviewed entrepreneurship, language, features of language, etc. So our methodology, theoretical framework before methodology. The theoretical framework of this paper is hinged on Crystal 1987, which says language is supernatural and has a distinctive role in capturing the essence of human thought and endeavor. Because before you can talk, before you can communicate your thoughts, you have to it has to be through a viable means, that is language. Our methodology is descriptive survey. The study is a descriptive survey research of the impact of English language communication in entrepreneurship during COVID-19 in Mowe area of Obafemi Awodiyi local government. So a total of 100 SMEs were randomly selected, and the instrument for data collection was a 10-item structured questionnaire. Analysis of data was also done using descriptive statistics. So let me quickly move over to findings and discussion. I will not be able to read everything or explain everything. The findings of the analysis reveal larger percentage of the respondents. They believe in incorporating English language as part of their communication. That is, when they incorporate English language, it will enhance their productivity. Then we also found out that larger percentage, that is 68.5% of the respondents are non-elites at Mowe, Obafemi Awodiyi local governments. They are non-elites, and this affect their businesses during the COVID-19 lockdown, as it was a challenge for them because they couldn't access the internet to advertise and sell their products because there was ban on movement. Another findings is that we observe that 75.8% of respondents have challenges with language variation while communicating with their customers from other geographical locations that are different from their own. Then the findings also reveal that 84.7% respondents believe that English language plays a major role in entrepreneurship, especially during COVID-19, as it enables them to be abreast of the information on current issues and trends as it affects their businesses. Conclusion and recommendations. A good command of English language in Nigeria will make entrepreneurs economically empowered. And English language communication in entrepreneurship in Nigeria is essential as it will attract new investments and afford them international recognition and opportunity. Recommendation. The study recommends government to create a right environment for entrepreneurs to function effectively, and policymakers need to make policies that will aid and encourage the growth of entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please, do we have any question, comments for Dr. Oladejo? Her paper is somehow similar to the last paper. So if you have anything related to English, make your comment now. Speak the grammar. Let's hear. English is a vital tool for anything anyone wants to do. So I love the paper. You may just delve into fine-tuning the instrument you may want to use to, beef up your study.
Okay.
In terms of preparing it for publication. And I'm sure there should be an English-related theory that I used to drive the study to. I'm not too, it's been a long time.
I was Krista 1987.
Okay. So thank you very much, Dr. Oladejo. God bless you. You can go and take care of the little baby.
Thank you so
much. All right, let's move ahead to 037. Paper number 037, Adeosun Adekunle, Alakashewu, and Ogundari Olani. I'm sorry if I didn't pronounce your names right.
The chairman. Yes, I am around.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay. The chairman, I would like to stand on the existing protocol. My name is Ogundari Olani, presenting alongside with my co-author, and the title of our paper is Assessing the Impact of entrepreneurial financing in e-business in Nigeria. On e-business in Nigeria. Government policies generally has been towards economic development, and generally, particularly in Africa and in Nigeria, achieving these policies cannot be without a proper entrepreneurial e-business financing in place. And looking at Nigeria, we have discovered that there are some particular problems that is associated with e-business, which are ranging from high level of transportation costs, small market, low accuracy. Then the literature review. Researchers have recognized the contribution of entrepreneurial activity as a primary engine of economic growth. By combination of existing resources with innovative ideas, entrepreneur has had value through commercialization of products and creation of new products. Conceptual framework. Suleiman and Adebayo in 2001 defined entrepreneurship as the heart of process of identifying e-business, business opportunity, and organizing to initiate a successful business activity. Now let's quickly look at attributes of e-business. Number one, it does not require face-to-face interface, and it is at the same time it is easy to establish, and it is also free from some security challenges and issues when you want to compare it with some other business. Now, theoretical framework, the theory that we adopted in this research, the first one is a theory of planned behavior. The second one is innovation theory of entrepreneur. Research sources of finance available to entrepreneurs. We have been able to establish some sources that are available to various entrepreneurs, like family and friends, loan from bank, and in recent time we discovered that federal government has created an intervention through CBN that can provide 200 billion funds to entrepreneurs. Research methodology. Data were sourced from Alimosho community on e-business entrepreneur in Lagos. Questionnaires were adopted from Newfoundland University, Canada. Model from Bash and Toll were adopted. Summary of findings. Summary of findings. The regression analysis shows and suggested that the model predicts the value of entrepreneur intervention accurately. Recommendation. With e-business, opportunities grow more than ever. It is recommended to policymakers to encourage e-business entrepreneurship for both men and women by providing training on IT in order for them to be able to practice entrepreneur business successfully. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Olaniji. Yeah, please continue. Okay. Are there questions for the presenters, please? Hello? Hello? We can't hear you.
Hello. Hi. Hello.
Yeah, please.
Go on. I'm with you.
Okay, you finish
Can
your
you hear me?
presentations. So yeah, we want people to contribute. Okay. We are just waiting for questions and contributions. So we want to say, if you have questions for him, please ask your questions. Ask your questions. It seems there is no question for you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Please,
very much.
please stop sharing your slide so that.
Stop sharing your slide, please.
Okay.
Slides. Yes. Thank you. Okay. At this point in time, yeah, please stop sharing your slides. Thank you. Now, 041 should be ready for presentation.
Please mute yourself, Olani. Please mute yourself, you are disturbing us. Olani Ogundare, mute.
Yes, ma'am.
You are done, so mute yourself, please.
So the next presenter. The next presenter, sir. Please mute yourselves.
I have now.
Yes, sir. Please, you're waiting. Yes, go on, sir.
Are you on my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen, but there is nothing. Yeah, it's okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm presenting on behalf of my own self and my colleague, Dr. Adedeji Adedeko. The title of our paper.
Yeah, continue.
The title of our paper, Who Takes Over? Professionalizing family-owned businesses and succession planning, evidence from Lagos State, Nigeria. Family businesses are no doubt being an important contribute to economic growth, and this is a general thing, a worldwide claim, and it's a truism. Generally and typically, it also represents the prevailing type of organization in most Asian and Latin American countries because it's closely tied and associated with the type of culture prevalent there. Charity, they say, begins at home. Coming back here in Nigeria, due to paucity of data and research activities, figures may not be readily available to a degree of certainty, but the fact is that there's no doubt about it that it's also similar to what operates in other countries around the world, or even higher. We have a lot of family businesses, family-owned businesses scattered around the country. Now, to the focus of the paper, succession is critical in ensuring survival or continuation of any family or business. This is buttressed by so many.
Èmi tí ń lọ nìyẹn o, mi ì ráyè rubbish o. una mute una sef, una come dey disturb person. Say something dey worry una ni.
So we are very sorry for that. We will like the presenter to share his screen now. Please go ahead and share your screen. It's network. Okay. Please just conclude your presentation. Yeah. Please mute yourself. He's playing music. Someone is playing music. Share again and go back to share.
I do apologize for that break in transmission.
All right, thank you.
So sorry, my time is almost. I'll just move on. Where I actually stopped was giving you a look into the details of technology adopted and the results that we got. Mainly, from the study, there is a positive and strong correlation between sales planning succession and the farm survival and sustainability. The results show that planning for succession accounted for 93% of the farm's survival. So it's basically means that you can only lead succession, plan for succession strategically. You can only play with it at your own peril as an entrepreneur. You need it, you are very interested in getting that joy to move from one generation to the other, like you actually expressed of it in the Definitely, this is tourism, planning is a roadmap for success. So don't joke with it, don't leave it out. We need to plan for continued existence of that family, not only in terms of gain, but in terms of the goodwill that you are leaving behind. So succession is just an important practice among us and must be consciously managed. A good plan will describe how that transition will actually take place and the fact that it must be very early in the life of the business. The plan should clearly define how to avoid any potential conflict, especially family conflict between the family members and the non-family members that are working in the company. With this, you can be rest assured that even if death comes, because nothing lasts forever, including this life, death comes, you can then rest in peace in your grave and know that your business is surviving. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ojo. That was a very beautiful presentation. Now, without wasting time, we will want people to either contribute or ask questions. Your questions.
How are you going to put it?
Please, we are still waiting for your question.
Take it to our office.
Okay, we move forward.
Please, can I ask?
Yeah.
Sorry, thank you so much, Dr. Ojo. I don't know, maybe I missed it. I didn't hear the theory that you use for your work.
Please, Dr. Ojo, you should pay attention. There's a question for you. Go ahead.
Dr. Ojo, I said thank you for a beautiful presentation. I just, I don't know if I missed it. I didn't hear the theory that you used for your work.
Okay, you are very right. You didn't hear it. You didn't hear it.
Okay, you are very right. You didn't hear it.
Let me answer for the pregnancy on the Ghana full application. But because of at the time I was describing this, I had just 7 minutes in my mind. I just contained the main paper actually
contained 4 theories that was anchored on Ghana push and pull succession theory. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your patience. We want to invite the next presenter, and Dr. Erigbe.
Check whether there is ask anybody.
Please, is there anyone that has not presented? Is there anyone that has not presented, please? Please, if you've not presented and you are there, can you just let us know? Okay, we continue. Dr. Erigbe.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, my chairperson and all the participants. Please permit me to share my screen. Sorry. Okay, my name is Dr. Mrs. Patience Erigbe from Mountaintop University. And the title of this paper is Technological Adaptation as a Tool for Survival and Coping Strategy for Entrepreneurs Amidst COVID-19. We all know that we just embarked on this COVID-19, the pandemic, and it's caused a lot of problem in the industries in the whole world. But before that, we know that entrepreneurship has relied upon as the pivot of economic system globally, but the changes in the external and environment threatens its potentials for sustainability and economic development. And we know that entrepreneurship is actually the bedrock of every economy. But at this pandemic period, we realized that so many businesses, they had to suffer, they had to go extinct, or some of them had to even suffer because of the lockdown situation. Volatility of the business environment in developing countries further compounds the spread of COVID-19. And then we know that the technological development is the overall process of inventions, innovations, and diffusion of technological processes. During the COVID-19 period, we realized that the world relied more on technology, and people started, making use of technology more. And this gave birth to a lot of things. People started looking for how to, redo their businesses using technology, while some organizations even had to keep working using technology because most people had to start working from home. With the advent of COVID-19, technology usage became the new norm. And the statement of the problem here: the regime of COVID-19 disrupted entrepreneurs' productivity, performance targets, resulting in work restriction, shut down, poor financial performance across all sectors of the economy during the period. And that's that period which we hinged this was that looking at March, between March and August when I started this work. Then, nevertheless, the problem for investigation of this paper is a shortfall in entrepreneurs' business performance expectations to which strategies are being adopted. People started looking at what ways are they going to now make their businesses thrive. So the study therefore is designed to explore the extent to which the adaptation of technology could facilitate the continued survival of entrepreneurial business as a coping strategy amidst the current COVID-19 regime. Shortfall of business performance expectations during the spread of the COVID-19 arising from partial work shutdown in the essential services, subsectors, and the economy, and total work shutdown. Most of these manufacturing companies became affected badly. And at that period, because some of those people cannot get their materials, it became a bit difficult for manufacturing companies to do some of those things. But yet we still had the partial workforce going on. The objective of the study is to explore the extent to which technology adaptation facilitates survival of entrepreneurial business in the fast-moving consumer goods, that is FMCG sector. So we are looking at the fast-moving consumer industries. So the second objective is to assess the absorptive impact of technology sustainability on business environment, vulnerability. And then we also have the third one, to assess the extent to which technology adaptation is effective as coping strategy in the fast-moving consumer sector. And we have the research questions in that line also. Um, for the hypothesis, we looked at the technology adaptation does not, that's the null. We're looking at the null, using the null hypothesis. We said technology adaptation does not facilitate entrepreneurial business survival in the.
You have 2 minutes now.
Okay, so technology, we have 3 of the hypotheses, which you can see, and we'll go to the theoretical review. We use the concept of visualization theory, and we also looked at the relevance of the adaptability theory, which we also looked at, and we hinged it on the literature actually is hinged on the inevitability of paradigm shifts in work environment and ability to cope, according to Mock and Hills. Then the methodology used, we looked at the survey design, and we looked at 5 quotient companies of the consumer, the fast moving companies. And we used the secondary data because for that period, some of these companies are keeping those records. So we had to ask for those records. We used the primary data also with the questionnaires. Data was data representing selected corporation business operations within that period were also analyzed. And then we used the use of data proxies was used since there is difficulty in obtaining reflective data on variables. So data proxy could capture the productivity targets, the earnings and losses, layoff figures, capacity utilization figures, production figures, and all that.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you.
And then please, can I just go to, let me just then quickly conclude then.
Thank you.
Can I have just a minute, Ma? Let me conclude so that at least you know what it's about. So concluding, technology adaptation offers a variable options against the limitations imposed by COVID-19 in the business environment. However, owing to the frequency of the change in technology, models of attendant cost, the need of adapt appropriate mode of technology is in relation to type of business is recommended. And we also recommend that communication network needs to improve their brand so that people can be able to assess. Sometimes you pay and you're not able to actually get the worth of your money. And you can see that even in the conference also. So there should be an improvement in that. There should be need to improve infrastructure, that's the power, because sometimes power will just go, you cannot do anything. And then the government also needs to have policies in place to ensure that network providers do not cheat their customers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Eribe. That was another beautiful presentation. Without wasting time, we want you to ask questions, relevant questions that will improve our work more than this. Thank you. Yeah. Comments? Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no questions. So, are you ready? Yeah, we call on Dr. Mbaka to present a paper. Thank you. Please, can you? Yeah, thank you. Dr. Mbaka, we are waiting for you.
Okay, thank you very much. Did I? My laptop has started. Thank you very much. I don't understand what is happening. Can you see? Mr. Makinde. My laptop is tripping off. It's tripping off. It's tripping off. This is serious.
have not presented, can you indicate? You haven't presented. You wanted to indicate. Please don't go away. Okay, please, we want everybody to write his or name the way you want it to appear in your certificates and send it to the platform. Please, everyone should endeavor to write his or name the way you want it to appear in your certificates. Thank you, Dr. Mbaka. Are you ready? Good, we are still waiting. Please, let's exercise patience. Please, let's exercise patience. Dr. Mbaka is about to present. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Yes, please, and do that.
Please, while we're waiting for Dr. Mrs. Mbaka, please, I can see that some people are putting their names, writing it on this chat here. It may not. Can you kindly send it to our platform? We have a platform, our WhatsApp platform. Please, can you do that for conference participants? Or you send it to the email. There is an email.
All right, thank you very much. Dr. Mbaka is here. Can we listen as she presents?
Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity. This is what they pray powers, that every power that says I will not present my paper, die by fire. Okay, thank you very much, participants, my fellow participants. My paper is titled, I hope you can see my screen. Okay, my paper is Assessment of Social Media Advocacy Campaigns of some selected young entrepreneurs in Lagos State, Nigeria. Of course, I'm in a communication background. We're looking at how mass media or how entrepreneurs can leverage on mass media. This time around, I'm focusing on social media for their entrepreneurial activities towards the sustainability of the economy in this COVID-19 era. Okay, nobody will doubt the fact that mass media have huge influence on their audience's decisions and actions. And by the time social media came on board, you can imagine the kind of influence because of the nature of social media. So social media have been described as a viable tool for social engineering, brand building, mutual connection, and interaction. The functionality of social media for any user to be able to own a personal media channel. So you have the opportunity to have your own media channel, not that you run to a television house to help you to publicize your brand or whatever you want to do. You own it, okay? You create your content, interact with your contacts,
and you have the opportunity for immediate feedback. You don't need to wait for tomorrow. As you are sending the messages, they are coming back to you, and you are interacting with your contact real time. Okay, according to reports, there are 9 out of 10 young people aged 3 to 17 years use the social media as we speak. Young people are usually the early adopters, but there are other statistics, other researchers that are coming up to say that the middle-aged people and elderly people are also joining the trend. So the statistics are now leveling up, if you like. Social media platforms that I focused for this study on Facebook and Instagram. But of course, we know there are so many other social media networks or platforms that people use. We have Twitter, we have Instagram, we have WhatsApp, we have YouTube. Okay, advocacy campaigns are usually embarked upon by non-profit organizations. There is a difference between advocacy campaigns and advertising. So for this study, I'm looking at advocacy campaigns of these young entrepreneurs, okay, to further their cause and draw people's attention to particular issues of social concern. It's a form of advertisement where the aim is to deliver a message to change people's perception and behavior. Now, what is the problem of we are looking at? There is a widespread, of course, many people presented the paper towards that line, social media use for business promotion. Now, there is widespread use of social media platforms. Okay, most researchers focus on what people actually use this media to do. Nobody's asking most people are not asking what are the impacts, what are the effects, okay, of these of the use of this media, okay, for business promotions. Now, I went further to look at young entrepreneurs. So many have looked at the adoption strategies and rates of these media forms. They have looked at the challenges of the adoption, but not many have actually assessed the use of these media platforms for advocacy campaigns, not for advertising, take note, by young entrepreneurs, and how this impacts on their brand and businesses. And that is what this study sets out to do. Now, I have some questions, research questions that guided the study. What is the content of the social media advocacy campaigns of young entrepreneurs in Nigeria? To what extent are young entrepreneurs consciously using leadership communication as public relations advocacy on their social media platforms? In what ways do young entrepreneurs' social media advocacy campaigns affect their brands? The theory that this study is anchored on is personal influence theory, and the theory states that human behavior is continuous reciprocal interaction between influences of the individual cognitive and his or her actions and his or her environment. It describes how practitioners cultivate good relations. It's actually talking about how people influence people's actions, other people's actions through their behavior, through their interaction, not necessarily by, advertising to them, telling them to buy a particular product, but by relating to them. Okay, you can see some of the examples I have. I said through role sets, through leadership communication, through mentoring. These are patterns of social interactions that personal influence theory is talking about. Now, the methodology for the study, I use a qualitative approach as my study design. In-depth interview is one of the methods I used. I combined that with qualitative content analysis. Now, the in-depth interview was done with selected young entrepreneurs. For this study, I used only 5 entrepreneurs, okay? Qualitative content analysis also was done of their social media pages. Like I said before, I focused on Facebook and Instagram. Now, to select those 5 entrepreneurs, I used purposive sampling technique, and I actually looked at the size of their followership, that is their network. So that determines who I chose, and the consistency of their engagement with the audience. So the people I chose, the 5 entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs I chose, cut across fashion industry, food, interior decoration, real estate, education and human social development. Okay, so now the findings. For research question 1, which focused on the content of the social media advocacy campaigns, we found out that the social and emotional, okay, I used thematic analysis actually to analyze my interviews with those young entrepreneurs. These are the themes that came out. Okay, the content of the social media advocacy campaigns, fall under these themes. The first one is social and emotional identification with the audience. Okay, you see most of these interactions focusing on relating with their audience's situation per time. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm actually the last presenter, so I should be given the opportunity. Okay, thank you very much. All right, thank you, Ma. Now, commenting on the burning and trending issues like BB Niger, NSAS, No to Rape. So you see these researchers, these young entrepreneurs, focusing on what their audiences are facing. And by that, they draw their attention. By that, they draw them, they make them love them. They make them want to be in their pages, reading their content. Then you have empowerment opportunity. You see most of them giving out, doing giveaways, okay, conducting fun competitions, offering free trainings. They're not advertising, they're just using these things to draw them to their pages. And by the time you draw these people to your pages using this, you find out that they begin to love you. And the next thing is they buy into whatever product, whatever services you are offering. You have not actually used direct advertising, but advocacy campaigns using social media. So the other one is self-brand exposure using human angle stories and mentoring. And on the second research question, we found that that one focused on young entrepreneurs' conscious use of leadership communication as public relations advocacy on their social media platforms. All the 5 entrepreneurs I studied made extensive use of leadership communications for their advocacy campaigns. Leadership communication, of course, is a component, is a key component of entrepreneurship communication paradigm. And it underscores the fact that humans are not passive during social interactions. And on the research question 3, we looked at the effects of social media advocacy campaigns on the brands. You can see the findings there. 1, there is brand visibility. People get to see their brand. They share, they retweet, they share the content, to other friends and all that. Then you see them having large followership. You have more patronage. You have brand credibility, and then have leadership and mentoring. They get to call them for presentations. Just like Yinka Ogunde came for our keynote speaking, as our keynote speaker the other day. It was what actually gave her that platform was her activities on social media. That was got her noticed. Okay, in conclusion, advocacy campaign using a form of entrepreneurship leadership communication strategy can be leveraged by young entrepreneurs to boost their brand visibility and patronage on social media. The 5 young entrepreneurs I studied employed it in their social media engagement, and this has boosted their brands. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mbaka. That was a good presentation. Without wasting time, please, I want comments, questions, contribution to this presentation. Before then, please, I would want to understand if these 5 young entrepreneurs capture the population. Has it captured the population? Is it enough a sample for the representation of only 5 entrepreneurs?
Like
That's
I said, it was a purposive sampling technique that I used. And again, I focused on the one that will give me what I want. The study, of course, is restricted by time. Of course, by the time we are resubmitting, I intend to enlarge kind of broaden the scope, but it will not be more than 10 entrepreneurs. You're not talking about a quantitative study here. We're looking at a qualitative study. So it's the content that actually matters. But I would definitely increase the number of
yes. Thank you very much.
Entrepreneurs that I interview.
Thank you. You still have a question, so please pay attention and respond. Yeah, you can go ahead. Ask your question.
Dr. Mrs. Bakker, for that insightful presentation. I have a very short question, and that's I just want you to very close to what the concern that Anna just raised in terms of the working population, that is representative enough. But my concern now is on the social media. I want you to justify why Facebook, why Instagram, out of the whole.
Okay, Facebook, of course, we know it has more activities, more pages compared to other social media platforms. Now, Instagram is more of a photo sharing platform where people, some people call it the Balogun market of Nigeria. So you have people sharing their businesses more on Instagram than any other. I deliberately did not choose Twitter because I know it's more of a political and maybe intellectual platform. So you don't get to see businesses really using that platform to draw customers and all that. So that's the justification for choosing these two.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for your attention. We are grateful that you stayed up till now. We want to really appreciate you, and we want to also say that we'll be appreciative. We'll be grateful if come up again next time, next year, when we'll be here again to interact face to face. So thank you. Chairman, sir, we want you to give your final word. Please.
Thank you so much, my chairman, for this day and for calling on the LOC chairman to really bring this to a close. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, is an understatement that we are grateful and that we want to express deep appreciation to you all for being here, for being with us. Yesterday was beautiful because of you. Your presence online, your attendance added color to the conference and magnified it. We cannot thank you enough. We know we are all co-laborers in this same vineyard of academics, and we always do this once in a while to support each other. You have been with us. You've been with us all the way. It looks so short, yet so long. 2 days, full 2 days, it's no joke. I want to appreciate everybody, MTU management, my dear colleagues here, and especially I want to recognize my Oga at the top, Professor Shooks, DG. We are so grateful, sir. Your humility is infectious. We appreciate you. We will continue to expect feedback from you, and if you have contributions to make for us, kindly send it to the MTUI's email or personally to the host, Dr. Mrs. Patience Erigbe, and then we will take it up from there. Any moment from now, we start working on having your complete papers, full papers sent in, and then we can go ahead to make our dream come true. On certificates, let us reiterate again that your e-certificate will be sent across. You will get your e-certificate based on those that are presented, and then for where you have concern about what the name should be, the way it should be put, properly, please let's also let's have them on the conference participants platform or on direct email to Dr. Erigbe or to the LOC Secretary, Dr. Edwin Ofuji. Prof, I still have a message for you. We are not unaware of our plans to have a collaboration with your esteemed school and esteemed university. Please, one of us will be getting in touch with you very soon. That is a task that must be done. You remember my dear bishop and colleague here, Alessandra Bishop Atta, the Kogi, the Atta of Gala himself. We'll be getting in touch with you, sir. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we thank you and appreciate you all the way. Well, sorry for the break in transmission. This new norm, we are coping with a lot of things. Prof, sir, Prof. Waneri, we've been trying to call. We are not sure if you still want to present, sir. Yeah, because we don't know, so that we don't just throw it away, sir. My host just confirmed your presence online, and she wasn't able to confirm the earlier attempts made to call you up, sir.
Sir, you can unmute yourself and then talk. You can unmute. We are very sorry, but we don't want it to seem like we just threw off, someone. We just realized it's been online and we didn't know. We are sorry, but if it's okay, Ishola, Dr. Ishola is raising up his hand. Do you have any question? Well.
Hello.
Okay.
Are you hearing me, sir?
Prof, sir.
Yeah, are you hearing me now?
Are you hearing me? This is
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. You can go ahead, sir.
This is Professor Waneri.
Yes, we can see you and we can hear you.
Okay. Although you've already rounded up, I accept all the apologies, and I really know that you were having some network problems both here and there. But I've been throughout the conference. I've been watching. I enjoyed everything said. I don't think we should hurry to present my paper now, because everybody is exhausted. So maybe when our other opportunities come, I will be available. But I have been with my paper all through the seminar, up through the conference, watching and enjoying it. The only thing I observed, I want to maybe suggest is that entrepreneurship is purely a highly professional. If we have to take them all academics who may be presenting theories, and the theories that have held our universities back for so many years, producing job seekers, and not job creators. I think it's theory. But next time, I'm sure you don't have much time again. I appreciate this exercise, and God will bless those of you who spoke and those of you who listened. I am available anytime you have a better opportunity for me. God will bless you.
Thank you so much. God bless you, sir. We are, Prof. God bless you. We know you were there yesterday from beginning to the end, And
Yes.
you are actually struggling to do your papers to present to us yesterday. And I promised you that you will present today. We are sorry, sir.
No problem.
Thank you.
No problem. I think what older universities have not been doing, these younger and private universities, we do them. We do them. Entrepreneurship has been an old issue, but forgotten in our curriculums. And the whole place is filled with job seekers, masters, PhD, BSc, first and second classes are still carrying their papers, going from business centers, photocopying CV and all that. With this university entrepreneurship, I think God will empower you people to effect this change, and let's see what will be the result in our society.
Thank you very much, sir.
Bless you.
Dr. Ishola, I can see your hands up. Do you have anything to say? Dr. Ishola? Unmute. Okay. Good day. Yeah, it's cracking. You have muted again.
Please, can you turn off your video and let only audio be streaming so that I can save your bandwidth? Your bandwidth is not that good.
Okay. Dr. Ishola?
Yes, I'm hearing you now.
Good.
Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I said that I tried since yesterday to present confidently. I'm not able to do so. I just want to appreciate the university. As young as the university is, to be able to put this one up is a great encouragement. I also want to say that I believe that I want the opportunity another time. Even though I have sent all my stock company, both the slides and everything to you, but because of network, I've not been able to present it yesterday. That's a lot of my time. But at least the little I'm able to get from others, I think the university has done a lot, and I want to appreciate you. So that is what I want to say, since I think it is not possible to present again everybody's there's now. So that's what I just want to say.
Okay, so sorry, sir. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you very much for your observation. We take all that into consideration next time. We are really very happy.
Can I ask him? Dr. Ishola, sorry, you say you have a paper, you sent in your abstract, and you were meant to present, because I didn't hear you so clearly.
Move here again. It's not around. It's not around.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your patience. We're grateful. So we'll see you all next year, or whatever conference MT wants to do for entrepreneurship eyes. Next year, we'll see all of you. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we can let us even take pictures of the last people.
Some of our students are online. Thank you, those students are online. I can see you. Yes. I can see our names.
Thank you all. We give God the glory.
You are great.
We give God the glory.
Thank you.
Let me stop.
Our pastor, thank you. Pastor Olumide, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
God bless you.
You're welcome.
Prof, thank you. You are still there. Bye. Prof.
Bye.
So for everybody, and for my city, we are signing out. You have a nice day.
1 minute at City.
Yeah.
You did well.
It was a great one.
Great job.
God bless you all.
Great job. We have put you on global